Here's the cool about the funny name Renee. Here's the cool about the funny name Renee.
This is a journey into sound. This is a journey into sound. A journey which along the way will bring to you new color, new dimension, new value. So it's ready. I throw this switch. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Pump up, pump up, pump up. Don't let me.
You make me feel so good.
We interrupt this broadcast for you with special news bulletin from our on-the-spot passport.
Oh my God. The music just turned me on.
Thinking of a massive thing. Death with the record. Death with the record. Thinking of a massive thing. Death with the record. Death with the record. Thinking of a massive thing. This ain't nothing but sweat inside my hand. So I dig into my pocket, all my money spent. So I should be up, still coming up to lent. So I start my mission, leave my residence, thinking how could I get the dead presidents? I need money. I used to be a sick-up kid, so I think of all the people.
Good evening, America. This is your president. Please listen carefully to the announcement I'm about to make. After careful consideration and research, Vice President Duke, Congress, and myself have concluded that black people have not advanced technologically. Their educational testing scores are on a rapid decline. The vast majority of them are on welfare and producing babies at a faster rate than they can support them, and we will not carry them anymore. We are left with no other choice but to put slavery back into effect. All blacks will report to the designated camps in their area to receive further orders. The only blacks excused will be those serving in the United States military and the police. Any blacks who do not cooperate will be terminated immediately. I repeat, slavery.
Hey yo, like this, man. Hey yo, when it comes to tech, I'm similar to a minute. But old dog sniffing king couldn't fuck with your damage that I do to advantage. Keep fucking around, won't be nobody strong enough to. Yeah, I leave them in shock. Niggas get sentenced to life and stretched in the box. Most of my friends got murdered and damn, I feel lost. I was there when it popped off the. Nobody but me. I got a whole gang of niggas, but that's how you gotta think. If you wanna make it alive and all in one piece, takes much more than them things to. Yeah, it's sunny. I'm well connected in the street. Lord see each other when it come to that peace we get. Don't worry about a thing, my nigga. I forever leave. Yeah, yo, when the time is worth, never leave my family in jail. I'm dying first, never till my last dollar. I'm grinding first, never take a stand on my fans. I'm silent first, going down. Feel me, the alchemist in the flesh, and I love the perception, but I throw it all away in a second, cause I'm for the card when my life is threatened. Take this and that, baby, that'll yeah, you know how we cook the bottom. Could get caught up in some things you would not want to flow. And watch how my mold is down, so when I ain't around the music still. But I'ma keep my eyes open, yo, I don't even blink. Keep the pen moving down the line, I don't even think. Just write it on the paper, get my focus straight. Stick out the stand.
hard. I'm going to make sure that I'm around to hold you. Will never leave the side until the day I die. I'm gonna hold you. Recognize that the game can be hard. Long as you won't see who we are. If I decide to wish you hold me down, baby, hold you.
For all my niggas I fall for, blow the 444. You know I get even if we trap things back to back now. No matter if you're wrong or right, you still right. For you, I lay a nigga. I don't care if it's the president, I cock my shit. For all y'all bitches in the club, if you hop in my truck, first thing you're gonna go. And when we get to the telly, I'ma bend you over, man. Hey yo, small thug, stop the truck. We got enough tape in the front. See our guns and ducks. Somebody finna get big, homie. I hope your outfit. I seriously doubt it. My thing cost $250,000. Imagine what I spent gun shopping. Got bullets by the thousands. The shots won't ever stop. They say that we wildin'. In the far from recruits. Right on Front Street with the bullies and the crew. Put the drama in the shooting, then I take bullets and die.
Everything is hard. I'm going to make sure that I'm around to hold you. Will never leave the side until the day I die. I'm gonna hold you. Recognize that this game can be hard. Long as you roll with me, we are.
I'll help them out there for a minute. Foolishness, what? That's not up. Fearless, now here's this. I'm fearless, and I'm fearless. That means I'm eyeless, which means I'm tearless, which means my iris reside where my ears is, which means I'm blinded, but I'ma find it. I can feel its nearness, but I'm a fear, so I don't come near like a chicken or a deer. But I remember I'm not a listener or a seer, so my windshield smear. Here you steer, I really shouldn't be behind this, really, cause my blindness. The windshield is minstrel, the whole grill is roadkill, so thrilling, so sincere. Yeah, I'm both in there. The both feels when the bloke in the trench coat and the lopes in the chair had approached it here. Made it clear as a ghost, so I fight the other jokes in the mirror. The writer of the quotes for the ghost who's a fire of the notes of the living. Bricks in his rose that pockets full of posies, given to the mother of the deceased, awaken that dawn till I'm resting in peace. You going over niggas getting flu. Niggas telling me that they don't feel you. We ain't graduated from school, nigga. The big words ain't cool, nigga. Yeah, I heard me bitch, nigga. Niggas going for the bitch, nigga. We don't care about the weather, nigga. You'll sell more practice, and I'm mouthless, I'm soundless. Now it's farthest to hearing I found it. It was the farthest the distance from the earring to the ground is. But the door knockers on the ear of a stewardess in the rear. She fine and she blind until I'm blind, cause my mind's on cloud nine and in the mind at the same time. See the wings on the underground king, who's also Klingon to infinity and beyond. Something really stinks, but I sprinks like Leon. Or lying in the desert, I'm flying on Pegasus, you flying on the pheasant. Spider of the white powder, picker of the fireflower, spit hot fire like diamond on Chappelle's skit. Yeah, smell it on my unicorn, snort the white horn, but toot my own horn. You're shedding too much light, Luke. You make them wanna do right, Luke. They're getting self-esteem, Luke. These girls are trying to be queens, Luke. They're trying to graduate from school, Luke. They're starting to think the smart is cool, Luke. They're trying to get about the hood, Luke. I'll tell you what you should do. And I'm brainless, which means I'm headless. Like Ichabod Craneless, or foreplay like Texas, which makes me shameless. With no neck left to hang the chain with, which makes me necklace, less like a necklace. That's and I ain't use my headrest yet. They said they need proof like a vestless chef. About the best bad FF jet in the net. Who's confidence and excess debt. Even through the P will find it hard to breathe around these fleas. My snowball is a tuba, Luda, ruler around these trees. West side, shot, west side, shot him. Chest high, rising, almost touching the knees. Still with this in the pilot. Lucky they make me flowers. First was looking the box, you falling out of my sleeves. Flame, make it rain.
slugging high, make it drain until I feel it flowing and filling it up again. I couldn't need to sleep, nigga. So I keep hopping in the streets, nigga. You ain't winning no wars, nigga. Robots and skateboards, nigga. You man of the year, G. Shit ain't rocking over here, B. Won't you talk about your car, nigga? You motherfucking go yard, nigga. Make it rain for the chicks. Folks got pain on the bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? How can I get on the song with you? I passed out till I passed out. The clarity in my vulgarity for a fast now. The parity's not funny. Apparently you ain't nothing but industry crash dummy. As long as the Lord love me, I'm good. I could be the best rapper, but I'd rather be the answers that capture the violence that coincide in my hood. I should. Sick of walking this music business, but I'm too deep in it, like pushing your mind penis. That's what kitchen in Phoenix. That's the heat that I'm bringing. Where the shade at? I'm LA radio on good music, boy. I don't play that. Walking the dead line from thinking like Einstein and rhyming like by Kim in '89. Don't wanna pack a nine, just a mind full of wisdom like a man 99 years old. Like the prison, don't reload on my vision, get exposed like an R&B hole with a sex tape hidden. I'm always for the business. Whatever you get billing, whether you quit blue or a nigga that hemorrhage. My payment shift is like me and Langston combined to the hip, and my hip to the hot don't stop as I rock. I got a buzz like a shot of Papa Sun, and the women fall in love as they fall in my match. Now understand that I all that you got. Give me chance, give me ears, give me heart, give me top. There's a difference. I'm cool like that. Oh, you bitch. Was a retarded tune is back. See, I'm the author of the author, the father of the author, power puncher who can bust like a charter wide author. I know a jealous servant is a burden to my life, but still I carry on like luggage on a flight. The realness in my bones is the DNA to life. I can give you insight only if you're in sight. I'm looking past y'all like a fastball strike, and I ain't even trying to give it my all. Like, I'm comfortable enough to go and chill out with a Huxtable. You couldn't see my pedestal because you're afraid of height. Cloud 9, where you can find me and my dime like Roosevelt in his prime. Wait till I'm in my prime. The moon and the stars will align on my Louis V belt like Orion. So whom say he cool, but the irony is I can hold the bottom of an iron with the bottom of my palm. I say so much, so little all action, no talk like a mom throwing up game signs. It's not all about punchlines. I don't do that. I'm a jaguar, you just a new cat, now move back. Kendrick Lamar on the radar for success, aiming for the top like an AR in the neck. I can never deep breath, as I get beat loaded to death. Even then I be the best still, like a petty death. I will conquer my biggest dreams. Once you open the cage, I bet that I spread my wings. This he got street cred, G-Rock got street cred, and all I got is bad credit. Big ears and big head, but still they'll feel me cause we all ain't cereal. I'm the mama granddaughter, why they bump the stereo. Back to go shopping, carts free, lunch at the pump, watch Power Rangers after school. Here we go, I'm so counting on, I would never compromise with no funny ass paying off. Or CEO, we ain't what you think, and you think we back. But we've been here for decades, and I vouch for that. Open your mouth for that. Speak well like a great debater over eye chat. Get your other eye crack. I don't rap, I rap and declare war. I enjoy watching enemy blood pour. I came up lower middle class, not poor. So don't feel sorry for me. I don't need y'all to love me. I need y'all to feel me. And if you feeling froggy, to leave, then feel free. My feelings are.
Man, peace, family. Kendrick repping forever. Peace, family. Welcome to the Rundown with Renee. I'm your hostess, Renee. And we back. We in here tonight. We running a little late, so I overslept a little bit. I'm trying to get a little nap because this has been working very hard. So it is what it is. But we're here, and I got Psycho on the line. Brother Psycho, you there?
Yeah, peace. What's going on? Peace and Black Power family. What's good, Renee?
Hey, what's up, man? A lot of stuff going on.
Yes,
but,
definitely.
Yeah, go ready. Like I'm gonna bring in okay, let me go to my I'm gonna bring Nikki in. I think I see Nikki on. Let me pull up my screen. But I will say this real quick, family. Tonight it's gonna be open mic night. However, it's some points that we want to hit within the conversation tonight. A couple of those points being racial fuckery, okay? That's going on, of course. We always on that. We stay on their head about that. But we'll also be discussing, oh my goodness, the conscious community what's going on with the conscious community. It's more drama popping off now. So we're going to kind of give our little rants on that. So if you want to rant on that, you can rant on that. And we're going to talk about, I wanted to talk about white savior syndrome. I really want to get into that at a point tonight. And actually want to break some information down for y'all because I feel like, oh man, that's a major thing in our community, and I see it all the time. So I want to deal with that. I want to say there was one more thing I had on the list, but whatever the case, like any news stories, anything that's really popping right now, or that's been going on that you want to discuss. Of course, everything from all things political with Donald Trump, we can get into that. And, you know, what's going on recently, some cuts with, you know, welfare and Section 8, all of those kinds of services that, you know, a lot of our people need and may utilize from time to time or what have you. So we're going to discuss that. But I'm going to throw to Psycho, and then I see Nikki. I think there's Nikki. I'm going to bring her in. But Psycho, you want to... you have the floor. Whatever you want to start with.
Well, you know, it's going to be some interesting topics. I do definitely want to touch on the white savior thing because, you know, I experienced that a lot. You know, nothing pisses me off more than when I'm trying to get at some racist white dudes, you know, some white nationalists or something. But before I get a chance to do that, I got to get through they little nigga guard dogs. Like, you know, I tell them all the time, I immediately shut them down too. The second I see these black people running around here trying to protect me from, trying to protect the white people from me and everything else, and they want to dive straight in, and I immediately stop them. I look at the white people, tell them, get your pets. Please do me a favor, get your pets. All right, I don't play with animals. Get your pets out of here. I don't. People already. Some of the people in the chat already know. I got a slogan. I don't play with people who like nigger snacks. If you're sitting up here and you caping for nigger snacks, you can go ahead and get your Scooby-Doo ass out of here. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to your boss. Get your boss.
Hold on, wait. Let me pause you real quick before. Psycho, did you know? I heard this the other day on Tariq. I know, you know, Tariq, but I do listen to him from time to time. But he was talking about he got a damn new, and I'm sorry, I must have to support him to a level on this. He's got a game coming out called Crispy Biscuits. Crispy Biscuits. He has an actual game, you know, you can download. That's coming out with Crispy as the main character. And you can you do certain things and you get more butter biscuits. So the whole game is based on getting more butter biscuits. So that falls right in line with what you're just saying about, you know, the nigger snacks. So go ahead. Lord.
No, but yeah, but like I was saying, like that is just annoying. It's just annoying. Like you know, calm down. Like why are you sitting up here trying to protect these white people from the truth? What's your problem? Like, again, the only thing I can think of is, like I said, they doing it for treats, they doing it for nigger snacks, they doing it to try to get pats on their head. A lot of them hold a lot of black guilt because, you know, they sitting up here, you know, they probably, like I said, a lot of them be swirling, or they got a lot of European friends, and, you know, they feel obligated to step up and carry the torch and, oh, don't worry, step to the side, I'll take care of him, and blah, blah. No, back off, get out of here. I don't have no black guilt. Get your ass out of here, go somewhere else, and yeah, let me deal with this. Let the big boys handle this. Back off.
I know that's right. All right, okay. What's up, Nikki? How you doing, sis?
What's up, Sister Renee? And happy Tuesday to everybody. Peace to the brother Psycho, and you already know that's right. Subscribe, like, and share Psykopathist on YouTube. Running it down with Sister Renee on Blog Talk. I mean, come on. What more can you have tonight?
No doubt.
Yes, but I'm hearing about the snacks. I don't think I like those snacks. They taste kind of nasty.
Yeah. You don't want those.
Like, I like snacks, but
no, not the nigga snacks. Stay away from the nigga snacks.
Definitely not. And we want to say peace to all the queens and Black Queens Day still went on wherever you were. Right. I know you said somebody said in the chat that they were looking for a live couple of technical difficulties. But we're working on it. Okay? We're working on it. So we're still queens. It doesn't matter whether you've seen a live broadcast or not. Black Queens Day was Sunday, May the 21st. Everybody knows. So, you know, push them up for the Black Queens. The Black Queens only. So if you something else, I don't know about all that. But all right. So what's on the menu? What's on the menu besides some snacks? What's on the menu now tonight, Sister Renee?
All right, well, let's start out then with kind of what Psycho was saying, because I want to read y'all this thing real quick, and this is what made me like, oh man, I got to definitely discuss this tonight, because it's something that I've been seeing like forever. And actually, my mom, this was about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, she was taking this class. You know how they have the furthering education or whatever it's called. And, you know, you go back and take some more college courses or whatever. So she was taking this course, and it was like a creative writing course. And she was dealing with, you know, they had to pick like some type of issue or like social issue or whatever to write about. And she actually came up with, it was whenever, I know when it was whenever that movie with the blue people, Avatar, was out. So I can't quite remember what year that was, but anyway, whatever year that was, she did this paper on that. And so the paper was dealing with basically white savior syndrome. Now, white savior in terms of there always has to be, oh man, it's another crazy story on here. There always has to be a white person who is the hero. You know, they're the hero of the story of delivering these Negroids and helping these Negroids and all of that. So basically, like any, you know, movies that you see typically about Black people in some type of bad situation, for instance, like slavery, you see a lot of films about slavery, 12 Years a Slave or something. You will see the noble white man, like Brad Pitt in that film. You hear a lot about people like John Brown and these types of characters, and people want to uphold them. And so oftentimes, when talking to some people about, you know, our community, and you know how I feel, most people know how I feel, which I feel that all white people are racist. And I've been getting into it with these people back and forth on social media, these white people, and they're coming at me every way possible. I'm sure that they have reported me and everything, because that's what they do. I didn't say any, you know, derogatory terminology to them. I really just broke down history. But just seeing how they responded, how they react to that is very interesting. But coming across this article, it says white is on Atlanta Black Star, which again is one of my favorite sites. And again, one of the very few actually Black owned and operated sites that are out there. Sites like the Root and all of that, those are not Black owned and operated, but Atlanta Black Star still is. So the story is white savior, or article is white savior syndrome. Even in fight against racism, Black people are falling victim to it. So let me break it down to y'all real quick. This is not wrong what it is. During a 2011 interview, funny man, author, and civil rights activist Dick Gregory vehemently rejected a comparison between John Brown and Nat Turner, a pair of 19th century rebels who killed and died to end slavery. John Brown, this is what
He said, John Brown was a white man, said Gregory, emphasizing that Brown had nothing to gain, yet forfeited both he and his children's lives in their failed 1859 raid on Virginia's Harper Ferry. Gregory asks rhetorically, do you know what Harriet Tubman said on her deathbed? My only regret in life is that I wasn't there to die with John Brown. Wow. Dick Gregory and generations of black people have been inundated with hymns and propaganda praising Brown or any white person who's alleged to have lent a hand to end racism. Frequently, these helpful whites garner greater attention, facts, than the Harriet Tubmans, Nat Turners, and thousands of black counter-terrorists who invested their complete existence in black liberation. W.E.B. Du Bois, historian, sociologist, and co-founder of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, wrote a biography in reverence to Brown. In the introduction to the 2010 edition, historian David Roediger explains how Du Bois' original subject was Virginia freedom fighter Nat Turner, but whites refused, listen y'all, they refused approval of the Turner biography. A black patriot demanding liberty or death could not be lionized. The orchestrated and disproportionate focus on the handful of John Browns who actually set a high bar for white anti-racists by organizing armed resistance against the enslavement of black people is designed to promote black glorification of and immense gratitude for, quote, good white people. From Brown to contemporary woke whites who name-call President Trump or name-drop insert popular black author, appreciation for white allies exponentially exceeds white will to permanently eradicate black suffering. They came with their bright ideas, but they also came with their racism, said Lauren Love when asked to describe the 1964 whites who spent their summer interning for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee's Mississippi campaign. Love, who volunteered for SNCC, remembers how white students were greeted by black people who were so glad to see a white person who was not kicking their butts that they just adored these white people. Emphasizing that a half century has not weakened these memories, Love remembers the conclusion of a SNCC meeting where a black preacher prayed unequally for the white and black volunteers. This minister thanked God for these wonderful white people who have come down here to help us, and I really got incensed, Love said. Providing context for her remarks, she underscored that in 1960 Mississippi, black SNCC volunteers and apolitical citizens alike were victims of terrorism as a result of decades of economic plunder. Love and other black activists were financially deprived in comparison to their white counterparts. Responding to the minister's special prayer for the, quote, wonderful whites, Love stated, they made a little sacrifice, but he could not see the sacrifices the black people were making. Victims of racism typically overestimate both white commitment to justice and the bravery of so-called white allies. Reverend James Reed and Viola Luzo are common references for the moral danger confronting whites who reject their duties to white supremacy. In 1965, both made fatal pilgrimages to Alabama to aid black civil rights campaigns. Ava DuVernay's acclaimed film Selma includes Lugo and the graphic murder of Rev Reed. Even though whites who traded their lives, a little longer than I thought, even though whites who traded their lives to stop racism are as rare, these aberrations are used to evidence the astounding risk taken, encourage the mandate of so-called white allies. Educator and activist Jane Elliott scolds this notion. The creator of the celebrated Blue Eyes, Brown Eyes exercise, which helps demonstrate how racism works. Elliott admits to being racist and being groomed from childhood to carry out racism. During a 2010 interview, she revealed that because of her critiques of whites, she'd been assaulted and had her life and the lives of her children threatened. After all that, she declared emphatically, it doesn't take courage to do what I do. With candor, Elliott explained that no one demonstrates more bravery than black people who rise daily to endure and oppose racial terrorism. Fellow white activist May Segrist used her autobiography to warn readers that even whites who devote years to an armed interracial crusade can easily relapse, return to being white. In Memoir of a Race Traitor, Segrist details the life of post-Civil War Georgia politician Tom Watson, a leading figure in radical politics at the end of the 19th century. Watson campaigned openly against racism at the time when public castration and lynching of black people was routine. Watson's Georgia compatriots denounced lynching and rallied arms to stop a fellow Black Party member from being hung. But interracial harmony proved too challenging. In less than a decade, Watson reneged on his commitment to brotherhood and right secrets, turned racist and campaigned in 1906 on a platform of, quote, Negrophobia. Loosely translated, Negrophobia means black people are scary, don't help them. And most often, whites collectively don't. Most whites didn't help in the enslavement of black people. Most whites didn't help Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. march. Most white voters didn't help Barack Obama win either presidential election. John Brown and Jane Elliott are infrequent anomalies that obscure the common and enduring white devotion to, quote, Negrophobia. In 2010 interview, okay, y'all, this is the last paragraph. In 2010 interview, Rhodes College professor Zachary Casey explained that the need for good white people is felt by both white people and people of color. Casey branded this, quote, white lie in obstruction to justice, saying, this idea that it's not all white people prevents us from actually dismantling white supremacy, I agree. Searching for and highlighting whites who authentically assisted black people flagrantly obscured collective and consistent white opposition to black independence and progress. Let me read that part one more time. Searching for and highlighting whites who authentically assisted black people flagrantly obscured collective and consistent white opposition to black independence and progress. Casey's assessment echoes the diagnosis of late author and psychologist Bobby E. Wright. The greatest pathology in the world is for people to believe in something just because they wish it to be so. All right, y'all. Wow, okay. He said, Bobby E. Wright, the greatest pathology in the world is for people to believe in something just because they wish it to be so. And I love that comment because that's exactly how I try to approach some of this stuff, because I always say that I'm a realist and I feel like I see things as they are and not how I wish they would be. Because, you know, in terms of this conversation and in terms of the white savior syndrome, wanting to have white people to put up on a pedestal, oh, they help black people, oh, they did this, oh, these white people care. You will hear consistently when you have conversations or debates or discourse with white people and with some black folk who ride for white people. They were talking about, oh, it was white abolitionists. They helped to free the slaves, you know, and they're always coming with some type of like somebody that they try to bring up. And like it says in this article, you have somebody like John Brown, like they beat that into the ground, like they beat that to death. Like, okay, so because there was one John Brown, that's supposed to mean what? How is that significant to our struggle as a people against white supremacy? That does not change that dynamic. And why in the hell are we trying to find a needle in a haystack? If it is a white person who chooses to do whatever on their behalf, that's what they choose. But this idea that we should have some level of gratitude, that we should bow down, that we should kiss their feet, oh, that you would even bless us with your presence, or even acknowledge that there's black oppression. Oh, thank you. No, I'm not doing that. Let me say this real quick, and then Nikki, you go and Psycho, whatever y'all want to say on this, but I want to say, family, if you want to, and I'm going to go back to the phone line for just a moment after they go, but if you would like to, speak on this topic, or if you want to rant, or you want to deal with whatever other topic, you can call in if you can get in. I don't know, this stuff is crazy, but I will be having a new phone number, but for tonight, you can call in at 319-527-6058. 319-527-6058 and press 1 if you want to speak. You can also go to YouTube and go to youtube.com/SYKOPATHeist, SYKOPATHEIST, and you can go there and you can listen to the show, you can chat, or if you have questions or what have you, you can put them in there as well. But you got the floor, Miss Nikki, whatever you want to say on this.
That was very interesting. Somebody in the chat room said, to hell with John Brown. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about John Brown. I don't care about John Brown. You know, it doesn't matter. So many other people have given their lives and things of that nature. And like you said, if that's the spin that they're putting on the life of John Brown, we don't know what happened with John Brown. We can't prove it. We don't know anything about him. I personally don't. And if somebody gets killed, I mean, then who picks up the pen and writes the story? So it's a couple of things that I'm not willing to entertain. And John Brown is one of them. Any of his people, if y'all listening, he might as well have just went the other way. Because he's just not a necessary figure in any part of my history. So, and he's history, and soon his descendants and offsprings will be history as we know, because they are being wiped off the face of the earth as we speak. So, yeah, so in a couple of years, I mean, he'll just be a wax figure, you know? So, John Brown, whatever, you know, we're not looking for white people to figure. You there, Nikki?
Did we lose her?
See, let me go back to my screen. I think she's typed in. Let me see if she dropped. Cause you know these people play a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, you there, Nikki? What happened? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can
now
hear
we
you
can
now.
hear you.
Oh, okay, that's another little trick to the blank out. Yeah, we can hear you now, but you had cut out for a moment. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay. Yep, you was talking and it was like, whoop, you was out of there.
Did we lose her again?
And this is another thing that I also hate that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay. And I also hate that when you have to think about white people and try to figure out how good they are. Like, why?
Yeah.
For what? For not all white people is bad. And Sister Renee, yes, ma'am. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why it's breaking in the line. Yeah, your thing is going like in and out. You might want, I don't know, maybe the area. Somebody said something. Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me now? Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you. I think Psycho, you can hear it, right?
Yeah, I hear.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. Yeah. All right, well, you said it. I mean, you sound clear just now. Okay, and I hate having to explain or anyone explaining, well, we know it's not all. We know it's not. How do you know? Mm-hmm. Just because a white girl marries a black man, she likes black people. That doesn't even mean she likes the black man that she married. Right. So I just want y'all to get that out to our mind. Period. I mean, we tolerate a lot of things and go through a lot of things with our jobs and things of this nation and on our regular basis, they do as well. But my concern is not them or making them comfortable. I could care less how comfortable you are.
I know that's right.
So, forget the white people. Forget them, okay? Forget them. Let's stop trying to figure out how we can work them into our struggle and how we can just all get along. And it's not necessary. It's not. The things you have to think of as poison. If it's poison ivy, poison oak, or whatever, you're not about to go shake hands with that. You're not about to go touch it and things of this nature. If it's a bottle of arsenic, you're not about to drink it. So you need to keep a few things in mind. We're not listening about no John Brown. John Brown, forget him. What is it? I think that was here in Baltimore, if I'm not mistaken.
It was with John Brown was Kansas. It was in Kansas, but one of the man who was the first man who was killed was a free black man who worked with the Baltimore Railroad. So, but it happened in
it was something that happened here at Fort McHenry.
Yeah, it happened in Kansas.
Okay. And I'm probably thinking of something else. Okay. That's your area. So, anyways, we know that, no, just say no to John Brown.
I agree, 100%. All right, Psycho, you want to go in on this John Brown, and then I'm going to open up, I think there's Brother Prince on 682. I'm going to get 682, and then I think there's Knowledge. But do you have anything you want to say on John Brown and, this whole, they want to, put white people away. He did everything in the world. We got everything to hold John Brown in the world. You got it?
Well, it's funny that I found that SNCC story interesting. For those who don't know, SNCC was an organization during the civil rights movement that was it was a student organization, a bunch of college kids, idealists, that they pretty much was under Martin Luther King at first. Then it pretty much, actually they modeled themselves behind Martin Luther King. That's what I actually should say. And at first, Stokely Carmichael started off as SNCC. H. Rap Brown started off with SNCC, and they both eventually broke away and joined the Panther movement because they felt like SNCC was too willing to work with white people. And Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown, them was Black Power. So, and they wasn't with trying to conform with white acceptance. And the original Panther Party get labeled as humanists a lot. But what people don't realize is they also, what they didn't allow was any white members in the movement. They was willing to work with white members as far as not members, I say. They was willing to work with other white organizations, like these student movements and everything else that was anti-Vietnam War and everything else, throughout the course of the movement or whatever. They was willing to work with them as far as marching with them and speaking at the events and everything, but they couldn't join the Black Panther Party movement. It was just a no-go. They actually pushed for them to start a White Panther Party movement that actually was around from, I think it was from 71 to 81. I think they was around for like 10 years, where they did little things to help the Black Panthers or whatever, this, that, and third, but they wasn't calling themselves Black Panthers. They was actually White Panthers, and they was actually a whole different organization. They did other things too. But again, there was a lot of those college kids again around the time, the little hippie kids. There was mainly them. But yeah, I don't want to get too far off track, but yeah, I found that story interesting because again, it just goes to show how thirsty a lot of the people throughout the course of the civil rights movement was to you know, partner up with the with Europeans. You know, they was a lot of begging for European acceptance during the civil rights movement. I don't really want to bash the movement too much because they had the right intentions in mind, but again, I just think they went about it completely the wrong way. I think they signed off to a bad deal. And you know, we never got around to getting to the meat of things, which was reparations, and that's something that they was trying to avoid. That's why they put a bullet in Martin Luther King, because he was about to start talking about reparations. So yeah, I just don't trust Europeans in our movements. I just don't trust it. I don't even trust. I always question the motives and everything. So I just, yeah, like, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Yeah, exactly. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I done seen this get burnt too many times going that route.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, I agree too, and I want to say free H. Rap Brown. All right. Let me say this. Okay, I'm about to bring in these two lines. Again, family, if you want to contribute to the conversation and you have something you want to say, because I want to start hitting some topics that we're going to kind of move through. So when I'm getting people in, I'm going to try to just get to our point so we can keep it moving and deal with some different topics and things. Because I definitely want to get to this conscious community mess and stuff that's going on and all that. And I know people want to talk about that or hear about that as well. So let me bring in, I think that's Brother Prince Pierre, and I think that's Brother Knowledge. Peace, how y'all doing?
Hey, peace, Black Power, everybody. Black Power. Hey. Black Power.
Peace. Absolutely.
John Brown, this John Brown talk, we got to stop. Millions and billions of crackers have been killing black folks, and you worry about one that kills the white folks? The mathematics don't add up about John Brown. It don't add up. There's still too many crackers out here that are destroying us right now. So John Brown, it is what it is. He killed some crackers. Okay, he killed some crackers. Yeah, he doesn't have enough. He was one. He's 0.000000001% of white folks. He's a speck. Man. He's nothing. He ain't putting no stand in no white supremacy. He ain't do shit. You know, so it is what it is. You know, you don't want to shit on him too hard, but you can't give him no credit. But he was one. He didn't mobilize nobody else. So basically, this is what you're doing. When you say John Brown, you saying fuck Marcus Garvey, fuck Malcolm. You saying fuck all. You been saying fuck all them that really led. Like Marcus Garvey had 10 million followers over the world in his organization before Twitter and Facebook and social media. So what are you talking about? So I'm not into this John Brown. I'm not into the white savior. It's like when they had when they did the movie about the NASA chick. I forgot the name of the movie, but that's with what's the name was in there, Homegirl from the Help, and they had the white savior, and that wasn't even true. But the white man said, "This is my story. I'll say what the hell I want to say in it." Whatever that N6, you know, because the white savior was not even showing the NASA thing. It wasn't even true. But they put it in the movie anyway because it was the white man. It's my movie. I'm putting it in there. I'm white and that's all. I'm white and I say so.
That's right.
So
I'm glad you brought that up.
You know, and every last one is talking about a white savior, praise to the white Jesus, the white blue out, go to make a place of blue-eyed Jesus. Your Jesus is white too. That's all it tells me. I mean,
you there, Prince?
lost me.
Yeah, he was breathing. He was breaking up. I can't stand blunts. I swear I cannot stand them. I'm so sick of it because they purposely mess with my show. This is not just something random. This is them messing with my show all the time. Like, for instance, I couldn't even get in on the line today. I had to call about 6 times in order for me to be able to even get in on the host line. And that's been happening now all the time. And then I had somebody call, literally just before the show, it's this number kept calling. And then they're like, oh, this is, what they say, DE something. And we're wanting to some survey about issues going on in the news. I'm like, huh? Click on. You want to know my take. They want to know my take on issues going on in the news. Has anybody else gotten this phone call?
No.
Yeah, and the thing is, they keep calling. And I kept listening. I'm like, who the hell is this? And then they call. I'm like, yeah. Oh, well, we want to know. It's called BE something. BET or not BET, BES or something like that. And we want to know your feedback on things going on and issues in the news. And I'm like, click, like, no. That's some real suspect. That's hella suspect. Why you want to know my was it? What number was it? It was a New Jersey number.
Wasn't me.
It kept coming up New Jersey. I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So I've never heard Psycho wanted some material for his lecture. And it was a white lady. I know it was a white straight up funkazoid. And she was like, yeah, well, we want to know. You don't want to hear my views because you will get off this phone crying. That's what you don't want to hear. And not only that, when did y'all start doing that, calling people? And why do you need to know? For what? Anyway, Brother Knowledge, are you there? 253?
Speaks, can you hear me?
Yes, Speedy, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I mean, I'm enjoying the show. You know, got the Warriors on, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Peace,
Brother Knowledge. Peace. Welcome.
Since we talking about my favorite subject, talking about white worshipers and white people, I just want to say something really briefly on that. We're fed a very healthy, unhealthy, toxic, poisonous diet of white worship every day. Every day. You understand what I'm saying? We take our children to see Santa Claus. We tell them that a white fairy is going to bring them money for their tooth. You understand what I'm saying? We dress them up on Halloween and say this is the only day of the year where it's okay for us to go to strangers' house and ask them for candy of all things, right? We grew up watching Different Strokes. We grew up watching Webster. We grew up watching The Facts of Life.
Right.
You know, all of these, this healthy diet of white worship. You understand what I'm saying? So in the eyes of the oppressed, we see that this psychological imprint and program, nothing that we have is valid unless it's sanctioned or is introduced to us by our enemy. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Through the school, through the diet, this education implementation program that's being run rampant. You see what I'm saying? You know it's bad. You know the food that you're getting is bad. You know that the education that you're receiving is bad. You know that the medicine that you're receiving is bad. You understand what I'm saying? We know it. And we didn't bring our children. I was making an analogy earlier about taking our children to the doctor's office for them to get vaccinated. Mm-hmm. We tell them don't cry. So they're trying to hold them down. And they're holding on to us as their protector. And we're telling them don't cry. Just take it.
Yeah.
We tell them man up. We tell them woman up. We're preparing them for slaughter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're preparing them to introduce something into our body that's foreign to our body, that's going to destroy our body, and we tell them not to be afraid, just to take it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, baby, you know something ain't right about this shit.
With this imagery of John Brown, what John Brown represents is, but first of all, if there's some John Brown people out here that want to kill white people, hey, help me out, okay? Good military staff. We need 1 million John Brown to go through a John Brown.
Yes.
That's a good example.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you don't want to do it, because you don't love yourself anyway, you don't know what love is. You kill your children anyway. You can kill your whole family and go eat a sandwich. So you can help us out. You see what I'm saying? You can help us out by eradicating yourself, as the disease does. It starts to turn in on itself.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So this disease thing that's been running rampant on the planet has only been around now and allowed to fester by our permission. So the fact that that my brother brought up the original Panther Party, those white people, well, they received funds from the white people, so they funded, parts of the organization and changed it from a black empowerment organization to a community organization. And then the second thing that was implemented was the homosexual agenda by way of the Grey Panthers. The Grey Panthers were gay and lesbian Europeans that formed a group for gay rights. And they used the name Panther. Just like they co-opted the civil rights struggle, the leadership of the civil rights struggle was funded and guided by white America. So the dictates, not the people that was on the ground, you see what I'm saying? Not the people that was on the ground. Right. Just like people in positions of leadership taking funding or receiving influences outside of the community. And when we get to that part about the conscious community, they're receiving funding from white America to destroy positive images of black people, to destroy spiritual inclinations and way of life that have lasted and been through the test of time. And they're getting a YouTube check for it. You understand what I'm saying? They're monetizing off of black suffering. So these things can no longer continue. So as much as we need to mobilize a bunch of John Browns to deal with the white problem, we need to mobilize some will to executors, you know what I'm saying, to deal with the problem of this vermin that's been allowed to come amongst our brothers and sisters and use their bodies to do that white agenda work.
Right. All right. Thank you. I agree. 100%. You was on point all the way with that knowledge. And I see that Brother Prince had dropped off, but we got him back. Prince, I'll let you go ahead and wrap up your thoughts on what you were saying, and then we're going to get into a couple other things like LeVar Ball. I wanted to also touch on something somebody said in the chat. So go ahead, Prince.
I just let you go on with the LeVar Ball.
Okay,
I'm done.
All right. I wanted to touch on something real fast. What Brother Knowledge was speaking on, he was right on point. And in all actuality, they are helping us out right now. So kudos to you. You know, your greed, your egotisticalness, and your your free will and your free nature, and you're willing to do anything and to create. See, what they have created to destroy us has not touched us, okay? Their willingness to experiment and do things, all of that stuff is now, they are the victims of it. Because things can't touch us like that. We don't have the same system, bodily functions and systems. It might look like it. You might think just because you can have sex and reproduce with something that you're supposed to and things, that's not true. It's not true. And we're finding out that that's not true right now. And they're actually wiping themselves off the face of the earth. And, you know, when they take out one on their minds, they move. So I just want to thank them for that. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me say this.
Absolutely.
Because I want to respond to this, something that was said in the chat. And it's my brother. He's been on the show before. So check the archives, family. Brother Abe Alfonso, he was on the show. I think we did. I don't remember the name of it. It was something white supremacy. Something about white supremacy. But yeah, it's in the archives. blogtalkradio.com/The Rundown with Renee. The brother has some different thoughts. We have some different thoughts on some of these different elements. But he said in the chat room that all of the conversation about white people is a form of white worship. And I just want to say that I can understand people's sentiments who try to say things like that. But the problem with that statement is that when you are in a position of oppression and you are in a position of basically confinement in many different ways, and that you actually have become a people that has been really created, because America created the nigga, okay? So therefore, you really, and I'm not saying we're niggas, it's some among us. Well, I don't really even like to say that, but y'all know what I mean in terms of nigga meaning being what they want us to be, okay? So that's been accomplished in many ways for a lot of our population. You know, this is one of the reasons why it's very hard for us to do certain things we need to do more so as a collective. So when you're in a position of confinement, you are in a position of really oppression, like I said, you don't have the luxury to make these separations. Like, for us to sit here, to me, you know, in my opinion, when people try to ignore white supremacy or quote white people, because white people help to prop up white supremacy. So you really cannot have one without the other. So when people feel like black people want to avoid those conversations, to me, it's actually a form of psychosis. To me, that's a form of mental illness to try to pretend like these conditions are not in existence, to pretend like these things are not there and that they're not impacting and affecting how we do or how we are as a people. That's not to say that every single moment or thing should be consumed by that. But how in the hell do you get free? How in the hell do you get liberated if you want to deny that you're even enslaved, so to speak? If we're in a state of denial, then we continue to stay in the position that we're in. This is how a lot of this has been able to go on so long, is because so many black people are in a state of denial. We're in a state of, well, it's just slavery, it's a comfortable slavery. It's just oppression, it's a comfortable oppression, because now we have adjusted. That's what humans do, right? Humans adjust to the circumstance. Okay, and so this is what a lot of our people have done now. So in the way that we think and move, it's done by those adjustments. You have to keep it 100. When you walk outside your door, and let's say if you live in a predominantly black community, and you walk outside your door, you see the remnants of things that they started ages ago, right? So most of these cities are redlined. So you're going to have concentration of black people there, concentration of poor black people, because economically we are the permanent underclass. And these are just realities. Why do people want to lie to themselves? That's what I don't understand. Because I get that in the moment, maybe that makes you feel some sort of difference. But I'm the type of person, I'm like, put it on the damn table. We know that this is a situation. Here it is. It's out there. Now let's deal with it. I'm not going to put it to the side, pretend like it's not there, pretend like all of this stuff is all equal and everybody got the same opportunity. That's a damn lie. That's not true. So this idea of white worship is false. It's actually waking black people up to the white worship, Because real white worship is to go out here and smile with these people and think you're accepted and think you're a part of their paradigm and think you're included and you're equal. That's white worship. Because you know people who have enslaved your people and done everything to keep you down, and now you think it's all good? See, that's why, again, we keep getting wrapped up in these things. White supremacy never forgets. Just like you have a Sada Shakur, white supremacy has never forgotten about a Sada Shakur. You think you're going to get up out of here and you're not going to really show our wrath? You break out of prison? What? And then you protected by chemo, but we going to get you. And this is why they put her back on the most wanted list. They raised the however many millions or whatever for her. They put up all the, and just about a month ago, I seen Chris Christie of New Jersey talking about what they're doing now to try to get her. So to try to stay, they never forget, but yet we're supposed to forget our situation and not really talk about it, because if we do, we worship in them. No, we're dealing with reality. And that's my view on that. And we'll have to agree to disagree or whatever the case may be for people who feel different. But I just really get tired of these type of sentiments, people that don't want us to talk about reality. Why? Why should we not talk about reality? Because I want to even get to that story in a minute, but I'm going to go around and let y'all give y'all your views on it. No matter how much time you give to discussing white people, you are not going to change their behavior. But see, this is the thing. And going back to Asada Shakur, like she said, everything you do should be about your liberation. So if we were sitting up here talking about love and hip hop, talking about sport, this basketball game, we were sitting up here talking about fashion, a lot of black folk wouldn't have a damn thing to say. They would not say anything about it. But when you talk about real issues and the reality of these people, then it's white worship. Then it's all of these other things. No, bruh, I'm sorry. I understand you have your views, and it's not about changing their behavior. This is about changing our behavior. My show is targeted toward waking up my people. My show was not here for the appeasement of whites. This is why they mess with my show consistently. My show was not here for kumbaya. And all of us, we all together. My show was not here for that in terms of them. So you damn right. This is something I'm going to talk about consistently, because our people need to wake up and we need to change our behavior. So that's what I'm talking about, and that's what I'm dealing with. I'm going to go around to everybody, and you can touch on this if you want to when I come to you. But I want to throw this on the table so we can try to move along and try to get to this conscious community conversation. So we're going to do 2 and 1. So, LeVar Ball, okay? So, for those who don't know, and actually I could have got the little clip, but I didn't get it. But anyway, LeVar Ball, he's the father of a young man who is, I think he's going to be, first or second draft pick, I think? Psycho?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Renee?
You want to go ahead and break
the first or the second overall bad.
Okay. So yeah, this and he has 3 sons. Yeah, he has 3 sons, and they have a company now, clothing company called Big Baller Brand. Okay, BBB, Big Baller Brand, and they recently came out with some shoes for $500. I think some sandals for $200, or what have you. And they basically usurp a lot of the big companies, like Under Armour and whatever other sneaker companies and stuff out there. They kind of usurped that and did their own thing independent-wise and what have you. So a lot has been said about that. The father's very outspoken. He went on ESPN show, was it last week? I want to say last week or the week before. And it's a white heifer. Okay, it's a white heifer named Force One. Okay, was that last week or the week before?
Yeah, last week. Fox Sports 1. The Colin Cowherd with that white bitch. Yeah.
Okay. So the white heifer named Kathleen Leahy or whatever. And whatever the hell. Anyway, so she was basically on there, and she had said some things before about him, like about his fathering or his parenting skills, his sons are scared of him, whatever. And so when he was on there, she asked him a question, and he didn't really want to answer, and things kind of went from there. She later went on, she said to him, "Oh, you threatened me?" Because he said, so I can't remember word for word what he said. Y'all can tell me when it comes around, and then she basically was like, "Oh, you threatening me, blah, blah, blah." So this went on, she got donkey of the day or what have you, and all of these other things. I just want to say this, and I'm going to pass the mic, okay? I don't give a damn about this dude. People are trying to uphold him, saying, "See, this is that's right. There's a black man. He's standing strong, and he's a father. He's doing this and that, and he didn't go with the companies and blah 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 blah." Right? And she shouldn't have did that. She shouldn't have blah blah. Okay, look, all right. He's got a damn white wife. Some people may say that, "Oh, you're being petty," or you're being. No, I'm not. So don't come to me with a man who got a white wife and complain about stuff that white women do to black men. He should know that very damn well because he's married to one and got 3 children with one. So don't come now crying no bull crap about what white women said or they implied that he was threatening and all of this kind of stuff. And then people are trying to bring down, I think the white heifer got a black boyfriend or something of that nature. So they all damn donkeys of the day, including Charlemagne, which I was like, how the hell you gonna put this on there? But you was caping for that whole Tommy Lauren just when? It was all good just a week ago with you and damn Tommy Lauren. Now you trying to come at this white hoe? But all the things that Tommy Lauren said about black people, and you talking about, "Oh, I'm just trying to talk to her, trying to help her," get the hell out of here. So with that, I'm gonna pass the mic. Psycho, you wanna? Because I know you were sportsman too, and then we'll go to Prince, and then Nikki. I don't know if I don't know if you're into sports or what, or this story, and then Nikki, you can go in. I think.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Psycho.
Yeah, well, Jason Whitlock is a notorious coon. He's been doing this for well over a decade. He used to work for ESPN, and he had got fired because he made some derogatory terms towards one of his colleagues, a fellow black man by the name of Scoop Jackson, NBA analyst. He sat up there. Jason Whitlock said Scoop Jackson. He said something about how ESPN should be ashamed of themselves, how they parade him around with his ghetto ways and this, that, and the third, and pretty much saying he's too hood to be on TV, like just making all types of coonish ass statements that ended up getting his ass fired. He bounced around for a while, ended up on the new Fox sports network, which is Fox Sports 1, the same network with Skip Bayless, and he's on a show with a notorious racist by the name of Colin Cowherd, right-wing racist dude, always talking down on all the black athletes, always talking this thug talk. He's one of the people that pushes the thug narrative all over the place. Anytime something happens, it's always a thug that did it and everything, and we all know a white person calling somebody a thug in 2017 is the new way of calling them a nigger in 2017. So none of this is new with these guys. It didn't even shock me that they, especially Jason Whitlock, running over, caping for white mommy. He got to go, the black dudes are notorious for this. They got to save the white woman. They might not save the white dude as quick, but they will jump there, boy. They will jump in front of a bus for that white woman. I'm telling you, they will. I've seen it. It's disgusting. I don't know what you do. Like you dudes, I don't know, man. Boy, when they say the white woman is dude's kryptonite, it must be true, because I'm telling you, that white woman do something to these dudes. Like because these dudes they be tripping. But he sat up there and act like LeVar Ball, who called out the chick and told the chick to stay in her lane because he felt like she was trying to attack him And you know, like she's supposed to be there just to kind of like read cue cards and everything else. Like she really ain't there for a sports opinion. She's there for eye candy and to read cue cards. Let's just be real. You know, they always stick these little blonde Europeans up on there to do these type of tasks or whatever. And again, you know, he felt attacked, so he told her to stay in her lane. And then afterwards, she act like LeVar Ball tried to rape her or something. Like she lost her mind. And here comes Jason Whitlock. He got to come save white mommy. You know, again, we talk nigger snacks. You know, what people will do for the nigger snacks. The nigger snacks must be addictive. I will never know because like crack, all I had to do was see what nigger snacks do to people to make me know I don't want no parts of it. Y'all can have it. I'm telling you, nope, don't want it. So yeah, that's what I gotta say about Jason Whitlock fiasco.
Yeah, more coonery. Yeah, go right ahead, Frank.
Okay, I'm not gonna. I know that LeVar Ball, he's not on Black Power, so I'm not gonna comment on that shit. We know
no, he's not. He's a swirler. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, he stands on economic power, and I give him credit for that because he's the first guy to basically bluff the shoe system. He done sold $500,000 with 500 pairs of shoes, so he got $247,000 in his pocket in basically 2 weeks. So he's building a brand. And see, what he's doing is going to Trump or LeBron did. I'm talking about the economic shit he's doing. Because LeBron signed last year, he signed a lifetime $1 billion contract with Nike. And what LeBron is doing, he's trying to get basically get $1 billion in the first year with his shoes. That's why he's selling for $500. Because he basically saying, I'm proper, I'm this and that. I don't buy $500 shoes. I don't knock you. This is a capitalistic society. So I'm saying, so we don't like the game, but it's a capitalist society. And he wants his kids to go to the Lakers because he knows that he can get that boule and bougie money. Because if he gets drafted by the Lakers, them Lakers fans are gonna buy him damn shoes. And if his son plays good, he'll be $1 billion brand within 3 years on his own. And I had just read another documentary where he was talking about he's trying to for the people that he know and all that, trying to build jobs for the people in the neighborhood and things like that. So I know he's not on Black Power, so I'm not going there. But he's doing something revolutionary as far as a business move. We have to give people credit. If it's something like this, I give a damn about it. But he's doing something revolutionary as far as business because Jordan signed up with the cracker. Everybody signed up with the cracker. Even though he's married to the cracker, but his kids independently, he told the cracker off the bat, you got to give me $1 billion. He knew that they weren't going to give him $1 billion. They turned him down. He knew they were going. He wanted them to turn him down. He wanted them to. So he was trying to build an independent brand for his kids. So I can't knock the brother for that. I'm committed. I'm an entrepreneur first for Black Power. So what I mean by that, that's how I got into Black Power. I went to Power Networking Conference. That's what got me into the Black Power, was seeing black folks working, doing something. So I understand it's Black Power. I'm giving credit for credit is due of a man saying fuck the white man corporately and doing his own thing independently. Yeah, he's married to the white woman. So he technically he's black, but he's married to the white bitch. We gotta move on from that. He made that decision. He capitalizing off that bullshit, and he's building his own brand. That's all I give him credit for. I give a man credit for saying fuck the powers that be, for trying to pimp his sons, and he's going to use his sons to empower himself and his family. I got to give him credit for that.
Okay, I hear you, but let me just throw this in there before I go to Nikki. I hear what you're saying and everything, but I feel like, I get that, but we also have to look like at long-term things versus just the short term. So with what it is that he's doing or what have you, who stands to benefit the most from this situation? Well, first of all, we know that typically men.
Them three.
I know, but hold on. I'm gonna get to that. Hold on, I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to that. But we know typically that men die before women, right? That's not to say that happens in every case, but it's very, very common, right? So you still have a white woman, even when he's alive, you still have a white woman who is benefiting from the lifestyle of, that's being provided this via this business. And then also when you talk about his son,
she just had a stroke, by the way. She just had a stroke, but she might die real soon.
Well, whatever the case, she's been able.
She just had a stroke. Yeah.
Well, whatever the case,
because he married to her. Yeah.
Well, whatever the case, she has benefited all this time from being with a man who was in the NBA to being with a man who's making money coming in now. So she still has had a life that's been beneficial based upon what this black man has attained. It's not been a black woman who benefited from that. But the thing about it is, even with his sons, his sons are not black though. His sons are biracial. And in fact, from what I understand, his son, and y'all already know how I feel when I say biracial people are biracial. They're not black.
Right.
But his sons definitely say, right. But I'm just saying though, how the two, to me, I can't really rock with him in that way. Because the sons, first of all, are not black. And then the sons also tell you that they're not black. They're not the ones that'll be like, oh yeah, I'm black, whatever. Yeah. They say that they're mixed race. Now let's keep it funky. They got a white mama. They already don't say that they're black. Okay? And look at the industry that they're in. Look at all of the attention that they're getting. What is the likelihood? And I'm not saying that it can't happen or will, won't, or whatever, but I'm just saying, what's the likelihood of them getting with sisters? What's the likelihood of those boys getting with black women? To me, not very likely. And it's probably the, quote, black women, quote unquote, that if they were to probably get with one, it's going to be somebody like them probably who's biracial. Let's just keep it funky. Just call a spade a spade. So that's what I'm saying is, it's still going back to the white power structure. And that's that it's a black father who was the brains and stuff behind it. But look at how he put the keys right back in the white man's hand. Now, if his sons grow up, but all of that is dependent on if they get with a black woman. But if they get with a white woman, you got a mixed guy having a baby with a white woman. The child is white.
Lonzo's dating a Hispanic woman right now.
There you have it.
Now, that's what you're saying. Yeah, so he's not black.
There you have it. So that's not benefiting black people.
It ain't black head. No, it ain't benefiting black people.
Once the father's out of there, it's a wrap. Right, but once the daddy's out of there, it's a wrap. Yeah, it's a wrap. There's no more black people. None of that is in black people's hands. Once the father is gone out the picture. And so, because his sons, they're not black. They say they're not black. And that's just what it is. And like you said, who he's dating, there's so much money that they're going to marry non-black women. Like, I would bet the house on that. Okay? So, I get what you're saying, but I'm just seeing it from that lens. But I hear you.
Oh, yeah, I see it from both ends. I already know what I'm talking about, on what he's doing on far as, basically, like you say, he rejecting the white power structure, but he ain't rejected. I put it like this here. He went to the bargaining table. He asked for what he didn't want to ask for. Okay, I'm talking about economics and business, going in business meetings. I had somebody let me tell you something. Some white man tried to buy the new African water solutions 3 weeks ago. Told him no. Okay. They tried to buy me. Right. I'm not bullshit. Yeah, they tried to offer me $300,000 for my company. Absolutely right. Well, we don't know. So we know that what I'm talking about is why Shaq ain't doing that. Why these other niggas? See, we can't talk about, we can't do shit. There ain't no we can't. We do what we do if we want to do it. That's why I look at the nigga on. Why we ain't doing that? Well, we not that power. When we gonna power ourselves. Not fuck the white bitch, fuck the kid, fuck all that. When we gonna say we're gonna build our own brand and do our own thing? He's still getting shitted on.
Well, let me get Nikki because I want to hit these other topics and I got some other people to bring in. So, Nikki, you want to say anything on this too?
Yeah, well, LeVar Ball, I'm disgusted.
that a lot of people on the news and on these talk shows and things of this nature that have the national platforms are actually comparing him to people like Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Floyd Mayweather, like, sit down. Sit down and one of those pranksters come behind you and like pull the chair out, sit down, for real. Because it's like disgusting. Like, that is so disrespectful to me. And to Muhammad Ali, especially, he will never be anywhere near Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, we don't think of him holding his hand out for dollars and things of this nature. No, he didn't have a white man's attitude. There was nothing about that man that was white. Period. Okay? All right? So please stop it. Please stop.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Nikki. Hello? Uh-oh.
Was there something about him, the way he spoke? He spoke a lot of jive. You see what I'm saying? If you know the difference between jive and between just being a light-skinned Negro that wants to actually be like, hey, I got white children too. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. Like, he will never be anywhere near. How dare you disrespect? Anyway, and
well, yeah, they was comparing.
Hold on, y'all.
They were doing that with Colin Kaepernick.
Hold on.
Also. I'm just letting you know on it. They was doing that with Colin Kaepernick with the Muhammad Ali shit too.
Oh, okay. Please.
With LeBron and College. Yeah, they was doing that.
Yeah,
I don't think none of that.
They just trying to wipe out. Neither one of them will come anywhere near.
No.
I just don't do it. And as far as I will agree with the brother Prince that this is an unprecedented move in marketing and business and things of this nature. But once again, who does it benefit? They're not bringing that to us. They're not gonna marry black women. They're not gonna. You see what I'm saying? The women that they see on a regular basis are white. Their mother, their grandmothers, their aunts, their cousins, they're all white. Okay? This black man, I don't like his attitude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like his attitude. I don't care how he speaks to a white woman. You understand? I really don't. But it's just something, it just feels like he's speaking to me. And I don't like it. I don't like seeing him. I don't like looking at him. It's just like he just feels better than he has a cocky white man's attitude. And I'm gonna even go out on a limb and say that he's even gone past the attitude of Trump.
They say that's what they call it.
Hold on, y'all. I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying his attitude.
I'm just saying that's what the media is saying. That's what the media is calling him. I'm all right, y'all. Guy. So all right, y'all. I'm just letting you know what's going on.
All right, y'all. I just opened up some more lines. I want to try to get to these people. So right now, I'm gonna do like a 2 to 3 minutes maximum. I mean, maximum time. So we can just kind of get to our points, get them in, and so we can keep it moving because I do want to get to the conscious community conversation. So let's just try to make our points as concise as possible. All right. 717. Well, let's also let me say this, please. Also, let me say this, please. Mute your line until I come around to you, because I hear feedback. It keeps down on the feedback, and so people can hear everybody a little bit clearer. 717, Pete. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Afro Pig calling from Pennsylvania. How are you doing tonight?
All right, I'm good. How you doing, Afro Pig?
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I was, I really regret every time I don't tune in. Great shows.
Thank you.
Dealing with the what I've heard so far. I guess one thing that's really important to me. I wish we would go ahead and define what is a thug.
hero of the black community, something I want my son to grow up to be, or something else. I need a definition from someone who considers themselves to be the real niggas. Okay? So I believe in struggling, and I soldiered in the community. I soldiered with the nation. I've been in the black community working really all my life. And I heard you, Renee, talk about what this show purpose is, but I hope that you take care of yourself along the way, because black people have a habit of not looking out for those who have fought, bled, and died, whether it be on them on the individual level or their families that they leave behind. That's the history of black people. You got to talk about the good and the bad.
I agree.
Hey, there's no SYKOPATHeist Remembrance Fund set up to promote her vision and life history to black people, because black people don't give a fuck about black people. That's just something we got to come to grips with. So while you're out here doing all this hard work, remember, at the end of the day, if you don't do what's necessary to secure your financial future, don't expect niggas to do it.
Wait a minute, hold on, I got a question. Did you say black people don't care about black people?
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't stutter.
I think you mean some black people, right?
Black people, in fact, black people don't even like black people. That's the rule. We got to
don't put no words in his mouth now. Let him talk.
Okay. We got some acceptable black people. Okay. And they're documented through history. You can meet some of them on a regular basis. But if we loved each other like we're supposed to, if we even liked each other, we would practice community economics. The hood would not be a place that is unsafe for human life. That's a fact. I understand some of you might not like it because it's not this fantasy version you may have of what black life is like. The hood is dangerous.
All right.
We got videos of little kids being taught to run between buildings so they can make it to school. Doctors. Black men out there putting their lives on life. Teach the little children, you got to swear left, right. That's military.
Where was this at? Where was that at?
In the black community.
Where is this at? That they have to run behind buildings?
Run between buildings.
Or run between buildings. Where was this at?
Our children, so they...
To do what? Where was this at? I'm asking. Where was this at?
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, speak up, son. Oh, you're still kind of low.
Chicago 3 times. I said Chicago 3 times. Chicago.
Okay.
United States of America, North America, United States, Chicago. Black community.
Okay, let me move on. Let me, your time's up. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'll come back around. I just want to get through this so we can move on. 919 Peace, what's your name? Where you coming from? All right. Afro pick. 919. This is Medina Salam. Hey! Hey, lady. What's up? Sister. Hey. Yes.
It's good to hear from you all, and this is a wonderful, wonderful show.
Oh, thank you, sis. How you been? Especially since you joined us. Yes.
And I'm so grateful that I've been able to get on via this phone, because my other phone, they were so busy just trying to block the knowledge that y'all imparting on us with their form of censorship in guise of a technical difficulty. But it's really censorship. We know that. Because that's how powerful this show is, and so many others. I've been missing my To the Knowledge radio show. All of the blog talks are under attack, because that's how I know it's blatant, because they just very blatant with it. So I had to use an alternate phone. Now, I do understand Afro Pic's rage and of what he's saying. However, this show is testimony to the fact that black people do love each other, and black people will look out for each other. I mean, like how you had mentioned earlier, Sister Renee about the psychosis of white supremacy. Yeah, it does cause a lot of self-hatred and make us at without unity, you know. But at the same time, it's a lot of black people that are not represented, that we love each other, and we're fighting globally for black supremacy. And well, we're naturally supreme, but I'm just saying for freedom, justice, and equality. So that's we are committed to. That's why this show is so important. And I love listening to everyone on the panel. And I had my this is a freestyle. There was so many thoughts that rambled in my head, but I want to dense it down to less than 2 minutes. So I understand what y'all talking about, like the white savior syndrome, and that is true. And how Brother Knowledge was expounding on like the different strokes. And I used to watch that, and my mom used to decode it for me. And sometimes I used to get irritated because she would ask me questions. For instance, for the different strokes, she would say, "Well, where are the parents?" And I said, "Oh, they passed away." And then she told me that he's supposed to be the hero. And I was only 5 years old at the time. I would watch that until I probably turned like 10 or 11. And she would always tell me that she would bring out in different shows. For instance, Give Me a Break with Nell Carter. She would tell me that they're using her as the mammy. And for the Facts of Life, you know, Tootie, she was the only black girl. You don't hardly see her. Like, no, we couldn't identify with nobody, but Tootie, she was my favorite character. And but you never saw her parents, or maybe once in a blue, like once out of the whole like 11 seasons, you might see her parents visit or something like that. And also about when y'all was discussing the sports, I didn't know that man that y'all had said that has that deal that he had married a white wife. But I do like his business savvy. That was very independent of him. But at the same time, the like you said, the monetary, all of the money and the wealth will go back to the white family. And I just want to let you know, prior to listening to your show, I never knew that mixed race wasn't black, because I was always taught I don't know, I just thought the one drop rule. But then y'all had me think of it on a scientific level, because if you keep mixing, we're weakening our genes, and you know. So I was like, wow. And I just wanted to briefly say, I know this is a lot of. I live in the South right now, and I know this is a big epidemic of race mixing. And I see the parents, and they could be the nicest, friendliest people, but they're still rooted in white supremacy, whether they know it or not. They come to come pick up their children or their grandchildren, and they say, "Hi," a beautiful babies now, but they say, "Oh, hi, my little monkey. Hi, my little monkey," and pick them up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so and to them, that's a term of endearment. Right. But if I was to say something to them, they would think that, I'm being sensitive. So that's why our people are so sensitive about not saying stuff, because we don't want to offend massa and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. It was something else I wanted to say. But I'm gonna keep it short.
I'm gonna come back around to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back around to you. Your mic is open. Your mic is open, sis. And let me okay, let me get family, we got 15 minutes left in the live stream before we go into the hour of overtime. And we're going to get into this conscious stuff here in a few minutes, okay? So let me first get, we got Knowledge back on the line, so I'll let Knowledge, if you want to say something, then I'm going to 860-478. You're going to be next. Then I'm going to go to Brother E, and then we're going to get 330. Let me go ahead and get these lines in first. Hold on, let me Let me get everybody's lines in first. Again, family, if y'all could mute your line until it's your turn to speak, please. Because I would rather, so that way when I come to you, you can just go. Somebody who I just opened, I think, has some background. So can you mute your line? Is that Brother E? Okay, so yeah. All right. So I think everybody's open. I'll come to you in a minute. I'll call your number. Okay, actually, yeah, I'm gonna go with knowledge first. Hey, Psycho, I'm gonna have to send you a text because I'm step away for like 1 minute, so I'm gonna give you these numbers. But okay, go ahead, knowledge. Anything you want to say, and then after knowledge, it's gonna be 860-478, and after that, then it's gonna be Brother E. And then, excuse me. After that, it's gonna be Brother. Go ahead, knowledge.
Princess, I just wanted to see that they make. I wanted to say something about technology. When the power of technology doesn't come as an overwhelming sound, it comes as a whisper. It's a whisper. You know, if we look at the Willie Lynch letter, it's a whisper. You know, and how many models have we seen of this black man, white dog phenomenon throughout our history? Has it done us any good? No. These people are being used. You see what I'm saying? They get them when they're young. They get these young brothers when they're young. Mm-hmm. And through this modeling process, they begin to deteriorate their mind. Mm-hmm. We're African people. And the African people, we deal with our family structure. So you can't bring me no black man who don't love a black woman and tell me that he got good business sense because he don't have no God sense. You understand what I'm saying? He don't have no God sense. God sense says that you don't love your mother enough. You didn't see value enough in your mother and your sisters and your aunts to come home with a black woman and invite her into your family to add on to that family dynasty. So I don't want to hear anything about business sense because the devil can show you how to rob your people. Because he robbed you first. He stole you first. So now you created children with this dog. So you got half children, half dog. And this dog is parading around with you on the leash. So in control of your empire that you're building with this dog. This dog is doing nothing but crapping everywhere. You understand what I'm saying? Defecating everywhere. Defecating on the minds of the children because they mix with the dog. So the children don't consider themselves African because they got dog blood in them. And they can't accept a dog of a mother because it weighs on the psyche. So the psyche is showing they can't be bad because I'm not going to disrespect my mother. And you see that this goes along with the prominence and what's being pushed with this something new agenda on top of this homosexuality agenda. The destruction of African civilization is rooted on who you sleep in your bed with. And then we hear people say it doesn't matter who you sleep with. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Very critical, very important to the psychological development and the future. They don't have a future. The dogmen took the future. The dogmen took the future because the children are not going to continue on a family legacy because the family legacy was destroyed when he got together with that dog. So the dog is running the show. The dog has the pony, so it's a dog and pony show that's going on. You know, so whether it's him, whether it's that savage Sir Charles or whatever, or any of these brothers that's running around here with these dogs, they're being led by the dog. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So we, along with this, you know, need for white acceptance and white approval, and this this susceptibility going along with this process, it just continues on and on and on and again. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So with that lack of value that goes along with our family, this is what happens as an after effect. So we need to be examining this and look at these lessons. Every time one of our brothers get with one of these dogs and one of our sisters get with these dogs, it's to our detriment.
Right.
So if we look at this guy or Serena getting with that dog, it's the death and devastation of the dynasty that we built as African people, because we are one people as African people. We're not separate. We're not individual. We're a collective, whether we agree with it or align with it or not. So it's happening. So if they show LeVar with this dog, it's a mockery to all of us and all of our ancestors.
That's real. That's
so
real.
We need to leave them nasty dogs alone.
I can't agree more. I can't agree more. Hold on 1 second, fam. Stay right there. We're gonna keep your mic open. Just mute it real quick because we're gonna run to Brother E. Brother E, I think you want to touch on some topics. What's going on?
Hey, have y'all talked about the I guess person that was graduating from somewhere in DC that got stabbed by a white man?
No, we haven't.
Did 86047 go yet?
I thought that was Knowledge.
Nope.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I skipped line. Okay.
Abe Alfonso.
Is
Abe, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, you go ahead and talk. Abe.
Yeah, 860. You go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to talk about LeVar Ball.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Somebody's background is real loud. Thank you. Go ahead, 860.
I wanted to say, this is Alfonso McGriff calling from Hartford, Connecticut. I want to first commend Renee Black for holding it down for so long and being so consistent and dealing with issues that is clearly people want to talk about.
Right.
But LeVar Ball is who I want to talk about. And I want to say that it's his cockiness that got him millions in free advertisement and promotion for his brand. I don't believe there's any such thing as a black man in America that's too cocky or too confident or over cocky or overconfident. I think that is an absolute necessity in the kind of environment that we live in. I would rather see a black man who's perceived as cocky and confident than a passive and weak black man. And we have to be cocky, and we have to be confident. We have to be clear. And even in some cases, just over damn buried is necessary in this environment. Nike said that LeVar Ball was the worst thing that happened to basketball in 100 years. The reason why Nike said that is because if LeVar Ball never sold one shoe or one piece of apparel, if his son never sold one shoe or one piece of apparel, he opened a can of worms that can't be closed back. Meaning, every year in the NBA draft, the top 5 players is always a guaranteed top 2 or 3 players that's going to be the best player, some of the best players in the league.
Right.
And the last thing Nike wanted to see was these young black players coming into the league with their own apparel and their own shoe and using the NBA to promote their own shoe and their own apparel. And what LeVar Ball has done is opened the door for that. Even if nothing happened with him and his brand this year, he's opened the door, even as close as next year, for some of the top black players to go into the NBA with their own apparel and their own brand and no middleman and no white folks and no Nike. So for that, I think he deserves credit. And the fact is, in spite of some of us don't like he got a white wife and all of that kind of stuff, he's still a black man who is representing in a society that has a problem with him being black. Even if we don't like the fact he got a white wife, he's still getting treated like a black man, just like the rest of us in society.
by the society. And I wanted to say finally that we should not allow the race thing to make us miss whatever aspect of this business acumen that we can take away from as it relates to what LeVar Ball has done. There are good business pieces and qualities that this man has applied that we can take away from independent of race. And we shouldn't just throw the whole damn baby in the bathwater and everything out because he got a white woman and then miss the opportunity to understand how to move based on certain business moves. And he has laid out a certain kind of map whereby many pro athletes, not just in basketball, but in baseball and soccer, black athletes, top black athletes having their own apparel and their own shoes. This is unprecedented. And we're going to see the results of this in the next coming years. So I commend LeVar Ball. And I think he's a brilliant businessman. And I also think he's a great black man. Thank you very much.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I actually agree with a lot of what you said. I do think that him swirling is a big deal. I think Renee made some solid points on why him swirling actually is a big deal. But I do agree with some of the other aspects that you said, especially as far as like him changing the game, Nike being pissed off and everything else. Even though I think he overpriced himself, I definitely think he overpriced himself. I think he charging way too much money. I think that's a whole nother issue that's going. Oh, go ahead.
That's one more quick thing. One more quick thing. A lot of people don't know that when Nikes first came out, people used to bust out the side of their sneakers every day, and Nike had
the little blue joints, the little blue Nikes.
Back to the stores you bought them from, and they give you a new pair of shoes.
Right.
So just like this dude had to start somewhere, Nike had to start somewhere, and that price $4.95.
Let me pause you real quick. Family, we got pause you real quick, please. We got let's go live stream. You're gonna overtime, so you have to call in within the next minute. 319-527-6058. 319-527-6058. And press 1 if you do want to speak. If you are on Blog Talk, that's what I'm saying. If you're on Blog Talk website, you'll be cut off, so you can go to YouTube to hear the rest of the show, or you have to call in. You can go to YouTube at youtube.com/SYKOPATHeist. SYKOPATHEIST. Excuse me, you can chat and all that. Okay, all right. We'll be back in like 3 or 4 minutes, please. If we can just keep the thing going, keep the list moving so we can go into the next topic.
Right.
The last thing about the price, real quick, is that all kind of video games and all kind of stuff have crazy prices. And just like LeVar Ball said, for Shaq, who's concerned about the kids can buy his sneakers that cost less. We have options. The price is only for those who can afford it. We have things that cost way more than $4.95 that we buy, and we have things that cost less depending on our financial capability. So I personally don't think it's priced too high. I think there are people who can afford it, and there are people who are buying it.
They already sold 500 sneakers. Let me say this. He priced it to get free publicity for the shoe. If he priced it for $100, he gets no publicity. The key to him right here is this. It ain't a black power move. Let's get off this. Let's get off that. It's just a business move. It's a blueprint. Sometimes he just like the flea. Like the flea flicker that's called. Don't get mad because Tom Brady wasn't running. They're like, okay, but them niggas could have stopped the shit. Like Atlanta could have stopped them motherfuckers from coming back. They didn't. They let the white boy win. But it's the same thing here. You don't have to support the niggas. He got the white folks that don't pay that shit. He's going to the Lakers. The Lakers is a bougie team. That's why he got the price set at. It ain't for us to really buy. We can buy it if we want to. On top of that, He's supposed to bring the gator skins and all that to the hoop. So there's a lot of these niggas out here that's on Black Power buying gators today. Yeah, my way all about ball, but he already said that he's bringing it. The shoe is made of a snake skin. He said I think he's gonna come out with an ostrich. He's gonna come out with crocodile and gator. He's bringing the skins to the hoop, man. That's why he's stumping $4.95. You can't buy no gators, but you can't buy no real gators for no damn $200. I priced them last week just to see it. That's why I did it, because I said LeVar's paying the charge and this, and he said he's doing a premium brand. So I looked at some gators while I was at the store.
I hear you.
To see what gators cost.
I hear you, family. I hear you, family. We got to get ready. All right.
I never bought a Jordan. I never bought a Gucci. I never bought none of them shoes. So he ain't catering to me. But I can't knock a nigga hustle.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. The white bitch. Go back to the white bitch. So what? To get a man credit for the power play that he made, and we copied the blueprint and then found out.
All right, family. Thank you. You were just ranting. Like before I go to the next call, real quick. All right, family. I understand all that, family, but I'm gonna tell you, family. Can I talk to? Can we conversate here? All right, thank you. Now before I go to the next caller, I just want to say real quick.
I'm going back to the old school, baby. When I was on your mama's back. I don't disagree.
Are you gonna let me talk, family? Family ain't gonna let me talk. I can't. I don't have control of the boards because he's not gonna let me talk. He's apparently he's just gonna take the show over and not let nobody else talk. You gonna let me talk now? All right. Well, you got to be quiet for a second. All right, well, if you're gonna let me talk, you got to be quiet for a second now. All right, now, like I was saying, I'm not giving.
2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005.
All right, next time Renee does this, she's gonna have to give me the boards. This is ridiculous. Like I was saying, before we go to the next caller, I just want to reply to that. There's no way in hell I would get my kids or advise anybody's kids to make that white family rich and that non-black family rich. There's only one black person there, about 3 or 4 non-black kids and a white wife. I'm not going to sit up here and buy a Xbox just so my kids can run around here and run around in some non-black players' shoes, label on the shoes and everything else, when they can get something for half the price that's just as good. I mean, it's ridiculous. What are we talking about here? $500 for some shoes, and you co-signing this for a non-black family? For a non-black, and to get all this money to a non-black family because it's some black dude swirler. I'm not giving my money to no black. I'm not giving my money to no swirling ass black dude that's trying to get all his money, rip off a whole bunch of people in the hood. Because guess who he's targeting? He's targeting a bunch of black kids. He's not targeting those Europeans. He's not targeting those Europeans. He's targeting the black kids. That's what he's going to target. And he's going to have these black kids out here. He's going to have these black kids out here doing everything they can to do to get them some LeVar balls, because everybody knows that all these kids want is the most expensive items. They don't care what it is. It ain't about what's on. It ain't even about this stuff looks good. All they want to do is be able to say, look, I got this and it costs this much. That's all they care about. And this is what they're going to do. And they're going to sit up here. They're going to break their necks, hustle, shoot people, do all types of other stuff to get them some LeVar balls. Whatever. I forgot the kid's name. Was it Lorenzo? Lorenzo ball. Excuse me. So, like, it's ridiculous. You co-signing this? That's not black power, bro. That's not black power. You co-signing this crap? That's not black power. This dude's a swirler.
Hold on. You can't have everybody talking at one time. Hold on. Start talking. It's not your time to talk. Push mute, please. Push mute.
All right.
Okay? Now when somebody is talking, we're not going to talk over top of them. We're not doing that. All right? Not tonight and tomorrow either. All right? We heard you. You had a chance. Thank you so much.
Can we go to the next caller?
But we trying to hear each other.
I think it's Brother E's turn.
We're going to the next caller. You got to mute your line. If you can't mute your line, then your line going to be muted for you. So we going to the next caller, and if nobody is talking to you, your line should be muted. Going to the next call. Psycho, take it away.
Yeah, Brother E, you still there? I'm sorry, Brother E. It's your turn right now.
Yes, I'm here. And the question I asked earlier, I let Abe talk. Did y'all talk about this young brother that I think he's was gonna go heavily in the Marines or some part of the military, and he didn't move according to his white man told him, or his white boy told him to move, and so this white boy stabbed him and killed him. Did you talk about that?
No, we haven't yet. We haven't. You can go ahead though.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna discuss it because I'm gonna have y'all give y'all discussion before I say my piece. But in regards to the conscious circle, I have come to the conclusion that when some of our people have present certain ideals, how to fix some of our people's little small situation, which eventually in time might fix a great situation. A lot of people fight for the black people on it. And I always known this was a reality, but I didn't know how deep that shit is. And for example,
you still on, brother?
I know y'all guys.
We still on, brother? Yeah, you just out going? Okay, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm just now talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I find with a person named Coretta something and another scholar named Mr. Watkins, and I noticed with the YouTube thing, where a lot of people were sitting there watching the little, scuffle between the two, that a lot of people, unknown people, I've noticed are making broadcasts trying to discredit this brother, this black man, that's just a teacher, a finance teacher, that present a simple solution to the table for people who could possibly fall if they choose to, better financial situation. And I guess they're attacking him because of his views, what this woman is bringing to the table in regards to that they're looking for, the grants, the government aid, they hand out to really get what they need to do. And the brother, Mr. Walker, said, you should not be looked at. You should be establishing your own. And if the grant comes, okay. But you should not be waiting, like anything. And I guess a lot of people were giving this brother some backlash now, to the point where, a lot of them, it's like anything you do is they find some way to fight against it, And it's not just regular people that's making these YouTube videos, but I'm finding some of them that are what they want to call conscious, making the same thing, And I find it, I want people really serious. If they want to sit there and don't want to present anything proper to the table, or they want to sit there and whine all day long and complain about the problems. And this is where I'm now coming to the conclusion, to some, not all, but a good portion of people, that's in the circuit or not, So I just want to express that because I find that a problem. And I always knew that it was out there, but I did not really come to a conclusion now that I found one person was bringing something to the table and they would just find one little thing so they could sit there and attack on it and shut it down. I find that very shameful and disgusting.
All right.
But, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Brother E. Let me go to 330. Peace. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Henry at Black Power. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Henry.
I just want to say And I already know that what I'm about to say is not going to go over. So I'm about to get cut off.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead. Nobody's going to cut you off. You got 3 minutes. You got the floor.
Okay.
Anybody cut you off, I'll mute them. You got it.
Okay. White people are playing all of us like fools. Whether it be conscious, unconscious, cool, don't make no difference. Right now we're on a line discussing whether or not this dude made a good business deal, whether it was black power or not. It don't make no difference. There is no such thing as no real black power movement. That money is going to go back into the white banks and the white community. All thing that is just a different representative that's being used as the source or the face to draw it in. It's like that money's not going to come into the black community anyway. We black people bring in $1 trillion+ a year. That's without this man's shoes. Right? We've been doing this for a while now, and there still ain't no revolution. We would be considered the 13th most wealthiest nation. We would consider the nation on our own, and we can't fund a revolution. And you know why we can't fund the revolution? Because the money don't belong to us. We're trying to beat the white man at their own game, and it don't work. You got to tear the thing apart and then rebuild it to your own standards. Let's look at some of these things here. What difference does it make if you marry a white woman, if you're gay, if you're black power, if you're mixed power, whatever? If ain't no revolution, if bring you out of all that, there ain't nothing to bring you into. Because once you come out of that, I'm gonna start dating my own women now. I'm gonna start raising my fist and going black power. Okay, great. Come on over here where we are. And what's gonna happen when you get over here? All we gonna do is fuss. All we gonna do is attack each other. All we gonna do is what my research on Egypt says this. What my research says Moses was in Egypt. Can you prove Moses was in Egypt? Well, I think white man born Panal with a calcified Panal. Well, I think black are God. We're the only people that claim to be gods and claim that our oppressor is a inferior devil, but yet have not figured out with all of our godly knowledge how to overthrow him. We take great pleasure in sitting around talking about white folks because the black power movement is nothing more than a movement that empowers us to know, but it does not empower us to do. So you can get a brother come up and talk about, that's the white man's the cracker, and I love my black queen, and you are automatically a constant superstar. You ain't got to do no work. All you got to do is keep repeating that same thing over and over and over. We bring all this fire, but ain't nothing getting burnt up but each other. And we direct this fire at each other constantly. We can't have a conversation unless we attacking each other over the very same thing. And here, check this out. We are ones that go around calling ourselves God. The white man doesn't call himself. The white man don't walk around calling himself God. You know what the white man does? He walks around behaving like one. He walks around acting out godhood. And he's ruling over us while we sitting there talking about he's such a devil and he's so inferior.
He calls us God. He prays and worships us.
Well, he's praising and worshiping us. He still got his foot up behind while he's doing it. Because the last time I checked, I ain't never had a white man praise or worship me. I ain't never had a white man depend on me for gas, heat, food, clothing, or nothing. So that's the idea of worship. I don't understand what worship is.
All right. Somebody heard some background noise. That's actually a perfect segue into the conscious community conversation. And I want to give everybody a chance to talk, so we are going to do, I think 2 or 3 minutes.
3 minutes is good.
Can Apple speak on this?
Okay, 3 minutes, and you will be cut off. So we can again get to your point, keep it concise. Hey, Nikki, who's talking? Let me see you again. Nikki, would you be able to keep time for me? If you're not, okay. I sure will.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like multitask, but okay. So let's go here with this. And you know what, Brother Henry, you know, you come with some things, you know, that I agree sometimes I disagree. This is what I don't like about what you said. I like some things you said in terms of I can understand your premise. Like in terms of not just knowing but doing, and you know, some of those things you said, I can definitely agree with that on a certain level. But my problem with what you said in general is I get so tired of this, and this is opening up this conscious community argument. I get so tired of this massive criticism for the so-called conscious community or Black Power community or pro-Black community. I get tired of all of this scrutiny and criticism all the time. It's like everything within the conscious community, and again, I'm using that just as a kind of like a generic blanket term, okay, that, you know, so we don't have to debate whether there's a conscious community or not. It's just a generic term for the purposes of this conversation. But in general, everybody has some critique. Everybody has, well, so-and-so didn't do this. You have a whole industry that's been made off of polite scamming. You have all of this type of stuff that's going on out here, and I'm just really to the point where I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with the foolishness inside of the conscious community, but I'm also fed up with all of the criticism about the conscious community. Everybody can tell you how to do it. They never did it, okay? Everybody can tell you, what did Renee say? If you can do it better than me, then you do it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the whole thing. Like, everybody has the answer. Everybody has the answer, but nobody is creating the answer. And when I say nobody, I don't literally mean nobody, but I mean in general, okay? So the thing about it is, I think with the pro-Black community or what have you, I think it's the easiest target. It's kind of like Black women. Black women are easy targets, and the conscious community is an easy target. And the reason, it's an easy target is because we have a whole society and a whole history that is centered around Black oppression, that is centered around Black is ugly, Black is low down, Black is criminalized, Black is nothing good, Black is everything negative, nothing positive. So when you have an environment that literally our ancestors come from and that we continue into this very day, the easiest thing in the world to do is to point at that so-called pro-Black person and attack them and say, what are y'all doing? Y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all didn't make nothing. Y'all just talking. Y'all just this. Y'all just that. But let me say this. Like how I talk about, I know that I'm being watched and monitored and everything. In this time that we're in, of all of this surveillance and technology and the things Edward Snowden talked about and all of those things, it is a revolutionary act just to speak against the power structure, to speak against white supremacy, just to speak against it is a revolutionary act. And people don't want to admit this, or people don't understand it. See, everything is predicated on us just going with the flow, us just taking our lumps, you know, us just, they got the videotapes, the Black gun armed people being gunned down, Black men, women, and children. Oh, well, it's a protest. The old people are sharing and the people are upset. And then it's on to the next and on to the next. So our submission and our willingness to be quiet or to just kind of let these things go on, they thrive on that. We have to keep these conversations active. We can never stop talking about it. The only thing I would say is there has to be action put along with it. But the conversation has to keep going. We have to also have alternative media where our people don't necessarily have to look to these other entities for entertainment even. Because when we say, well, it's entertainment. Hey, look, we got to keep it funky. We got to be real. Black people are the largest consumers of media. That's just what it is. And
Now, here's the thing. So why can we not then give something along those lines that's going to be more conducive or more productive toward building a mindset as Black people? Because you cannot do anything until you get your mind right. Okay, free your mind and your behind will follow. So we are under a psychological attack. We have been for the longest. So the psychology of our people is very, very important. So to try to be dismissive of that and just to say these people are talking and this and that, you cannot say that every conscious person or whatever you want to call it is going to live their life accordingly. And this is what brings me to another one of my problems with this conscious community within this Black Power community. You have right now where there's, I guess, this new breed or whatever of woke people, I guess, and you have people who are swirlers, people who are in interracial relationships, out here screaming Black Power, red, black, and green, and all of this foolishness. You have people who are in homosexual lifestyles. You have people who are doing all kind of dirt, okay? And they're running around here screaming Black Power. The problem I have with that is too many people are feeding into those people. And the people who are speaking about something productive and they uphold that are not getting the same amount of support. And, you know, I know that it kind of comes with the territory, but I get really tired of seeing this. So you have these channels or whatever that basically have created a polite scamming industry, okay? So you have at this point people who are beating the hell out of a dead horse, okay? People who are dedicating shows every single day for hours on hours on hours on hours on end, talking about polite scam this person. It's a shame, and all of this stuff. It's like, what the hell is going on? Do people not understand it's a whole other bigger picture out here? Do you know what these people are doing? And it's a way to keep us stagnated. Because even the people who are so-called woke, if you can keep them going in circles with this conscious community fuckery, then less people are able to speak about what Donald Trump is doing and what's coming down the pipeline and all the political issues that are going on. Because then you become so absorbed in this damn, polite is scamming. Polite ain't scamming nobody no more than this damn white man is. So you can put the information out there. I was there in putting the first information about what happened with him out there. I was there. I was part of that breaking story or whatever. That was 2 years ago. The information has already been put out there. When do we move on? And this leads me to my last thing, and I'll pass the mic. So this is my rant. Family, we have definitely been infiltrated by all kinds of agents. This is the thing right here. Please mute your mics. Mute your lines, please. This is the thing right here, is that people don't understand that what we see today is merely a continuation of COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO never went away. In the long-range goal for COINTELPRO in 1967, the first thing on the list talked about to prevent the rise of a Black Messiah, but it also talked about preventing the coalition of Black groups and organizations, and it literally says, in numbers, there is strength. Okay? So the goal was to keep the numbers low. The goal was to keep people just unified, and it also breaks down how you go about discrediting Black leadership. Okay? It gives you a step-by-step, play-by-play in how to do that, how to make the people question what this leader is about, and then to start looking at them and scrutinizing them. Okay? And what's so sad to me is we are in the information age, yet it's so many people who don't even understand the games that are being played. These people who are coming in that are keeping you going in circles, these are plants, okay? The people who are, out here who are constantly bringing up drama. It's constantly something. It's always something. It's always something. These people are plants. whenever you have, and this is something that Neely Fuller talks about, see, when they get on your tail for real, is when you have the propensity to be effective. As long as you are Black Power, but you are ineffective, they don't really give a damn. But if you getting too real and you giving too much knowledge in, or if you're putting too many actions, then that's the problem. So these plans we have now in the community, they impede progress. And people are falling for it every single time. This is one of the reasons I stay in my lane and I do what I do. Because I'm sick and tired of these people who claim all of this stuff or whatever, and they cannot have basic respect for another person. I don't think the Black woman has to be God and she has to be, bow down and worship. We can have basic respect for each other. That's all that's really needed.
Right.
Okay? So I'm just sick and tired of all of the stuff in the conscious community. I'm sick and tired of all of the criticism of the conscious community. People don't put any of the same requirements on anything else. A white person can come and tell Black folk anything. Not everybody, but many of them will accept it and believe it. Well, that white man said we're supposed to do blah, 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 blah. And people won't even question it. You have a Black person who try to tell you something. I deal with this all the time, damn near every day. Who's trying to tell you something that they understand, that they research, that they study, that they analyze, that they know. And it's every question in the world. It's every reason why not to believe you. It's every reason why not to accept it. It's every reason why to push against it. So I'm just tired of this, y'all. All of this, everybody who got something to say about the conscious community, to the point where you just all day banging on it, all the time banging on it, then you do it.
Thank you.
You do it. If they can't do it, if Sinetta can't do it, if so-and-so can't do it, if so-and-so can't do it, you do it. And that's why I have my platform. Because I see things that are missing. I see conversations that are not being had. I see topics that are not being broken down and truly discussed. And that's why I have my program. Because I'm trying to then fill in those gaps. So I'll pass the mic on that. I don't know who wanted to Psycho or
me.
Me. Go around.
Yeah, preach, sis, preach. I agree with everything you just said.
I'm gonna go down the list, but I'm starting with my co-host Nikki and Psycho, and then I'll go down the list, and we're going to 3 minutes. All right. So have your point concise to the point. But Psycho or Nikki, whoever wants to go first, y'all got it.
All right. I just want to agree with everything you just said. You know, excellent points. You touched on a lot of things I always touch on. Like you, it irritates me when I hear people always talk about what other people aren't doing, and they dedicate their entire time, their entire channel, every comment, everything is complaining about what everybody else isn't doing, and the entire time they're not doing anything. It's like this entire time you spent talking about hours upon hours upon hours talking about how people not doing anything. Imagine what you could have got done if you actually put your best foot forward. Like, why don't you lead by example? That's what you do. If you feel, just like you said, if you feel like people aren't doing certain things and you feel like it's certain gaps, then you go fill those gaps, just like you said you did. You know, like this is what people need to start doing. People need to start, you know, self-evaluating and you know, start looking in the mirror. You know, that's the problem with our people. We refuse to look in the mirror sometimes, you know, and we get to pointing fingers and we get caught up in that. And I don't, another thing about the whole conscious community thing, what did you guys expect from the conscious community? This will always be my question to everybody. What do you expect from the conscious community? Because me, myself, I always viewed the conscious community as a place to share information, you know, possibly network, you know, whatever comes from it just comes from it. You know, it's just a community of like-minded people that, you know, got together online and, you know, and again, sharing information and possibly looking to network, and whatever comes from it comes from it. But some people treat the conscious community like it's an organization. This is not an organization, you know, like people ain't got to fill out no applications or anything to join.
You like a church.
you know, it's not even. I wouldn't even call it a church because it's hard to call it a church because what's the doctrine? What's the doctrine? If it's a church, then it has to have a doctrine. We don't have a doctrine over here because you got too many different belief systems over there. So it is no doctrine. The only doctrine that should be taking place up in the conscious community is black first. Anything outside of that is irrelevant. As long as you black first, I don't care if you are more, you want to say you more first, whatever. I don't care. I'm not getting caught up in semantics with the more Hebrew black thing and everything else. That should be your main goal, though. It's our people first. As long as you that, then to me, you're conscious and we're good. I don't care what your other worldviews is, as long as you're black first. We can talk, we can get around the other stuff. You know, but people treat the conscious community like it's an organization, and it's not. So I think people expected too much from the conscious community. And that's why they're so disappointed in everything else when it actually the conscious community always been what it always was. And people just thought it was more. I'm done. I just had to go on a little rant myself. But go ahead, Nikki. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that was cool. Right. So pretty much like you said was the doctrine. It's like all over the place. But it is, somebody is expecting something, but they never can tell you what they're expecting. So once they get the disappointment, you see, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I have seen some things that are very disturbing. But also, don't use the conscious community or anything like that to be like, well, you didn't solve the problem yet. You know, as your savior complex. Don't use it to beat up on black people because you don't like black people. Let's say black people don't love each other, whatever. Like, where did you get that from? Or black people don't like each other and things of this nature, they don't get along with each other. You know, you just tune in to the conscious community smackdown and you pretty much do what the white people do, and you broadly brush that stroke across all black people. When in the beginning, you know, you had a problem with black people personally. You just needed something to solidify your thoughts. You know, we do know that there are some YouTubers that do that every single day. And they only highlight the negative. They don't highlight the positive. I think that more positive should be highlighted. It is good.
Oh man, she breaking up.
Oh, you're breaking up here. You there, Nikki?
She's breaking up. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure. She may come back in because she's on Skype. So
yeah, I could tell.
But I'm gonna go ahead and start down. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I could tell she's on Skype. So yeah.
Okay, well I'm gonna go ahead and start down this list. I just want to say this real quick before I start on the list. You cannot talk about anything in the black community. You can't talk about black people because then you're trying to tell people what to do. Who do you think you are? Mm-hmm. You can't talk about white people because then you're blaming the white man.
Yep.
You're giving the white man too much power. You're giving the white man too much energy. You're worshiping the white man.
Yeah.
You can't talk about religion. It's too sensitive. It's too hurtful.
Can't talk about skin color.
The Bible ain't never done nothing to nobody.
Can't talk about skin color.
Right. You can't talk about darkism that's going on in colorism because you're putting down light-skinned people. You can't talk about health. You're not no doctor. Who do you think you are? You ain't a doctor. You can't talk about interracial relationships. It's people's choice who they sleep with and have children with. And the children they make anyway are black. They black anyway. You can't talk about that. You can't talk about homosexuality
I don't care what people do in their bedroom. I mean, you can't talk about nothing. My cousin is gay. My so-and-so is a homosexual, whatever. You can't talk about a damn thing with our people. You cannot. It's a problem. It's a problem. So when people say that, you know, as far as saying things about black folks and stuff, when you start talking about white people, you gonna have a ton of black people show up to shoot that down. You're blaming the white man. That's all y'all do is blame the white man. Damn, what's your problem with that? What's your beef with that? If we know this is a damn oppressor, we know these people help to continue and prop up white supremacy and white privilege. Why in the hell would any black person have a problem with us discussing that? So again, you cannot talk about anything. But let me start and go down this list. Let me start with hold on, I'm gonna start with a new number, and then because this person I think been holding for a long time. My apologies. So I'm gonna start with this new number, then I'm gonna go to I think that's Abe Alphonse. I'm gonna go to you. I'm gonna go to Henry. I'm gonna go to Brother E, and I'm gonna go to. Okay, I think that's it actually. Nikki's still on here. Nikki there? Yeah, I don't know what happened. All right. 864, I think this may be Brother Equanice. 864. Peace. What's your name? Where you calling from? 864. If you're speaking, your line's muted. All right. So let me go to Brother Abe. You got the floor, my brother. If you're talking, your line's muted. 860-478. I see you in the chat, so I don't know what happened. Oh, you know what? Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, they couldn't hear me. Oh goodness. All right. 864, you there?
Shabazz.
864. If you're talking, your line's muted. All right. So let me go back up. Can you please mute your lines? I'm hearing. Is that you, Brother E? No, I think Brother E. Is that you? Because you have been making like a lot of noise, and you've been asked to
I'm not making
you.
noise right now. I'm not making noise.
Well, there's some kind of noise in the background. So can you just mute your line, please? If you're talking and we can hear you, then you're not on mute.
No, I'm hearing when you stopped. So I'm saying something and no one's responding. I said something briefly.
Okay. Well, I'm here. I'm back. It went, I don't know, something funky for a minute, but I'm here and I'm back. So I'm going to start with, if you could just mute your line till I come to you. I don't know what's going on with Equanice, if he is still there, but if you can hear me at some point, you can come in. All right, so I'm going to start with Brother Abe Alfonso. Can you hear me now, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, somebody still has some background, some feedback. If y'all listen in the YouTube or something, can you mute the lines, please? All right, you got the floor, brother. You got 3 minutes. Nikki, you got the time? I mean, if you able to do the time, you can let them know when to go. Okay, you can go. All right. You have the floor, brother. Okay, I don't. Yes, 860-478.
what I wanted to say about the whole conscious community thing is, I think we're all operating on different levels of unconscious.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Truly be. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound better.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying that I think we are all operating at different levels of unconscious, meaning that there's so much about the human body, about the planet Earth, about the universe, and about life itself that we don't know. That the little we do know is really nothing, which means it doesn't make sense to ever get involved in arguments over information because we're all lacking in knowledge. We're all ignorant to a whole lot of stuff in a whole lot of different realms and a whole lot of different things that go on with this. So I think if we really were aware of how little we know in comparison to all there is to know, we would get involved in negative disputes a lot less. We don't know anything. And most of what we think we know is speculation because we wasn't there. We just read some stuff, but we weren't there. So the only thing we could do is speculate on our own, based on our own ability to assess information and come to a conclusion as to whether or not it makes sense to us. So, yeah, mostly we're operating on speculation, but there's very little we know outside of our personal lives and our personal experience. I just want to say that.
All right, 3 minutes. Next caller. Sorry, let me check again. 864, you there?
Peace. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? Could you not hear me, or you was muted?
Yeah, I was muted. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I see you on there. But peace, Brother Equanies. I'm sure you heard what we've been talking about. So you have the floor. Nikki will tell you when to start. Yep, started.
Well, basically, my thoughts on the conscious community is that basically we don't really have a community. When you look at a community, you look at a common unity. You look at things like, we don't even have collective festivals where we can celebrate, where we can all agree on one thing. I think what the brother saying. We celebrate in a certain level of unconsciousness. And what I found, because a lot of people in the conscious community, I hear a lot of people that say Ashe. Okay, I hear a lot of people that, that might say Hotep and Rock the Ark and different things of that nature. But what I've learned after participating in those actual African cultures and those traditions is that a lot of people just do it just like the white man does it. They do it just like the church. They just do it just to kind of floss and flaunt in other people's face. Like now they got out of church, now they gonna brandish, be like, oh, y'all dumb niggas in the church. Now I know a little something, but it's all about practicing. And one thing that we understood after going back to get that secret knowledge, that ancient wisdom, was realizing that our greatest resources is us, the individual. And we had things that were very important, like our will and our ego. Our ego helps take down our will. And that's what we see right now. Rather than us developing the will, something that will turn for us and our children, we see the deficiency. We see the lack of through our ego. We have Negroes claiming their conscience, all to go out here and get some cars, all to disrespect the ancestors, disrespect the scholars, saying that they're the first ones doing it. Like I said, I was talking to an elder today. This is why we need a justice department right now, that when people get out of line, they need to get a kick in their behinds. But we don't have that. You understand? So therefore, showing that we are still trying to establish what I would call a community.
All right.
Was I finished this?
Yeah, that's 3 minutes, right? Okay, I'm gonna go to 3 minutes or 2. It's 3 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna go to Brother Henry, and then it'll be Brother E. So, Brother Henry, you got the floor, and Nikki can tell you when to start. Okay. Stop.
Brother Henry, if you talking, your line's muted. Brother Henry, you there?
4, 3, 2, what?
Yeah, we can't hear you. So, all right, we're going to move on. Ease on down the road. Okay, yeah. I know that was awful. Okay, let me go to Brother E. And Nikki will tell you when to begin.
There's no need. I already told you this earlier when I speak earlier about my situation with the community. If you remember what I just said, I'm not going to repeat myself.
Okay, so next caller, thanks.
Nobody begs you to repeat yourself if you wanted to comment or not. But okay, anyway, so yeah, so it's open now. It's open now for everybody. But let's just still try to be concise with our comments, please. You said what now?
Is Sister Medina still on the line?
No, she dropped. It was actually like a group of people that dropped at one time, and they cannot call back in. And so it dropped off the line, yep. And so they can't get back in now. So
hopefully,
sorry. But anyway, all right. So. Okay, so in speaking about the conscious community, it's been some stuff going on here lately. I'm gonna name names because let's just call it spade a spade. Let's just say it and put it out there. Because I'm not trying to beef with nobody. This is not about beefing. This is just, or anything like that. These are just my views and how I'm seeing some things going down right now. First and foremost, I think last year in this last December was very critical, and the fact that everything kind of fell apart in terms of with the whole Steady, Sonetta, Young Pharaoh, Amira Squad. In fact, I think they have. Which is so funny because Ang just sent me this Ang just sent me this flyer, and it's called the No Pseudo Tour. The No Pseudo Tour. Okay. And so they have their lineup against the Amira Squad people.
And who is that from?
This is from Ang. And they're going to be talking about African spirituality, myth versus science, evolution, real black atheism, aliens in Egypt, hieroglyphs, decipher, African linguistics, and more. Okay, so here's my thing. What happened last year was very, very important and critical to the community, and it really tore down a lot of things. I think for as much criticism as people give the conscious community, it still were a lot of people, I think, who were viewing Sonetta and Steady and Young Pharaoh as some sort of stability, as some sort of force, whether people rock with it or not. And so when that whole thing fell apart, I think that it just really messed up a lot of things. Now, the positive side of that is you have to sometimes clear away. It has to be chaos sometimes in order to restore order, or it has to be, you go through this massive, storm so that afterwards there can be sunlight. So I look at it in terms of that, okay? It had to be destroyed to build again. But some of the stuff that has happened this year from that has just really been something else. A lot of people don't know that Young Pharaoh, I would definitely consider
a friend or associate. He's been on my show about three times. I did his logo for him, that you see. And, I really like him, because I feel like he has a lot of young energy, of course, and that he has a lot of strength within him. He has a lot of learning to do, because where we are, and I can remember being 23 or whatever, 22, and I was like, yeah, you think you got it all wrapped tight. But then, as my mom would always tell me, keep living. You know what I'm saying? She would just say, keep living. And so it's kind of one of those things. My disappointment with him has been some things that he said in terms of black power, that you can't have black power without promoting white power and all of these sorts of things. And along those lines of what he said, and that really, I cannot rock with that. Because I think what a lot of people are not understanding is, like, for instance, the single mother home is not the cause, it's the effect. People are looking at the wrong things. So black power is not the cause of white power. Black power is the effect. Black power is the effect of white power. So we have to understand that for every cause, there is an effect, right? We learn that very early, like in elementary school. So therefore, for people to make those kind of comments, it doesn't make sense. That's why the need for black power was put out there, because there was so much white power being represented. So to then say that we then encourage white power and that we should be pro-righteous, like what? First, righteousness is something that is subjective. That means that can be different things for different people. There is no one set standard of righteousness unless you're trying to go by the Bible or some other religious doctrine. Okay? So the thing is, there's no one set thing. These things are subjective. And I always give the example, if you want to talk about righteousness, if you are hungry, you starving, you have no food, you have no means of getting food. Okay? You done ask people, you done did what you can do, and you're starving, and you go into a store and you steal some food. Now, morally, that wasn't a right thing to do. Righteously, you should not steal or take from somebody else. But because of that situation, your morality became subjective. Your righteousness became subjective because you was going to eat. You wasn't going to allow yourself to literally starve to death, okay, because you're not going to steal some food. So, that whole idea of that stuff is so scattered. And so I was really disappointed in him saying that. Recently, it was talked about some things with Malcolm X or whatever. And, I mean, again, this attack on the conscious community, and this is what really, really kills me. A lot of people, all these people, you see it on different outlets all day, every day. You see it on Facebook and social media. People talking about, I'm not in the conscious community. They not in the conscious community, but they know every single thing that's going on. They always around on all the videos, live chats, etc. They're always commenting on it, but you're not in the conscious community. I can't tell.
That's true.
And so then my thing becomes, if you're not in it or you're not a part of it, so then you're just here to critique. You're just here then to pick apart. You're just here then to assault or put down. Because if you're not a part of it, then why is there a need for you to view what's going on? So it's like so much sickness going on. So then you have, a lot of things that happen with Betty or what have you. And you have now, and of course, Betty's been on my show before. Of course, Sonetta, I know Sonetta and all that good stuff, and been on there a few times. It's not that, because people ask me about this stuff all the time. I don't like to feed into drama, so I don't necessarily like to really respond to this stuff. But when things go too far, you got to be willing to set things back straight, at least with you. So You don't have to say it's some disappointment in Sarnetta. It's some disappointment in other people because of things that have been said. And everybody has an excuse. Everybody has an excuse as to why they do what they do. And why then that should be acceptable. But the thing is, when we see what happened in December, it shows you how many eyes are actually on the conscious community and how much this actually affects people. So if anything, to me, that should have made people step their game up. You have all of this stuff going on with Umar. Everybody's asking, where's the school? Where's the school? Where's the school? Now, he's a scammer. He's taking people's money. He's doing this and that. I don't know that to be true or false, okay? What I do know is that he has a GoFundMe. He's trying to raise funds for this school. I don't know where the school is, okay? And I'm questioning this myself, internally. But here's another thing I noticed. People have so much to say about Umar. People had all the criticism in the world of Umar with the situation with the conscious stripper and all that kind of stuff, right? Everybody came out the woodworks on that and had something to say. That was on damn Mademoiselle Noir or whatever. Madame Noir, whatever it's called. That was on that damn website. It was on hella websites, okay, that this situation happened. Now, and also his beef with SETI. Now, the thing is, Dr. Umar is having a conference. I cannot think of all the details right now, but I'll try to put it on Facebook. But he has a conference coming up for parents and how to get independent schooling and all of that good stuff. Now, why in the hell isn't that making the news that the conscious stripper news made? Why isn't it all these other people are putting it on? See, that's why there's so many lies being told.
Exactly.
When people say nobody's doing anything, people are just scamming, people are just this and that. But see, when he's doing something that is productive, that is informing parents about how you can get your children up out of this system, about how to put together an alternative system for our children, to talk about the drugging of black boys, to talk about how black children are have the harshest punishments for doing things in school, things that white children are not suspended for, are not called out for in the same way. So why then, if that's what's going on, why aren't more people promoting that? Why aren't you seeing that promoted on all these outlets that had something to say about Umar being with the conscious stripper? So that goes back to the same thing of people love to see drama. People love to see black folks going at each other's neck, cussing each other out. If everybody says they don't like it, everybody goes against it. But yet those are the videos. Goodbye.
Go ahead, keep going, sis.
Those are the videos.
Yeah, keep going, sis.
Okay. Yet those are the videos that have the most views on it, the most comments, the most people having something to say. If the video he has talking about the conference that he's having, that video doesn't have hardly any comparison and views to the other videos about trauma. Why is that? So I get sick and tired of all of the critique that, black people ain't doing something. That's bullshit. Excuse my French, that's bullshit. It's that people don't cover that stuff as much as they cover the damn drama.
Exactly.
That's why.
Exactly.
And I get tired of people, stooping down to a degree to some of this stuff. This stuff needs to die. This stuff needs to die. A lot of it is ego. And I had to find out the hard way as being a woman in this community, because I want to talk about that real quick too. But I had to learn the hard way about egos, about narcissism that goes on in people who are sociopaths in this damn community. I had to learn about that the hard way. So you got a ton of these people who are not well-intentioned. You got a ton of these people who are agents, who are infiltrators. You have a lot of these people who are doing these things just to do it. And that's the problem, is because the community continues to support those platforms that are doing this stuff. You can't, on the one hand, say you're against all of the drama, but every time the video's on, you there. Yep. Well, guess what? Especially in this time of the YouTube money situation or whatever, if people see that this drama is selling, they gonna keep doing drama.
Sure.
So that they can get their money, so that they can get the live chat or whatever, super chat donations, that people can join their Patreon or whatever it is, something. People are gonna flock to that. So don't turn around and say you against it, but you run every time there's some drama going on. I mean, I'm just sick of it. And let me lastly say this when it comes to black women. Black women in this community, all right, this is why a lot of sisters don't really want to be in the forefront, because it's too hard. People are so freaking critical of black women. It's like anything black women do, it's somebody's got to come and tear it down, pick it apart, and analyze it, no matter what. So even sisters who are just trying to have a voice, they have to be sexualized as well. Let's deal with that, right? So you have to be sexualized. So then people are saying things like baby and honey and this and that. We're talking about, and that's a big problem, because I'm not on that feminist stuff. But I'm just saying, though, like, people try to put black women over in some subcategory. Black women have always been very integral and very involved in black liberation and the fight for us to free our people. So why is it that the black woman in the conscious community has to be hypersexualized, or she has to be marginalized in some way? And the first thing that happens when you say something that other people don't agree with is they either call you a bitch, they call you a feminist, or they call you a hoe, a hotep hoe. And that you've been screwing different men, or you've been dealing with different men. Those are that's the way in which it's ranked. Okay? Why is that? Why is that? So I'm just tired of this. I'm tired of the whole polite thing. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it. And people say, well, don't watch it. Well, don't. Here's the thing, though. Please, I don't want to hear that bullcrap. I know very well that I don't necessarily have to watch these things. However, when you are in this type of atmosphere and you are a part of this community in one form or fashion, you come across this type of material. It comes along with you wanting to support different people and different platforms. You're going to come across this bullshit. And when you see, again, all of our people flocking to that, it's tiresome and it's sickening. None of this stuff is black power. What is black power about calling other dudes bitch-ass niggas, come to the Frank stand and all this stuff, suck my nigga? What is black power about that? And let me be clear, I'm not saying people gotta be perfect and you gotta walk on eggshells and all that, because I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And I say things, and there's been things I said that maybe I not necessarily regret, but I'm like, I could have said that different or did that different or whatever. Nobody's perfect. Just because you say you conscious or whatever don't mean that you don't have mess ups or that you don't fall victim to some of the drama stuff too. But that shouldn't be an all the time thing. That shouldn't be consistent. You know, it has to be a cutoff where we say, well, damn, okay, I'm looking at the bigger picture. And as long as we keep focusing on the bullshit drama that's going on in the conscious community, we have our eyes off that beast. And that's exactly what they want you to do. So, black people, this is up to you. But go ahead, Psycho. I know I've been ranting.
Yeah.
But, go ahead.
No, but you was touching on a lot of, again, touching on everything I wanted to touch on. I'm glad you addressed a lot of that. And you, again, absolutely correct. All these fake people out here that run around, always, every time you see them, they got something bad to say about the conscious community. It's always conscious community is this, conscious community ain't that, the conscious community is this, is a bunch of black devils, is a bunch of this, is a bunch of heathens and this and about anything. But these people watch more side net of TV than I do. I promise you they do. And these people watch more black magic TV than I do. I promise you they do. It's like you said, they know everything that's going on. I find out certain things that's going on in the community through reading their comments. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you got channels that are literally dedicated to just hating on the community. And they sit up here, they go to Facebook and they friend all these people on Facebook. They in every Facebook group, they on everybody's Instagram, they on everybody's Twitter, they sub to everybody, and this, that, but they run around talking all day about how they hate the community. Well, it's the most asinine thing you'll ever fucking hear. And like, oh, so you must not hate white people because you ain't sub to no white channels. You know, you ain't. Where's the white nationalist channels? What you subbing and following everybody that you don't like? Well, then where's the white nationalist channels at? Because if I don't see the white nationalist channels on your shit, then what the fuck is this about? Right. You exhibiting self-hate. You don't bang on the beast like you motherfucking like motherfucking sick. That's another thing. Motherfuckers be running around here talking this banging on the beast shit, banging on the beast. I swear I don't see it. I don't see it. All I see them doing is banging on everybody else, banging on our people. I do not see it. I don't see these motherfuckers arguing with white nationalists, none of this shit. I don't see these motherfuckers doing this shit. These motherfuckers rather go up in here and pick arguments with everybody is black that's trying to uplift the people and just run around here and pick fights with them. Because again, they're exuding black guilt. You know, they ain't no nigga snacks. Ain't no nigga snacks in attacking white nationalists. You attack white nationalists, you ain't getting no nigga snacks. That's right. No nigga snacks there. Yep. They need if they're going to attack somebody, it gotta be beneficial to them. And again, they need their nigga snacks. They need their nigga snacks. They're not going to be putting in the work for nothing. It just ain't happening. Peace, Rue. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell y'all real quick what is going on out here. While all this other fuckery is going on. Okay, let me tell y'all what's actually happening. Trump's budget will slash $1.7 trillion in entitlements, cut food stamps by 25%. More details from President Donald Trump's first budget proposal are trickling out via a flurry of overnight reports from the Washington Post, Associated Press, and Bloomberg News. Here are some of the highlights from the latest batch of trial balloons. The budget will slash $1.7 trillion in spending on entitlement programs. Trump's budget will include a massive, nearly $200 billion cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the modern version of food stamps, over the next 10 years, what amounts to a 25% reduction. And that's according to the Washington Post. The food stamp cuts are part of a broader $274 billion welfare reform effort, according to a report by the Associated Press. The budget calls for about $800 billion in cuts to Medicaid for fiscal year 2018. The Washington Post also reported. The budget also calls for $2.6 billion in broader security spending. $1.6 billion of which will be earmarked for Trump's proposed wall along the U.S.'s southern border. The budget is also expected to propose major domestic discretionary spending cuts. An earlier version of the budget called for $54 billion in such cuts next year alone. Predictably, the Democrats are already up in arms over the proposal, even though a formal draft isn't expected until Tuesday. In a statement cited by Bloomberg, New York Senator Chuck Schumer clumsily compared Trump's campaign rhetoric to a Trojan horse. I guess this is a more white site, whatever. This budget continues to reveal President Trump's true colors. His populist campaign rhetoric was just a Trojan horse to execute long-held, hard-right policies that benefit the ultra-wealthy at the expense of the middle class. Now, that's a great comment, and I agree with that, but you have to replace some of the wording. So it's not about that benefit the ultra-wealthy. It's going to more so benefit white people, but to a lesser degree, not the poor white people, but white folks in general. Okay, they don't have to be ultra-wealthy. And it's going to be at the expense of the middle class. No, it's going to be at the expense of black people primarily. But at least Trump didn't promise that if Americans like their health care plan, they can keep it. To be sure, Republicans also expressed some discomfort with the cuts, but really Trump's plan to whack $54 billion in discretionary spending. Mitch McConnell even told Bloomberg that congressional Republicans will ultimately end up writing their own budget, the same way Senate Republicans are rewriting Obamacare's repeal. Trump has promised to balance the federal government's budget in 10 years, though, as Democrats have noted, the projection is dependent on economic growth accelerating at 3% following the passage of massive tax cuts and no recession over the next decade, a rather bold assumption. Meanwhile, growth collapsed to an annualized rate of just 0.7% in the first quarter, the slowest rate in years. While loan demand has plunged to the lowest level in 6 years. Meanwhile, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget claims that rather than re-inning it in our national debt, Trump's tax cuts will make the debt much worse. So, anyway, that's the end of that story. But long story short, this is an attack on our community. We already know that.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's always, believed and associated that Black people, whenever people think or hear welfare, they automatically equate that to Black people.
Black and Latinos, that's what they think. And the funny thing is, all those little poor, the middle class white America that's on food stamps as well, that actually makes up majority of the people that's on welfare. All them people that they all ran out and voted for Trump. Every last one of them ran out and voted for Trump. They brought into the hype. They brought into the bullshit, and they thought Trump was here to make America great again. Well, surprise, motherfuckers, surprise. You know what I mean? One quarter of your shit about to be gone.
But see, they voted their racist views versus what would be more beneficial for them economically. So they prioritize race over money. You feel me? So these people knew and understood that this man is a billionaire. He doesn't give a damn about no working class people. And this man has never worked a hard day in his life, okay? And so you know damn well this man ain't bringing no jobs back. How the hell is he going to bring jobs back to America when his own industries, including his daughters, like their clothing company, his timeline and all of that, all of those things are produced in China. They're all made in China. So how in the hell do you have your own companies in China? You don't have those jobs here for Americans, but you're going to make a promise you're going to bring jobs back from these other corporations. Get the hell out of here. But these people, again, they roll with the team. They roll with their team, which is their team white supremacy. So at the end of the day, although these people can be starving in a dirt shack, they'll still support Donald Trump. This is why you see in Mississippi, the poorest, lowest of the low white trash people, I mean, for real, living in shacks, okay? They're the same ones who run around with the conservative flag and all that. They are huge Trump supporters. These people are the most, I think they said they're the most conservative or Republican group in the country, one of the most, and they are the poorest. They are the poorest in the union. How the hell does that happen? It happens because they prioritize their whiteness. So this is not to say that white people all get along and are all kumbaya. It's not saying that. It's just saying that they understand which side they are on. In our community, we don't. We want to be on their side, ultimately, because people consider them as being the winners. You don't want to be on a losing team. So if you think Black is losing, then hey, you want to jump ship. So I think it's important that we don't, again, get too wrapped up into this other conscious bullcrap, and that we keep our eye always squarely on this beast at all times. These are the things that are being done while we sitting here on foolishness. So I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of the conscious community bullshit. I'm sick of it. The sister Melanin Sutek came out. She did a video, on some things, some allegations or what have you. I'm just like, I just can't. I just don't understand what's going on with these people, these grown people. And then you have people who are elders in the community. They just as bad as anybody else.
Yeah.
You have it with men and women, okay? who are in this. You had people who got into the conscious community just to start trouble, just to look for a way to have people prop them up, to have people give them attention, and to be able to feed more into their narcissism. This is literally what you had. But instead, again, for people calling it out and moving on, people call it out and then they dwell on it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, again, like the whole polite thing, you was right. It's a whole polite bashing industry out here, you know, and it's pathetic. And it's like take it from me, like I'm polite is not on my favorite persons list right now. Polite has done a lot of shit over the last year that's really pissed me off. And I've let it be known everything it was that's pissed me off that he's done. But I'm not going to sit up here every single video and every single hangout bashing up on him. I'm not going to make my whole channel about talking about this one man. I can't do that with anybody. There's nobody that's going to piss me off that bad the way I just dedicate my whole channel to talking about one individual. We got way too much shit going on for me to dedicate an entire channel talking about one dude. I say the same thing about the Tammy Soda Moisture channels that's like that. It's a Tammy bashing industry as well as a woman bashing industry. You got some people out there that use the fact that everybody hates Tammy as a way just to make themselves famous. You know, let's just call it what it is. You know, people are opportunists. You know what I'm saying? You know, and they're going to do shit that's going to bring attention. Like, I don't mind people talking shit about Tammy. I don't mind people exposing Polite for scamming. But again, it's been like, especially the Polite shit is ridiculous. Because like, if a motherfucker, I'm at the point right now with this scamming shit with Polite. If a person gets scammed by Polite at this point, they probably deserve to get scammed. Let's just call it what it is. Because they didn't do their due diligence. Because it only takes one YouTube search to find out everything you need to know of whether or not you should trust Polite. One YouTube search, that's all it takes. Like, so if they got scammed, that's on them for not handling their business. Like that, that's the same way of you going to the store, paying for something, somebody gives you a change and you don't count it. And then you get home later and you cursing out the cashier and everything else. Well, that's kind of on you. You're supposed to count your change before you left. Why you ain't count your change before you left? This is the same type of philosophy. Like, at the end of the day, it's getting to the point where I don't even care anymore. Like, again, the information's out there. I even got a video on my channel talking about how Polite scam motherfuckers. So I mentioned it in a couple of hangouts. So, but again, I'm not going to sit up here and keep dwelling on it, though.
Right.
You know, the information's out there. Okay, there you go. Now let's move on. But people don't want to do that. People want to keep on going and going and going and going because, again, it's an industry. They getting paid off it too. All those videos that they making talking shit about Polite and all the Polite haters running over there eating it up, all those videos are monetized.
Yep.
Every last one of those videos are monetized. They're making money. This is an industry. They're making money off you motherfuckers. They making money off your hate for Polite. That's what they making money off of. And most of you motherfuckers that run under them videos bitching about Polite scamming, y'all can care less about them people getting scammed. Let's be real. Let's be real. It's people. It's scammers all over up on YouTube. Y'all ain't even talking about these people.
Nobody talk about Tammy scamming.
Nobody. No, but Tammy done scammed. Tammy done scam people out of 6 figures. 6 figures.
Okay.
And better still doing it. Nobody, and he's saying
so much. You don't give a damn about none of that.
They don't care. They don't care. They just pretending it's selective outrage. They care because it's Polite doing it. That's why they care.
Right.
So let's stop the bullshit. Let's keep it a buck.
And people don't understand. Oh, Psycho, can you do me this big favor?
Yeah.
Can you play a little bit of this clip for me?
Well, which clip?
Y'all got to see this. I'm gonna send you the link in Google Hangout.
Okay, yeah, do that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send you the link to this hangout too, so you can just come on.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
Give me
That's
one
right,
second.
I am on my phone. Okay.
Yeah. The show's over, so you can just come in now. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna send you the link.
Okay.
But yeah, family, don't fall for the BS, family. Don't fall for the BS. It's all crap. These people act like they care. They don't give a fuck. They can care less. They really could. I done caught him in all kinds of lies. I remember it was this one channel. No, I don't even really want to say his name. No, everybody knew what it was anyway. That No Mercy for Scammers channel, and this, that, and the third. I used to, boy, man. I used to zone off this dude, and I used to go in there. He swore up and down I was some old polite nut hugger or so, all this other stuff. But I was like, man, I don't care about none of that. Listen, all I want to know is what's the truth. And all I want to know is, why are you calling yourself No Mercy for Scammers, but the only people I see you talking about is Sinetta and Polite?
That's facts.
Like, if you got if your channel name is No Mercy for Scammers, I'm expecting you to have a whole bunch of scammers up on there. Everybody. I'm not saying, like, you might as well change your name. Change your name to No Mercy for Polite. That's what you change your name to. Don't call yourself No Mercy for Scammers, because that name is misleading and it's a lie. It's clickbait.
People say he scammed his way all the way to Hollywood. Well, prove it. Prove it. Because this is my thing. Where is all of this money at? Where's all of this money at? All of this money he's made off all these people, so much so that he was able to finance moving to Hollywood for his whole family. Where is all of the money that he scammed at? I'm not saying he's not a scammer. Like I said, I was there bringing out the first, this was first ever heard of, the first situation. That was with Brother Isaac. And, that brother just wanted his money back. He had all the documentation. He had all the paperwork. He had all the emails. He had all the evidence right there. Mm-hmm. Okay? The brother did finally end up getting his $17,500 back. That was great. It was beautiful. He's a family man. His family supports the conscious community, like his wife and him. They donate faithfully every month. Like, they're really good people. But the contract he had with Polite did not uphold any. None. Zero, zilch, not a zip. He did nothing he was supposed to do in that contract. And in fact, I think if I remember correctly, the contract, it said he had like 5 days. Or excuse me, no. It said he had a month or something like that maybe. But he said he made the promise that he would have it done in 5 days. It took this man, 7 months? Mm-hmm. In order to get his $17,500 back. That whole time, he's thought, me and my wife got in an accident. Oh, we went to Hawaii. Oh, we did this, we did that. That's, as excuses to why he couldn't get back with it all and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, like I said, the brother ended up getting his money back. Wonderful, great. So what's next? When are we going to move on? Again, the information is out there, so people can take it or leave it. Okay, now, Psycho, I'm getting ready to come in on my hangout, but I want that clip I just sent you. It's you don't have to play the whole thing, but y'all, you got to hear this. You got to see this.
Play the beginning.
Yeah, from the beginning. You got to see this, because this is showing you how so many Black people feel about, as they call it, quote unquote, hoteps. People make fun of hoteps. They make fun of pro-Black. They use it as insults. They use it as a means to put our people down. This is a psychological sickness among our people. And not to mention, this clip is also talking about the quote gay agenda, hoteps and the gay agenda. But I want you to hear how these people talk about quote unquote hoteps. Okay? So, all right, Psycho, I'm joining.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang up.
All right.
All right.
Give me 1 second, family. I'm gonna have to rewind this. All right, give me 1 second.
Black power. have some hoteps here. But before we get into it, I want to introduce you to my amazing panel. I'd like to give you a round of applause. So, what exactly is a hotep?
Start by pointing them out, and then we'll get to
Let's give a definition. Who wants to give a definition of hotep?
I think people got way too woke, and you spun yourself into a weird, dark place, and you just got confused. And I think it just got too black and lost in the sauce, and we lost. Just is a disconnect.
So what's your definition?
Yeah. What are the characteristics of a hotep?
Homophobic, misogynistic, controlling over like what people should be doing, and then trying to relate it back to Egypt and the Eye of Ra and God, and I just don't know where the information comes from to be presented as that.
Okay, you want to say something?
Oh, well, first, I mean, I'm the only hotep here, so of course I'm gonna represent. Absolutely.
Okay, so can you give us a definition?
So, yes. So, what it is, hotep is a monthly dues.
Guys, I can't yell, and if I talk, let me talk, please. I can't yell today.
So, first and foremost, hotep is not like a cult or nothing like that. It's ideology. Honestly, just being able to build yourself up and to build your community up. All of that homophobic, transphobic, we hate women stuff, it's all conjecture, it's all rumors. It's no different than saying, like, fake news. Just like saying all gay men are sassy or all trans people are this or that. It's something that started as a slur. So that's what happens. You know, somebody speaking about knowledge of self, accountability, speaking on a community in a way where not blaming the white man and all that other stuff. People think that we're only thinking about Egypt and all that. No, it's not true. We recognize and have reverence for all of the tribes and countries and things like that going along the entire now. You know what I'm saying? It's not just Egypt. So like I said, it's just an ideology where we feel like self-supremacy, looking for self, having knowledge of self, loving yourself first and foremost, and then having that love influence how you treat people in the community. That's hotep. None of that stuff that you see online about people. Because it don't even be people from Hotep Nation or from official Hotep people. Never see it. It's just rumors. Yeah. Like people will see somebody that's homophobic and be like, oh, that Hotep shit. Like even with Kendrick just now. Kendrick has never said he was Hotep, but his video is automatically Hotep just because that's what I like, basically.
So why is there a negative connotation with the word hotep?
Like I said, it started as a slur, no different than asking a white person why was nigger a problem. You feel me? So
see, the thing with that is there was actual like basis for that, right? If we said, oh, white people are racist or white people kill black people for no reason, well, that's because a large number of them were doing that. So we can't say that, you know, that hotep started as a slur and there's no basis to start as a baseless slur.
No, so that's the thing. So
I think, and I'm actually going to agree with you with that, because when I was growing up, and then obviously before I was born, I think hotep meant something different than what it kind of is today. When I was growing up, it meant that you knew your history began before the transatlantic slave trade. It meant that your library included scholars like Sheikh Anta Diop. It meant that you believed in economic and political and social self-sufficiency, and I could get down with that because the men that I know that I grew up with, if that's what hotep meant, that's what I was raised with, you know. However, I think what's happening, and I'm reluctant to even call this internet movement hotep, I think they co-opted the movement, and it is misogyny, I hate pronouncing that word, but misogyny parading itself as consciousness, and I think they're doing more damage to the movement than good.
Who are these people y'all talking about?
Guys, let me direct the conversation. Please go ahead, Carl.
Everything is like a cause and effect, and I think this is, again, it goes back to like political correctness. Like all of these groups that are like super politically correct about a lot of topics, you have the effect of that when you create these other subgenres of things like the alt-right and hotep. Hotep is like the black alt-right. Yep. It's literally, that's what it is. And it's just, so it's more anti against what the current society is trying to paint as the standard of, American civility and what should be right and what shouldn't be right. And these alt right is just a white version of going against that, and Hotep is kind of like the black version.
I think my whole thing is that if we have self-proclaimed Hoteps who are online with all this misogyny, with all of this, all the sexism and the homophobia, there are no card-carrying Hoteps who are checking them on that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a lack of accountability. So if you want to sit here and say that's not what it's about, but then within the public consciousness and the public sphere, no one is talking against that, talking back to that, and speaking up for people that's not like them. Like you know what I'm saying? So then that is what it is.
I mean, that's what I have that conversation. I have that conversation all the time, and I don't have anything against gays, trans, or anything of that nature. You dig what I'm saying? So it's not about, like, to me, I'm not going to keep trying to reprimand somebody for doing something because there's a bunch of gays and trans who do things that I don't agree with either. But like, those are things that people have the free agency to do. So when it comes to anything that is blatantly disrespectful, harmful to anybody else, I'm gonna always speak against it, whether they Hotep or not. But as far as people believing that trans people may not be real men or real women, or that they don't agree with homosexuality, that's their right to believe that. I'm not going to sit there and tell them that they're wrong for that because that's how they feel. No different than anybody else.
I feel like that's wrong for that. I feel that they're wrong for that because there's a point where you're acting like their humanity doesn't exist. And you can't have things in your organization or what you call yourself, right, and not check them. You can't say, if I keep telling them this, I can't just make them think one way. Then it's like, then either you need to get out of it or you need to expel them from it. You can't let them continue to live.
I think that's actually the problem. So, like, I agree with Aisha, and I'm sorry, I think that's, as I was growing up, I think particularly those of us who grew up in the 90s and the 80s, like Hotep, that's what that meant. But here's the thing, within the Hotep community, there's a particular type of black person that they were caping for. So when we started recognizing that there are different types of black people, that's when the Hotep that we know now started rising, or it's the word that we give to Hotep, I think is what has come about out of it. So when it's a movement that is always, in many of our black movements are shrouded in respectability politics. And when we step out of that, that's when we recognize who's really for all black people and who's really for the type of black person that they were keeping for when they created this organization. So I think that's the issue with the Hotep movement. Like, I was really surprised when I heard the word, but then like it's truly people who just were caping for a particular type of black person, a particular type of black lifestyle, and now being that that's not what all black people are for, they're becoming this like very like almost violent group of people because people are not about what they agree with.
But see, that thinking conformity is kind of part of that whole political it's like even if you look at movements like Hotep or All Right, and I'm not Hotep or All Right either way. You're not All Right. No, I'm not All Right. But if you look at those movements, they value individuality and personal accountability more than conformity. Yes.
Wait, no. Everybody finish their thought. Go ahead, Carl.
So the onus isn't on a person that would identify as Hotep to check another Hotep because he's looking at him like that's his own man. You could feel free and believe all he wants. But if you're part of one of these, politically correct new groups, you have to take the whole package. If you're a feminist, you gotta accept this, and that with the whole package. But again, that's part of that left-leaning liberal ideology where you have to take everything together. Because you're fighting for black rights, you have to fight for the rights of all races.
Because tides sink all boats. There's a reason why the rhetoric and ideology makes room for everyone to be present. Because you are in danger, but I also am in danger, right?
But there's a lot of ideas. There's good ideas and bad ones.
There's an ideology that you're also promoting that's saying that's very far from what you began with. Self-determination. Let me finish. Black self-determination, self-sufficiency, financial wellness. Those things have been far departures from where your movement has gone now. And the reason for that is because of the lack of accountability, as this brother said, for making sure that the people that are part of the movement understand that everyone should be able to have a place in the space and the table. You're calling it individuality and political correctness, but the reality is, if your world is only acceptable for those that take on your identity, it's not enough.
But nobody said that. And that's the thing. There's gay Hoteps.
Go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? Nobody acknowledges those people. So the possibly, if you want to be, you could be a trans hotep. That's not what it's about. It's about ideology. It's about being self-sufficient.
We're not talking about the ideology.
But that's what hotep is.
I know, but we're talking about the association, how the ideology has been polluted by people that fuck with the association. So if you have a bunch of people, if you have a bunch of people that think one way, that think that this water is polluted, right? It's bad for you, right? And then the other people said, no, it's not bad for you, right? But that one person that think water is bad for you, it's just the overwhelming. All these people think that that's what it is. So it becomes, it doesn't matter. But then you gotta have, but it grew from the majority becoming the minority and not checking the minority.
That wouldn't have
Listen, 1 second. We need to make sure that we let her guide the conversation. If we don't, we're gonna have to restart and we're gonna have you guys off.
My apologies.
All right, let's go.
All right, so to the point, the call is talking about the political space in which this is being polarized, and we as a people have a small political space to try to protest the government that is oppressing us, and we have done that.
Okay, Renee, you there? Renee?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Yep, I'm here. So, wow. So what did you think about that? Because, well, first let me say that's this channel. I don't know if everybody's subscribed or people are subscribed to it or not, but it's called The Grapevine. And, they deal with a lot of, issues, Black issues or what have you. As you can hear, they're very pro-homosexual. And yeah, and you see the way that being hotep is demonized. What's your take on that?
Well, I first of all, I hate the term hotep dudes or just hoteps or just saying like out you because they're using the word totally out of context. Like we don't see a bunch of Muslims standing on the corner selling bean pies and final call papers and say they go to Islam dudes. We don't see the Hebrews preaching, calling everybody Edomites and everything else in downtown urban areas, and we call them the Shalom dudes. But for some reason, everybody calls people in the conscious community the hoteps. When hotep means the same thing as Islam and Shalom, but nobody calls them that. But everybody calls them the hotep. Like, what the fuck is the hoteps? Like, what is that? Like, you mean Kemetic? You mean people that's into Egyptology? Like, what are you talking about? Like the hoteps? Like we don't even call ourselves that. Anybody who's into that type stuff don't even call themselves that. But again, this is other people pushing their own labels on the people instead of accepting the labels that they identify as. So I just find that funny because again, and it's European bullshit that Black people picked up on, which is the norm. It's kind of like when people run around and say the Black Hebrew Israelites. I hate when I hear people say the Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm not even a Hebrew. I'm the furthest thing from a Hebrew, to be honest with you. But I hate when I hear people call them the Black Hebrew Israelites. Why are you calling them the Black? Do you run around calling people the white Catholics?
Hell no, they don't.
Yeah, like do you? Yeah, like what is that? Like they do not acknowledge themselves as Black Hebrew Israelites. Hebrew Israelites, you never hear them call themselves the Black Hebrew Israelites. It's always somebody. It's either a coon or some white liberal or a white racist or whoever. Somebody who's non-Black, who's just calling them the Black Hebrew Israelites. I hate that terminology, but I digress. Let me get to the video. I just had to address that. But
I feel you.
Yeah, but the whole video, like you could tell, was a gay agenda being pushed heavily. Like they started getting into some homosexual conversation. I'm like, whoa, what is this about? And everything else. And I think one dude said something though. What he was talking about how he sounded like one dude was talking about how we shouldn't be uniting with white people or whatever the case may be. I actually agreed with that. I forgot what he said verbatim. I'm trying to remember right now, and I'm drawing a blank. But yeah, it was an interesting topic. But it's always funny to hear people that don't acknowledge themselves as conscious talk about the conscious community like they know what they're talking about, and most of them have no clue. Just the fact that you call them hoteps just goes to show how little you do know.
Yep. And it's disrespectful, and that's what I keep trying to get people to understand, that these things are the remnants of COINTELPRO. This stuff exists the way that it is because they wanted to create an air or an atmosphere of distrust or mistrust of other Black people who are fighting for liberation. Therefore, that's why Black people are so much more critical of quote unquote pro-Black people or hoteps. They're more critical of us than they are critical of the white power structure. You will have Black people, and actually one of these clips, hey Psycho, it's some feedback. You have your what you call on or something? Your
You got some
headphones?
feedback?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Like
Yeah. I need some. Okay, my fault.
But yeah.
I got you.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so the thing is, that using this term, all of that stuff was created by them because they don't want you to have unity. They don't want us to unify. They don't want us to be on one accord about anything. So what they did was they made the pro-Black figure or the hotep to be the bane of existence. They made us to be these villains and to be these characters who ain't doing nothing, they just talking, and all of these other negative traits and negative characteristics. That is by design, y'all. This stuff is not done by coincidence. It is by design. It's by design that you have these Black folk on there who are going against quote hoteps and pro-Black people, but are in support of homosexual people. That is nothing but a psychological sickness that has manifested in our people. How in the hell do you put down a movement that's pro-Black and you put up a movement that is not only pro-life, but is pro-death? Homosexuality cannot create life. So you got a pro-white, pro-death community that is dogging the pro-Black hotep community. And these people on there, because it's a 3-part series, and I've watched most of the 3 parts. You see these people who are supposedly so intelligent and so well studied and intellectual to have these political and social conversations, but yet they are so unable to see the forest for the trees, to see that homosexuality is a construct that they created. It's a construct that they built. This idea of gay rights and LGBTQI, okay, because now it's LGBTQI, that is actually a movement that was created by white supremacy. Yet they claim that they are against white supremacy. And I put a comment on there, and some people was, of course, coming at me. But I talked about that. I said, how are you going against pro-Black, but you pro-white though, with your sexual lifestyle? And the fact that these people try to make some correlation between our Blackness and homosexuality, like there's some level that they equate to each other, that is really sickening, and it's really disrespectful to our ancestors, and it's disrespectful to our people in general. The fact that you would try to make what is essentially a behavior, it's an action. Okay, homosexuality is behavior. It is not an inborn trait. You are not born homosexual. Okay, you are not born with sexual proclivities for the same sex. You are just not. Okay, this is something, homosexuals are not born, they are created, they are made. So to sit there and say that somebody who's Black, which we are Black before we are even birthed into this world, when we are in our mother's womb, we are Black. We have Black genetic material. Okay, it is biological, it's genetic, it's unmutable. Now, even in cases of people like Michael Jackson, you can bleach the hell out of your skin if you want to, but guess what? them babies, if you have babies, they gonna still have that same Afrocentric, or excuse me, Afrocoid phenotype that you have. That's just what it is. You cannot bleach. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. That was motorcycle riding by.
Okay.
You good.
You cannot bleach your DNA, okay? So your DNA remains who you are, point blank, period. And if you don't continue to bleach and do all of that stuff, your skin will change back to its color. The thing is, so to try to sit there and make the two equal, a person can choose not to act on homosexual behavior. Nobody knows what you're thinking. So if you think you're homosexual, until you act on it, it's not a real thing. Okay. So people have the ability of choice. There is no choice in being Black. You don't have a choice. As much as I could bleach my skin right now, again, like I said, it would not change my DNA. It would not change my genetics. I can put wigs in my hair. I can put relaxers on my hair. We know that. But what happens when that new growth come back? It grows back with your same kinky, coily, nappy hair. Okay? So it's just sickening and it's disrespectful. So to me, it was just that this whole little series is indicative of the situation we're in as Black power people, as pro-Black people, that we are expected to walk on eggshells, yet we're expected to save the whole world. People, you asked a great question way earlier in the show. You said, what is their expectations from the conscious community? And that's such a real question because, like you said, people talk about it like it's an organization. It's not an organization. Now, if you want to look at specific organizations therein, you can look at things like New Era, Detroit or Chicago, the New Black Panther Party, the Black Panther Cubs. You can look at even the Yahoo movement or whatever. You can look at these other factions, even the NOI. You can look at these other factions or groups of people, organizations that are doing whatever they're doing. But in general, the conscious community simply means, like you said earlier, like-minded people who have a certain level of awareness of the system that we are in, and they are interested in the liberation of our people.
That's it. But people keep trying to make it more than that. And it's like, I always seem to ask these people, like, well, what did you expect from the conscious community? Like, this is something like, because obviously you expected more than what I expected. Like, I'm pretty much getting what I expected. Actually, it's a little bit more, it's becoming a little bit more ratchet than I would like for it to be. I could do without all the ratchet behavior, and there's a lot of that going around in the conscious community right now. I could do without all that, but for the most part, again, information. That's what drew me into the conscious community to begin with, was information. So that's all I used it for, was information. And I didn't agree with all the information. Obviously, you chew on the meat and you spit out the bone. But it was, it's cool to hear people go back and forth and discuss certain things. But one thing I will agree with, as far as critique about the conscious community, is eventually that stuff starts getting a little old, and it's like, okay, we need to work on at least networking and trying to reach out and do other things, as far as, like, now that you built up this thing, let's see if we can try to build something other than not make the conscious community one complete organization, because that'll never happen. But let's see if we can try to bridge these gaps between the Moors and the Hebrews and the Muslims and the Christians, and let's see if we can try to build some type of unity here. But it seemed like that just, again, it was just too toxic. The ideals and mainly the deities, that's what became a problem. People arguing over deities. That's what tore the conscious community up. If people want to be real, it wasn't a scamming. People going to tell you it was the scamming. That's a lie. That's a lie. It wasn't the scamming. It was the argument. The reason why people coming at you with this fake outrage over the scamming is because they got pissed off about their deity at some point in time at the conscious community. Conscious community probably banged on their deity. They got pissed off, and they raised war against the Kaiser community from that point on. And so they're going to take little things like, Polite probably scamming somebody out of some book money or whatever it is he done scammed them out of. It could have been maybe more, but they're going to take whatever it is that somebody done did wrong and blow it completely up. They're going to blow it. They're going to make it seem like it's the worst thing that ever happened. This is on the level of Malcolm getting shot. That's what they're going to, if you let them call it, this is on the level of Malcolm getting shot. If you let these people call it, like the level of outrage that I see going on is like a little bit absurd. I can understand the people that actually got scammed feeling some type of way and getting on a soapbox and talking about it. I can understand. They're the ones who got scammed. They're the victims. But you got people out here who's taking advantage, like I said, opportunists who's just going to take advantage and use this as a way to blow themselves up, to get themselves out there, to get their videos monetized and make some kind of YouTube cash. So it's all a game. Even the people that's acting like they're exposing the game is playing the game. So we gotta pay attention to what's going on, people.
And it's like the same kind of arguments that go around in a circle that we just cannot get past. And for instance, dealing with things like homosexuality, dealing with things like interracial relationships or people of mixed race or what have you, we can never seem to really address those issues and move forward with it because we tend to be such an emotional people and we are so high strung, and so it's like anytime you start talking about what's wrong, that's why I was saying earlier, in the Black community, you cannot talk about anything. You cannot talk about interracial relationships. Like I said, that's they business who they lay down with. You can't talk about homosexuality. I don't care what people do in their bedroom. You can't talk about you can't talk about Black people in general or these types of things. Oh, who do you think you are? You trying to tell people what to do. You can't talk about white people. Oh, you blaming the white man.
That's the
you
worst
giving them power. That is the worst one. I don't get, you can't talk about religion. That's too sensitive. That's too hurtful. It's too painful. All of that comes with that. You can't talk about, like I said, health. You're not a doctor. You don't know nothing about that. You can't tell nobody what to do. What medical school did you go to or whatever? Like it's just everything is a problem. You know what I'm saying? Everything. And that's why we can't never get to nothing. Because my thing is this, like, I understand the emotional components of a lot of arguments that we have or that we deal with in the Black community, but our emotionalism is also an effect of white supremacy, because then there we go, people will say, oh, you blame white supremacy for everything. But how can you not? How can you not blame an entity and a structure that created the nigga? America, with KKK, America, created the nigga or the Negro or what have you. They created that. They built it. So how in the hell is the expectation that we will just be these great upstanding citizen people who love each other? You have a whole environment created to go against that. You have a whole environment created for you to fail and not to succeed. That doesn't mean that there are not people who can succeed against all odds. As my grandmother would say, they will always let a few through. But when we talk about the collective of our community, these are real issues that we are tackling. These are real issues with the prison industrial complex, with unemployment, with homosexuality and population control tactics, with interracial relationships. These are real issues we're tackling. And that's why I say I'm just very nervous that someday we may end up in a museum. I mean, this is be after my lifetime, but I'm just saying, just to even think about that. Because Black people make any excuse why not to do something. Because see, here's the thing. Everybody talks about what needs to be done, but nobody wants to do what it takes to fix things. Everybody talks about community, about the community, but they don't want to change to better the community. You know, you have these people like the Tammy sodomizers, right? And these are people who sit up and spend day in and day out, year after year after year, talking about Black people like a dog, okay, and how there's all these single mother homes and there's all this and that. This man has created multiple single mother homes. How is it that you are able to sit here and you're able to tell other people how awful things are in the Black community and how these women is doing this and that and they got the single mother homes, but you yourself as a grown man created multiple single mother homes when you have children with women whom you were not married to, who you did not marry, and who you did not stay with? How in the hell are you able to even say something like that? And so again, everybody wants to talk about the changes, but they don't want to change.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I totally agree. Again, it's just so frustrating. It's frustrating because the conscious community could have been more. Like again, it would have never been an organization, but it definitely could have been a common ground where people could have met up, and it still could be that, but it's going to be hard to get it back the way it was because this whole thing has got ripped apart, and I just see. I was hoping that maybe they could rise up beyond this and maybe from the ashes come back like a phoenix. But I don't know, man. I'm starting to question this because, again, it's just the fuckery just won't stop. And it seemed like people want the fuckery. It really does. It seemed like the people really want the fuckery. It's really depressing when I go and I go on Wednesdays over the Side Netter channel with the Dagger Squad to go support them with their business shows and everything else, economics.
Right.
And I see that show got like about 80 people watching, maybe 150 tops. You know what I'm saying? But let Side Netter go live, spur the moment with the title saying something like Young Pharaoh's a bitch ass motherfucker, some shit like that or whatever. It's gonna be like over 1,000 people up in there watching that thing. Like over like 1,000 people, and it's like maybe 2,000. And it's like, but we got shows over here that he's doing talking about making money and building up our economic system and you know where to put our business shares at, possibly clean up credit and everything, things that we need to advance, you know, things that we need to survive out here, and people just don't give a fuck about that. They just don't care. It's like, so it's like, I don't know, like the drama has taken over the conscious community, and it's like one big reality TV show now. And it's just sad to see.
And you know, T-Duck said, because I'm going to address him, and I also want to address global African tribalism for self-government. T-Duck said that about we not condemn our brothers and sisters that are cool or gay or in gay. The self-hate is what is killing us. So are you saying that we should? And see, that's the thing. To me, it has nothing to do with
bashing gay doesn't have anything to do with self-hate.
Thank you. This is nothing to do with bashing Black homosexuals. It has everything to do with not supporting and upholding homosexuality. Okay. This is not an attack on anybody specifically. This is an attack on that particular lifestyle or death style. If we are talking about Black liberation and freeing ourselves, how can you free yourself and you're still being bound by white supremacist sexual lifestyles? How can you free yourself? That doesn't even make any sense. And people love to try to tell me that, you know, homosexuality started in Africa or is in Africa. Look, it would be silly to say that homosexuality is not ancient. It absolutely is. I would never say that homosexuality was never in Africa and is not in Africa. I would never say that. But when you have the conversation as to whether homosexuality in any real way, especially in any real notable civilizations where it was upheld, recognized, and accepted by the society in general. Okay. All of the things that people try to put forth are merely speculation. But when you look at something like the Greco-Roman era, you look at things like that, you see that there was an outright, no question, no doubt about it, quote unquote, lifestyle of homosexuality that existed in those European cultures, those European civilizations. Those are just the facts. It is well known that they thought things like, or they, live by things like, women are for procreating, men are for fun, or boys are for fun. Okay. This type of mindset. So we do know that those things are heavily identifiable and rooted in people of European descent. Okay. Especially people from those specific empires or civilizations. So in terms of our people on this land, that's why I always try to start there. If we talk about our journey as so-called African Americans, so-called Negroes or Black people on this land, we have to start first with the fact that we were stripped of every ounce of our cultural identity. Okay. And what was replaced by that was anything that the white man wanted us to do, see, know, and be. He replaced that with everything he wanted us to do, right? So how he wanted us to talk, the names he wanted us to be called, hence we have all of these slave last names to this day, okay? So he replaced all of that, even, the religious aspects, and I'm not going down that whole rabbit hole or anything, but anyway, he replaced a lot of things with what he wanted us to have or to know. So in terms of that, when you look at homosexuality and the role that it plays in our community and how it's being used destructively and how it is a population control tactic, you see that going back, they had sex farms, of course, many of us know, in which, they would have little boys and they would have young men there, where white men, of course, and females, but they would have, we're talking about the homosexual element, and they would have white men come from all around, miles around, who would come and pay to engage sexually with these boys. You would even have, even when we talk about things like cross-dressing, or rather transsexuality, you would have where they would have the young boys, the little boys dressed up in the female attire of that day, and they would serve tea and things like that to these white men prior to being sexually assaulted and abused and molested by these white men. So you had things like this, and so the emasculation of the Black man has always been a tactic. And this is just even speaking with the things that's in that video, because they go way deeper into it. But the people are so, they are so out of it that they don't understand that they supposedly fighting white supremacy, but they're actually upholding it. So when you look at today's time, you know what I'm saying, you press fast forward and you see now that the Black homosexual community has basically taken over, or not taken over, but adopted what used to be considered the ways of the white homosexuals. They would have the pride parades and be dressed all nasty and freaky.
It's accepted in the Black community now. It's accepted in the Black community now, and it's actually funny to see. But again, this comes from an entire generation of us being, indoctrinated with this whole idea that is nothing wrong. I tend to disagree. I mean, it's not. I mean, if you look at it from an individual standpoint, then yeah, you could say, yeah, well, fine. They ain't hurting nobody. They doing whatever they do. Is their business. Whatever they do behind the scenes. In some ways, I uphold some of those views, but in the long run, it's affecting us as a people, though. I mean, this is an outbreak going on. Like this has become trendy. It's become trendy to be gay now. We went through this on my last hangout, showing some of the atrocities going on in hip hop and everything else, like the imagery that's being shoved in our face. They pushing this whole narrative that gay is the new cool. If you ain't gay, or if you ain't down with the gay movement, then you're not cool. You're not cool. You're an old fogey. You're a dinosaur. You are a dinosaur. You are homophobe. You are unaccepting. You are intolerant of other people. That's what you're doing. But the way I see it, they are intolerant of my intolerance. That's the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to accept the gay culture. That's not what I don't have to. Where is it written down that I have to accept the gay culture? That's like me telling them Europeans they got to accept the hip hop culture. You have to accept the hip hop culture or else. They'll tell me go fuck myself.
Right.
Hey, get the fuck out of here with your nigga music. That's the fuck they'll tell me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I'm not accepting I'm not accepting other people's culture I don't agree with. I don't agree with this culture. It's not for us. It's killing our black families. You know, because at the end of the day, we're about reproducing. Please save me with the gays can adopt and everything else. I don't want to hear about all that. I don't care about all that. That we're talking about reproducing naturally. We're not talking about through the court system. You know what I'm saying? Like those kids that they adopting came from people having natural sex, man and woman. You know what I'm saying? Right. Or maybe it was a test tube. But they still use men and women reproductive systems to make that happen artificially. So at the end of the day, again, this is about us raising our families, building our family structure back up so we can build our communities back up, so we can finally try to receive some type of black power in this country that's relevant and valid.
Right. But see, even and I was just sitting here reading some of the comments in the chat room, and even like with what Layla X was saying, I can't with this topic. Can we move on now? I mean, I don't, and I understand, certain topics people don't want to, talk about at certain times or whatever the case may be. But I feel like that comment is representative of a lot of elements of our community, because I always say this, but we tend to be a reactive people and not a proactive people. Not all of us, not every black person, but many of us tend to be reactive and not proactive, so that we allow things to get so bad and get to a point to where it's no longer deniable. And now, instead of us being proactive about the issue, we're now just reacting to the issue. And so it's like, people do that with all sorts of things. I mean, you look at homosexuality being one of them. The fact that this is an agenda on our community and that this is pushed, and people don't want to deal with it. They don't want to talk about it. Oh, I don't care what nobody, as long as they ain't trying to do nothing to me and all of this kind of stuff. But I just don't get why people don't see a bigger picture. I guess I just don't understand what it will take for more of our people to kind of like get it. And it has nothing to do with caring about
what's going to take for us to be. It's going to take for us to damn near hit genocide mode. We're gonna have to be damn near the Native Americans. That's what we're gonna have to be. We're gonna have to be down to a few thousand people, and then we'll finally wake up. Like, damn, how the fuck do we only get down to a few thousand people? Well, y'all supporting all that fruitcake shit before. Y'all was telling everybody that be happy, be gay. Yep. It's cool. Be cool like me. They ain't hurting nobody and everything else. Exactly.
Ain't nobody putting nothing in me, but that's not the point.
Who cares? I don't. Who cares if I'm gay? I'll just adopt some white kids and raise them. Right. Like, I'll just raise a bunch of white kids. Like, who cares?
But see, this is why people do this stuff. Like, they do it as a deflection, as not to deal with real serious issues. So if people can just say, "Oh, it ain't that bad," I don't know why y'all tripping about that. So love who you want to. Love is love, and all of that stuff is white supremacist programming.
Yes, rhetoric. Yeah, exactly.
That love is love. Who in the hell told you that two men or two women are equivalent to a man and woman? Who told you that now that is legislated? Okay, they told you that. They created that situation. It is not of our people to sit here and love is love, y'all. Love is love. You getting that shit from these white supremacist teachings that are being put out here. They're telling these homosexual black people to, quote, live your truth. Live your truth. What the hell does that mean? That means for you to participate in sexually deviant behavior. They don't give a damn about your freedom, about your liberation as you being a black man or woman, but they are all too supportive when it comes to sexual deviancy and your sexual proclivities with the same damn gender. Then all of a sudden they got your back and they support you. Do we not see? And I always tell people this because I like to deal with facts, because too much emotions, too much twisting, too much disconnect, people, the issue goes out the window. So I like to deal with facts. The fact is, there is the Jaffe memo. I've continually told people about this. The Jaffe memorandum is from 1969 from Frederick Jaffe, who was vice president of Planned Parenthood at that time. We know Planned Parenthood was expressly created for the extermination of black people, to prevent, to quell population growth of black people by promoting abortion and the sterilization of black women. Okay, and what they call, quote unquote, family planning, which is to get people, if they do have children, to only have one or at the very most 2 children. Okay, so all of that comes, we know that's what Planned Parenthood is built on, right? So you had the vice president in 1969 who sent a memo to the U.S. Population Council. The new U.S. the memo to the U.S. Population Council talked about selectivity and exclusivity when it comes to population control tactics and techniques. Okay, what that means is, how do you make a certain population selected population within the population? How can you target them for population control? Well, who in the hell do you think they were targeting? White people? Do you think they were targeting white people to control white people's population? Hell no. They were doing it to target black people's population. The third thing on the list is to encourage an increase in homosexuality. I'll repeat it again. The third thing on the list in ways to promote population control of different groups is to encourage an increase in homosexuality. Now, homosexuality is something that's so organic. If it is something that is not created or made or pushed, why in the hell would they ever put that together? These people work on 50-year plans. That means that right now they're working on 50 years from now. That means that how we are right now was worked on 50 years ago. Okay? So if they put in the other things, these are some of the other things they have on the list, just to show you that those things have come to fruition. On the list, it talks about and again, this is in 1969, y'all. On the list, it talks about making abortion non-medical. Well, guess what? Now today, you have abortion non-medical in the form of Plan B. Non-medical meaning you do not have to go to a doctor or even a nurse, that you do not have to have a prescription, okay, that you can literally walk in a store, pick it up off the shelf and purchase it, okay? And you have this now in the form of Plan B. Now, it talked about doing these things. Imagine in 1969, that's not far removed from them really starting to push birth control and all that. So this was a time where that would be totally unheard of somebody going into a store and picking up a damn Plan B, okay, because they know that they have had unprotected sex and this, that, and the other. So if it's any baby that's already been put up in there, we're going to go on ahead and kill it now. Okay, so people wouldn't have imagined having that at that time, but it has come to fruition, just like many other things on the list has come into fruition. So if that is the case, why would we then not believe that to encourage an increase in homosexuality would not also be something that has gone on and would not also be something that's actually been effective on our community? It does not make sense for people to pass this off. That is the point. The point is to genocide Black people in every way possible. That means using the 9 areas of people activity, which we know that Dr. Welsing and Neely Fuller broke down to us, which is education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, war, and I'm missing one more. But yeah, and you see sex is in there, okay? Sex is in there. So we got to just understand. Oh, did I say entertainment? I'm not sure. But anyway, so we have to understand that they're using all of those areas. You see it in the entertainment. You see it's pushing drug culture. It's pushing dysfunction. It's pushing bitches, don't chase bitches, chase a check. Don't chase niggas, chase a check, and all this stuff. It's pushing all of that foolishness and has for a long time. In the education system, our children are being miseducated. In the Black communities, they have the least access to resources. They have the worst teachers, and they have, one of the lowest rates of, having success or what have you, including high dropout rates than other places. When you look at labor, you see that Black people are the most unemployed, okay? That we are basically like double the unemployment rate of the society as large. You see, I could go on forever. I could go on forever in all of those 9 areas, and showing how those things are weaponized to our community. So homosexuality is weaponized for our community. People always say, and they were saying in that show, if y'all watch the other clips, that, oh, you can't be made gay and it don't matter. First of all, there is absolutely zero, zilch, nada proof that anyone is born homosexual. So guess what that means? People are made gay. People are turned out. That's what that means. When they cannot show you any genetic or biological predisposition to being a homosexual, that means homosexuals are made. They are created, and they're not born this way. Like the song Born This Way that Lady Gaga had. All of that stuff is to pull the wool over people's eyes. And so people who have no facts, no research, no documentation begin to say things like, well, they can't help it. You can't help who you are. And you born. No, you're not. There is no gay gene. In all of the studies that they've done over all these years, they cannot find any connection.
Show me the gay gene. Thank you.
Show me the gay gene.
I tell people all the time, if you was born gay, please go to your nearest local nursery and point me out all the gay babies.
Okay.
Do whatever test you got to do that the parents allow you to do, and find out which one of those babies are gay. If you can't show me, if you can't provide that type of evidence to me, I'm not buying into your whole hypothesis that your whole theories that people are born gay. And another thing that I want to touch on, I'm gonna tell you, this old little the gay is cool thing and everything else ain't nothing African about that. You know, I'm a 70s baby, and I'm gonna tell you, gay people stayed in the closet when I was a kid. Gay people stayed in the closet, and they stayed in the closet for a reason. Why? Because our community frowned upon this. This is blasphemous behavior. People did not get down with the whole gay culture thing. People found out people was gay. People got ostracized. People got shunned. Why you think? But this is why they were so bitter and everything else is that third. And they started joining all these little European little gay movements and everything else. And just like Shorty Womp Womp said, a lot of these black gay people love white men. Love white men. And it's funny as hell because I sit up here, them white men can give a damn about them being black. I mean, excuse me, about them being gay. They still black. They still black at the end of the day. They still gonna treat them like shit. I saw a couple of videos of some black gay dudes bitching about the LBGT, talking about how they don't give a fuck about black people, how they treat the black people like shit in the LBGT and all this old other shit and everything else. But the LBGT always up in our little protests and everything else, always trying to attach their little agenda to our movements and everything and this, that, and third. They don't even give a fuck about the black gays. You take care of the black gays before you start trying to jump over here with the black straight motherfuckers. Take care of your own. Take care of your gay community. Take care of your gays. You don't want to take care of them. You don't want to take care of the black gays because they're black and you don't give a fuck about them. Who cares about the black gays? They don't care. Their own community don't even like them. Who cares? We just shit on them. You know what I'm saying? And this, that, and the third. But and then they get behind, they start jumping up. Like this is why I tell all these little black gay motherfuckers, like, y'all motherfuckers don't even realize what trap y'all done fell into. Y'all done fell into this whole motherfucking little trap. Y'all don't even realize y'all being used as a fucking pawn. You know what I'm saying? And
that's how thick it is.
Even if you don't want to leave the dick alone. Even if you don't want to leave the dick alone, why are you associating yourself with these ass hats that don't give a fuck about you? That whole LBGT fucking movement is nothing but a European bullshit. There's a bunch of white liberals running around trying to attach themselves to black people and feminists or anybody else who got fucking issues with the establishment just so they can try to push their own fucking agenda. And once they get whatever person they want to get into office and everything else, they hold that person feet to the fire to change shit for them. They like, you got to do this for gay people. It ain't about, oh, you got to do this for the gays, the blacks, and the feminists. No. You got to do this for the gay people. I know we march with them black people, but fuck them. They got to sit back. They got to wait. They got to wait. You need to legalize this gay marriage shit right now. You need to make this shit legal right now. Fuck all that black shit. Us first, motherfucker. Us first. We suffered longer than these black people. We suffered longer than these black people. You better handle us first, motherfuckers. The fuck out of here.
I mean, I just, like I said, I don't know what more it really takes for black people to like get any messages or wake up. I mean, you would think by this time that we would at least have more of an understanding as not to put anything past these people, because I've heard black people who sit there and laugh when you talk about a gay agenda. They sit there and laugh, gay, they ain't doing that to no black people. They ain't making, y'all crazy. And I'm like, what world are you in? What world are you in that you don't believe these people who are the most wicked people you can find would actually weaponize sex in the black community? What world, what planet are you from? Think the people who have done all types of medical experimentation on our people, all types of raping and pillaging and robbing and stealing, killing and destroying, that they wouldn't use homosexuality as a means of population control and to further defeat the black community? You really think that's a joke? That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that you have to sit here and give black people a mountain of evidence for something they instinctively know to be true, but they're going to fight you every step of the way. They're going to fight you tooth and nail because, again, we don't want to deal with reality. So it's easier to deflect. It's easier to pretend. There is not any proof that people are born homosexual. There are only theories that have been put out there. A theory is not a fact. If there is proof that homosexuality is genetic, then where then is the way that they can repair that those genes? Where is that at? Where is the gay gene? What is the gay gene? Where is it? Where is it identified at? What is that? Nobody can tell you because, again, these are theories. They are not facts. They are not truths. They are theories. Anybody can have a theory on anything. And then
why the explosion of gay babies over the last 15 years? Where was all these gay babies at when I was a kid?
Hold on, let me tell you that though. So people are saying, well, you just see more homosexual people now because people are freer to come out. So wait. So what you're telling me is all these people for all of these years and decades and ages of time were all going through everything they could to suppress their inner homosexual just as not to come out. So people don't understand when they actually say that. They are saying then that homosexuality is a choice. Because if you're saying then that it's only more people homosexual now because people feel freer to come out, then you're also affirming that homosexuality is a choice and that people can either choose to participate in it or not. Because if all of these people for all of these ages of time can push down their need to be homosexual or them wanting to come out and be free with it, if they can do that for all that time, then they can choose not to do it at all. So people don't even realize when they're making certain statements, they're also making another statement about that. So, because again, that goes back to the idea that it's not a choice. If it's not a choice, then the people who were gay would have never had any ability to suppress their homosexuality. So just as many gay people or homosexual people that's out there today would have also been out at any other time in history if there's not an increase in it. Because remember, according to y'all, homosexuality is not a choice. That means you cannot change it. You cannot make it come or go away. It's there. And then the thing about it is you see all the time. I mean, but do you understand what I'm saying though? When people say it's not a choice, but then they say it's more gay people today.
Can I answer?
Because go ahead.
No, I wanted to answer God Body. He asked a question. Do people? He said living the gay lifestyle that is a choice. Then do people choose to get hard or wet when they look at the same sex? What was that? Let me read it so I can say it exactly. I want to read it exactly. I don't want to misquote him. Let's see. You can say people choose to have sex with the same sex, but does a person choose to get hard or wet at gay shit? Well, let me ask you this. If do people choose to go out and mass murder people? What was, I mean, like these murderers, like they chose to go out there and mass murder people, but was they born murderers or was that a choice that they made? They something triggered them and they started murdering people, right? And they made a choice. Well, something must have triggered these people that they had some gay thoughts and they chose to act on it. People choose to people have thoughts of cheating on their wives and spouses all the time. Question is, do you act on it? Mm-hmm. So like this is stuff that people are choosing to do. So again, we're talking about choice here. We're not talking about people.
You there?
They could have been touched at an early age, and they could have been touched at an early age, and then all of a sudden, something triggered something in their mind to make them think that was cool. Maybe they saw some of these gay images on TV, and that looked cool. Things happen. Like this is what we're talking about: the gay agenda, the thing, the whole narrative of pushing that this whole gay thing is trendy and cool, and something that people should look into. Like, no, I'm not pushing that crap.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? When he said about do they have a choice to get an erection or whatever if they see gay things, but that doesn't, but that's a reaction or whatever, but that doesn't mean you act on it.
Right.
Do you not think that men, when they see a sexy woman or attractive woman, men, y'all can get to thinking about some things or whatever, and you might, have an erection for that. But that doesn't mean that man will go sleep with that woman. It could be a married man. Let's say he went out to a strip club, okay, and he's seeing the women in there. He gets an erection from seeing these women, but does that mean that he then goes and tries to have sex with the stripper? Or that he should go do that? Does he not have enough self-containment? And I know men cheat and people cheat, so I'm not making that argument. The argument I'm making, though, is a person getting an erection or turned on from seeing something that's homosexual is not equivalent to them actually going out and acting on homosexual acts or acting on a homosexual desire. Okay, there's a difference between somebody thinking or feeling something versus somebody doing something. Okay,
Right.
so let's not even play
And if
that.
if he did cheat on her, was he born a cheater?
Right.
Or did he
And then
choose to cheat?
right.
I mean,
Right.
what games are we playing here?
Right. And that's the thing too. Like, are we people or are we? Because I know we're part of the animal kingdom or whatever, but are we human beings that have an ability to make choices and decisions and deal with consequences and repercussions in our life? Like, if that is the case, then people make a willful choice to participate in what they want to participate in. It is not done by they're born this way. It's not done by something genetic or biological. It is not. And I want somebody to show me proof or evidence, unsubstantiated, that there is a gay gene, that there is some genetics that show that a person is going to be homosexual. Because the next thing should be then, how do you deal with or eradicate that from their gene pool or whatever? How do you then correct that? Right? So this whole thing is just really silly. Like, to even get to these points of saying, well, what if a person gets erect? Like, and what does that mean? Because somebody gets erect, and that means they got to go out and screw a man, or a woman got to go get a woman because you feel that way. You don't have no other gauge in your person, in your ability to control. You have no self control other than that. You have no ability of discernment or to make choices. I mean, we're in like this time, and see, again, this is another effect of colonization. This is another effect of white supremacy, and the ideal that we are animals, that we can't control ourselves, that we are just sex machines, we are sexually obsessed and hypersexual. These are things that have helped to be dictated into our community. Because, again, talking back about slavery and having the sex camps and all of those kinds of things, and having the stud, the black man whose purpose was to impregnate all these women, the strong buck, and the idea of just screwing. And so we have that kind of mindset in our community amongst some, not all, but amongst some of our brothers. And even among our sisters, that type of idea of just laying with a lot of different men. And those are those people's choices. See, that's my thing. I'm not telling somebody what they should or should not do. People are going to do whatever they want to do. I'm just speaking from my perspective, how I view this issue and why I see this and other issues as being detrimental to the future of Black people. That's all I'm speaking on. Any man who want to get with a man is going to do that. Any woman who wants people to is going to do that. That I'm not dictating any of that. People do what they do. But the other thing is, it's also very funny when people say this thing about people born gay. Why is it then that it's all these women who had babies by men, in long-term relationships with men, married to men, did all this stuff, and then next thing you know, they over there with some woman and they in a lesbian relationship, and then 2 years later, they done fell out with her and they back with a man. I have seen this 1,000,000,001 times in the society, in the Black community. How does that happen? Also, of girls who claim to be homosexual, or lesbian or whatever, and a few now who are with men and have children by those men. But back in the day, they were saying that they was lesbians and they like girls. So what is this? It's genetic, but then you can turn it off and on, or then you can be bisexual, but then you can go out of psychosis and in and out, and you gay this day and you straight. Which one is it? Like, these people, it blows my mind. And then where do so-called bisexual people fall into this whole landscape of this defense that Black people continually try to make of homosexuality? Black people have been so beaten down that we have actually taken to and accepted the sexually deviant behavior of Europeans. We have accepted that as a part of us. We don't see it any longer as a perversion.
So you telling me? I'm sorry, Renee. God body. So he says, yes, people are born to cheat. Sociopaths and psychopaths are born. Yes, they are born. But was they created? Or was they born psychopaths and sociopaths? Now you gotta prove to me that they was born psychopaths and sociopaths, because I believe they was created. Something happened in their lifetime that triggered them and turned them into psychopaths and sociopaths. You know, like these are things that are triggered that turns people. We are all products of our environment. We all are. You know what I'm saying? Right. Black people in the situation they in right now in this country because we are products of our environment. Something happened with these sociopaths and psychopaths. Most of the time, sociopaths are a bunch of spoiled, bratty ass kids at some point. You know, didn't know how to take no for an answer. You know, didn't get along well with others because they were so spoiled or whatever. Like a lot of times, these things are created. These are behaviors that was either forced upon them by off a rear how they was reared, or you know, whatever. Like again, sociopaths and psychopaths are created in my eyes. I don't believe they was born that way. They made decisions. Things happen.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, again, that's not founded. And so then what you would have to come up with then is that damn near all behavior is biological or genetic then. Then everything is biological and genetic, right? So any behavior that a person participates and does is because they was born that way. Is that how it is now? And so then if people are born that way, then pedophiles can be born that way. So can you really shame them? If they can't help it, and this is in their nature, and they were born to like children, what do you say about that? Is that genetic? Is that biological? Yeah. Where's the cutoff then? Because if we're going to say that this particular sexually deviant behavior is people are born that way, then what about other forms of sexually deviant behavior, like pedophilia and bestiality? Are people also born that way for those things too?
Exactly. You know, you're gonna have to prove to me that that's the case.
Because anything and in this that clip and stuff that you played on some of the other parts, one of the other clips, and they was talking about how the black man is demasculated. First of all, the whole quote hoteps they had on there, they was not strong enough. They was not strong enough in their stance, because if I had been on there, I would have slaughtered them people straight up and down. They would have been ready to fight me. They would have been cussing me out, and they would have been cutting me off. Because if you watch, I don't know how much people saw, but if you watch the other clips, they gang up on the quote hotep people. And so I think it's just like two brothers there or whatever, and everybody else is basically ganging up on them and talking about you're homophobic, you're this and that. You know, first of all, the homophobic, that's a damn made up term by the white gay, or white gay, whatever. It's made up by their population, okay? And it's basically just a word to try to shame people who do not accept homosexuality. That's all it is a way to shame people who are unaccepting of that behavior. Now, the thing about it is, if you understand what homo and then phobia means, homo does not mean necessarily homosexual. Homo means man, okay? And then phobia means a fear of. So you have a fear of man. You have a fear of mankind. Is that what that means? See, this is how these people dupe the hell out of folks. And people are not even understanding what it is that they're saying. So now it's this idea that if you don't support homosexuality, you are hateful, you're a homophobe, you're all of these negative things because you don't support it. That doesn't mean you don't have to even go out here and say, I hate gay people and they need to be hurt. No, you just say, I don't support that lifestyle. I don't agree with it. Oh, you're a homophobe. Huh? Because I say I don't accept it?
Because you don't agree with the lifestyle. Exactly. You're a homophobe.
How? Because I have my own opinion, and because I don't jump when you say jump because you're gay?
Yeah. Again, like,
and what they have trained in society.
I mean, and it's amazing me how quote unquote straight people always cape for gay people. It always, whenever I have this conversation about gays and everything else, it's always straight people jumping up, caping for them. It's the same thing when I'm arguing with white people. It's always that black person jumping up wanting to defend the white person. Like, it's all like, why is it always people that ain't? I'm not even talking to them, but they're the ones sitting up here getting offended getting upset,
right,
going crazy, everything else. And it's like this no matter where I have this conversation. It doesn't matter. It's always straight people. And now and they'll be like, well, I'm not and then it like they'll go so ham. Sometimes I'll be like under certain threads or whatever the case may be, arguing with people about this. And it get to the point where I'm like, I start thinking they gay. And they be like, well, I'm not gay, I'm straight. Like, you're straight. Well, why are you going so hard? Yeah, why are you going so hard? Like, you upset. Like, you acting like I'm talking about your kids or something. You go, kids gay? Is your kids gay? Is that what it is? Like, I don't like that's then I'm looking at you like, well, what did you do wrong as a parent? That's how I'm looking at it.
If that's the case.
Because I honestly, that's the first place I look whenever I hear somebody's gay. First thing I do is want to know what happened in their childhood. What happened with their parents? How was they raised? Who was watching them? You know, what teachers did they have? You know what I'm saying? What pastors did they have?
Yeah.
This is the first thing that's coming in my head because something happened to them as a child. Something traumatized them. Like, I look at this as trauma. This is they have bad experiences and something traumatized them to make them hate the fact that they're the sex they are. And something happened. You know, like, I don't believe they was born this way. Certain things happen as little kids that traumatize them, that affect them as they get to be adults. And I believe this is one of those cases.
But guess what people won't stop you on when you're talking about? You can talk about black people like a dirty dog. And nobody will stop you or say nothing. Just don't talk about gay black people badly. Okay. And just don't talk about white people badly, because then you're going to have their allies who jump up, they ready to fight, honey. But if you talk about black people or black women in general or something like that, like a dog, most people just sit back and agree with you. Yeah, I hate niggas. It's niggas and it is black people. They'll join right on in. But you better not say nothing about them damn gay people, and you better not say nothing about white folk, honey. It's gonna be hell to pay from a lot of black people. And that's a damn shame. And again, the thing is not that, excuse me, I'm sorry. The thing is not that it's hate. It's that I recognize this is something destructive and that is being used to hurt our community. I don't get what people don't understand about that. And then you look at the effeminacy of many black men and you see the masculinity of many black women today. These people have done a hell of a number on us. They've basically had us change positions. And again, what I try to get people to understand is this is not by coincidence. It's not by happenstance. It is by design. And how bad does it have to get? Because when I talk about homosexuality with people and I talk about how it's being pushed in the schools, I was advocating on behalf of my community on this issue for years before there was ever the gay or same-sex marriage was passed. And people used to go off on me, cuss me out, all kind of black folk. And I told y'all before some of the things that happened to me because of that. But the thing about it is people were telling me, why are you panicking? And why are you saying this and that? It's not that bad. There's not that many gay people. This is not something that's pushed on everybody. Next thing you know, same-sex marriage is federal. It's legalized across the board. That means that 2 men or 2 women are equivalent to a man and woman. Okay? That means that it's the exact same thing. Now, everybody was telling me that I'm panicking, that I'm saying too much, that I'm tripping. But as time goes on, these things become more and more prevalent. So my thing is, like we were saying earlier, it literally has to take probably for 75% of the Black community to identify as LGBTQI before the 25% is able and willing to see what's going on and to say something about it. Because right now, why do we have to get to catastrophic levels before we can deal with the ills in our community? And truth be told, homosexuality is already at catastrophic levels. This is not something that is normal, natural, and healthy. Even when you look at the whole situation with HIV, one of the things people always, anybody can get HIV. A straight person can get HIV. Listen, okay, we know that because it can be passed sexually, right, through body fluids, etc., right? However, when you look at these statistics, okay, from the CDC, the most recent statistics and what they tell you that as of right now, 50-50, one out of every two homosexual black men will be diagnosed with HIV at some point in his life. They tell you that I think is it 18? I think if you have sex with one, I think it is you have sex with one male by the age of 18, 18 or 19, that those young black males, 60% of those young black males who have sex with at least one male by the age of 19 will have 60% will have HIV before the age of 30. Like that's how deep it is, and it's so heavy that one in every, I think it's one in every 22 black men in general across all sexual orientations or what have you. One in every 22 will have, or is it one in every 20 will have an HIV diagnosis in their lifetime, and one out of every 42 black women. The thing about it is that with homosexuality, and people don't like to talk about the details of it or reality of it, but we have to keep it 100. The easiest way to transmit STDs and transmit HIV in general is through anal sex. The vagina is 80 to 90% safer, of course, because that's the standard of sex. That's what it was made for, but it's 80 to 90% safer than having anal sex. Anal sex is 80 to 90% more dangerous to have than vaginal intercourse. So when you're talking about dealing with,
talk about that.
They don't want to talk about that part of it. They want to make gay a nice, happy, flowery thing, and this, oh, they this and they that, but they don't want to tell the truth that on average, homosexual men live 20 years shorter lives than heterosexual men. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about how anal cancer is 17 times the rate of what it is for heterosexual men. For homosexual men, it's 17 times the rate of what it is for heterosexual men. So they don't want to talk about that. But when you're dealing with the anus, and let me also be clear, with this is what's so crazy with this whole pro-homosexual environment and country that we're in. The CDC actually does not support or recommend anal sex. Most people don't know that, but they do not make it an issue that they come out and speak about. Why? Because they want to protect and defend homosexuality, but they do not authorize it or encourage it because it is so risky and so dangerous. Now, ain't that a damn trip? But see, these are the things that they do not tell the average person when it comes to homosexuality. They don't tell you that your anus, the tissues in your anal area, are way more sensitive than they are in the vagina, because that is meant for the expulsion. It's meant to push out. It's meant to rid the body of feces and bacteria and harmful digestive fluids and all of that, even disease. All of those things are pushed out from that organ, okay? And with the exception of, like, you could give your baby temperature, with the little behind, or you can, people who have enemas or something like that, but it's not intended for sexual intercourse. It's not intended for penetration. So people don't want to talk about, like I said, they don't want to talk about those things. They don't want to talk about the syphilis that's off the chain in the gay community. And that is a different stronger strain of syphilis that's going around among gay men. Um, Nobody wants to talk about that. A lot of those men lose the ability to hold their stool in. So some of them end up having to wear diapers and different things. And that's not trying to be funny. This is being 100% real and accurate and factual, that some of them have to go on, and these can be young men, but they'll have to go on wearing diapers and things because they cannot hold their feces because those muscles have been basically damaged or whatever the case may be. And so it's difficult for them. So people will try to, and it's crazy to me how much people will try to justify sexual deviance. Like, why would anybody even want to try to justify somebody putting a penis in a butt? I don't get that. I don't.
Yeah.
That's I don't really understand. Yeah. What? Why are you defensive of that? And then like the
Juicy
vagina.
made a comment. Juice. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you good. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying Juicy made a comment, infamous comment that you always hear from people, and this is another European talking point. You know, they say people that don't like gay people, they say that they're secretly gay. Another little hypothesis, another European hypothesis,
yep.
Another way of trying to shame you into liking gay people. They trying to shame you into accepting the gay culture, accepting the gay lifestyle. It's a law. Like I should just accept the gay lifestyle. Like again, I don't hold the position that gay people should be slaughtered or anything like that. Gay people, equal rights for them too. I guess, whatever. Y'all can have equal rights. I'm okay with equal rights with anybody. I'm not into giving people special rights. That's what I'm not into, and that's what the gay agenda preaches. Gay agenda preaches special rights that I don't conform to. I don't do special rights for anybody. If you want to be treated equal as me, then fine. But at the end, even though I'm not getting treated equal either, but y'all understand the premise of what I'm saying. I have no problems with equal rights, but special rights I don't do, and that's exactly what gay people ask for. They want everything that you got and then some. They want the right to have a shield over them. They want to live inside this little bubble and shit and don't want nobody to burst it. It's okay for me to bang on anybody else. I can go bang. If I go bang on Polite all day long, people will love it. But let me go bang on this gay dude down the street, this, that, and the third. Them same people have a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ridiculous. Like you can't talk, you can't say anything, you can't even critique a motherfucker. As a matter of fact, you know what? If Polite was gay, half of the motherfuckers wouldn't say shit about Polite because they'd be too scared to say something about Polite because they'll fuck around and get their ass attacked on social media if they said something about Polite if Polite was gay. Let Polite have motherfucking 8 husbands instead of 8 wives. And watch it, shit would have been a problem if motherfuckers would have been talking shit about Polite because these gays are untouchable up on here. They untouchable. The motherfuckers are terrified to criticize them about anything. That's why they fuckery is all over the place and nobody won't call them out and they bullshit because everybody's scared to be called a homophobe. It's ridiculous. It's all a shaming tactic.
I mean, okay, so I'm asking them for proof in the chat room. Like, what is this proof that people are born gay then?
Yeah, where's the proof? Can people just give me the proof?
Nobody can give the proof. He says people who think gay people aren't born are saying they can be made gay in their lifetime. And then he goes on to say, because I asked him, I said, where are the receipts that people are born gay? He went on, or the gay gene, I'm sorry. He went on to say, this is part 2. We haven't found every gene for every expression within a human being. Please stop. Huh? Wait.
So where you getting this information from? If you can't even name the gene and everything else, and you just making accusations without any evidence, nothing. You just going off European hypothesis. That's all you going off of. It's not even a theory. It's a hypothesis. Yeah, you're just going off that. Right. You just believing whatever you read somewhere, whatever you just saw somewhere without any evidence. They just telling you, oh, we did extensive studies doing about. Who'd you study? Where'd you study? Who? What? Yeah. When? You studied a baby since birth all the way up to their puberty, all the way up to they lost their virginity. You studied somebody for 16, 17, 18, 20 something. Don't let it be a 40-year-old virgin. You studied them for 40 years? Get the fuck out of here. Y'all listening to crazy. That's what y'all listening to. That's gay agenda talk. That's what y'all listening to. Y'all reiterating gay agenda rhetoric. I'm sorry, sis.
No, it's hilarious. It's just hilarious hearing the people's responses and stuff, because he's talking about talking about please stop what? Because I asked you for proof for your statement. You're saying basically that people are born that way. So I'm asking you, what is the evidence or proof that people are born that way? Where is this substantiated evidence, that this is not a choice? And he said something about mental retardation a choice? Huh? Wait, what? I thought we were talking about homosexuality. What does mental retardation have to do with anything? I don't get that. Again, these are people who move the goalposts, people who deflect, because they cannot provide any accurate information. They cannot provide any actual evidence to support what they're saying. He says the brain is the least explored out of all body parts. If anybody in here took a neuroscience class, anybody in here, like I did, you would be aware. Listen, who's arguing?
Well, if you took a neuroscience class, then you should be able to tell us what about this gay. Well, you already you're making claims that people are born gay. Explain how you got to this. How did you come to this conclusion, Mr. Neuroscience class? Explain that to me. All right.
And people talking about it takes knowing science. It takes knowing science for what?
Yeah, because
exactly. How does it take knowing science? Knowing what science? Nobody.
This is what we're trying to find out. Yeah, this is what we're trying to find out. Where is the science at that shows that people are born gay? I'm waiting.
Y'all please present the science, please. That's what we waiting on. I know. Okay, it takes science. Can y'all please give us the science? That's all we're asking for. I don't understand why saying people can be born gay stops a person from being anti-homosexuality, huh? I don't understand. I don't understand all these reflections and stuff. I just
I'm just waiting for the science. I'm just waiting for where's the science at? That's all I want. I'm hearing a lot of claims. I want to see some evidence now. I want to go through your evidence, because all I ever seen on this topic, because I did extensive research on this crap. Trust me, I've looked. Because people have always people like y'all come through, make these little wild ass claims, and I'm not the person who's just going to sit up here and just listen to somebody make this claim and just not research. Well, look at this. This guy said that if you do this and blah blah. Okay, well let me go check this out, and then I go check it out. The dude don't even know what he's talking about. He's just making he's making a wild ass claim. He's basing this off. He's basing this off him having conversations with gay people, and he's just coming up with this conclusion.
Let me say that this was just put up. So Ebony said there is not just one gene, it is physiology. Okay, so can you further break that down for me? And then Godbody says, now he comes and basically kind of contradicts that, but he's actually contradicting himself, but he comes back and says, you two cannot say the gay gene doesn't exist though, just because it hasn't been discovered. Y'all are in the same. Wait, check this out. Hold on. He said, y'all are in the same boat as me. Please stop. Huh? No, wait a minute. You were just saying how people who say how people who say homosexuality isn't a choice, how they can be made gay and all of this other stuff. And you are trying to support this as being something with some type of genetic predisposition. Okay. But then you turn around and say that it hasn't been discovered.
Yeah, you took a neuroscience class. You took a neuroscience class and was trying to sun us because we did. You come around and just admitted that we was right. There isn't no JG. So again,
hilarious,
okay, guess what? Little blue Smurfs have never been discovered. Little blue Smurfs have never been discovered, so therefore little blue Smurfs exist. This is the logic that you're telling me. Like what is you saying? If it hasn't been discovered, there's no reason. If it hasn't been discovered, there's no reason for me to believe that it exists.
Right. Honey, do you know how many things have not been discovered yet? But we
again, y'all are going off of hypothesis. Y'all going off of hypothesis. European bullshit.
We don't go around talking about all the things that don't exist yet or that haven't been found to exist. I mean, this is just ridiculous. But then T-Duck, brother, please, my brother. He talking about y'all treat gays like subhumans. I'm not treating no gay people like no subhuman. I'm talking about homosexuality and how it is used as a population control tactic on the Black community and how destructive and unhealthy it is to our future. I'm not going to not speak on that because other people feel too
uncomfortable for whatever reason
or emotional about something that is factual. Everything I laid out is factual.
Yeah, and one more thing. If anything, you guys are treating them like subhumans. Right. You're the ones saying they was born that way. I'm telling you that they made a choice. You're the one saying that they subhuman. I'm saying they normal. They normal people that made a choice. So if anybody's treating them like subhumans, it's you guys that's saying they born that way. That's facts.
Facts. Yeah, because that is saying that they're subhuman. Because let's understand that the first law of man is self-preservation, right? So self-preservation, if you are homosexual, then you are not even in a position to preserve oneself, right? Because you engage with people who are of the same gender. And if you engage with people of the same gender sexually, that there is no ability to produce life from those actions. So to say people are born like that is you are saying that they're subhuman. You're saying that they're abnormal. You're saying that they're not healthy in a sense, because it is healthy to, like I said, preserve the first law of man, which is self-preservation. So this stuff doesn't make sense. And people are just kind of like going in circles, but it's interesting reading the things, that people are saying. And to me, it just further shows how conditioned we have, that we're not really employing critical thinking skills. My thing when it comes to the family dynamic, because again, we're so emotional that we cannot think about things logically. We can't think about them from a state of reason. We just think emotionally. So the first thing people go is to these emotional responses and reactions. I'm not telling anybody to hate your homosexual family members or whoever. People can choose to do what they want to do. Anybody can do whatever they want to do. All I'm saying is that I have spent a long time, years, studying on this topic because I was working on a documentary on this at a point in time. And maybe one day I may get around to actually fleshing that out, but this is going to be a part in my book. But the thing about it is, listen, okay, I'm not going to not tell things to wake my people up, to inform them, because some people feel that this is just so uncomfortable. I'm not making any personal attacks on any specific people. I'm talking about a particular, quote, lifestyle that is promoted by the powers that be to be detrimental to the Black race. And so we should not talk about homosexuality being used as a population control tactic because people feel too sensitive about it. Really? And again, this is what keeps us in the position and chasing our tails, because people want to talk about certain things that are wrong, but they don't want to do what it takes to change them. And part of that is waking up to all the stuff they've used to put us to sleep. They've used to put us to sleep recently that being Black is the same thing as being homosexual, that the two are equal because they're both oppression and you can't have one without the other. If one is not free, neither one are free, and all of this stuff. How in the hell, again, is a sexual choice equivalent to our heritage, our lineage, our ancestry of us being Black, which is genetic and biological 100% and is unmutable. There is no question about what's the Black gene. There's no question about any of that. It's in our genetic code, it's in our DNA. So I don't want to hear this stuff about because something hasn't been discovered yet. When it's discovered and there's a factual basis for it, come holla at me. Until then, there is absolutely no proof, no substantiated proof that anyone is, quote, born gay. You are made gay, okay? Let's look at some situations. There's something called situational homosexuality. This is a, quote, phenomena when people are in certain conditions where they may be more prone to behave homosexual. Case in point, prison, right? They say something like, of all women who go into prison being 100% heterosexual, never thought about being with no woman sexually or anything, of those women who go into prison, 75% of them come out as being bisexual, okay, as lesbian or bisexual. With men who go into prison, I don't necessarily know those numbers. However, there are men in prison, and some brothers will tell you this, some brothers keep it really on the low. They don't want to talk about this thing that goes on in there, but that there are men who are involved in homosexual activities while they are in prison or jail. And they have never been known to be homosexual. They've never, in fact, Judge Joe Brown, I think it was his second, I think it was his first time he was on. Please look in my archives, but he was talking about this from him being a judge for like, what, 40 some years, mainly in Memphis, Tennessee, and all of the things that he saw in there. And he talked about the fact that he would have a lot of these hardcore, thug gangster dudes up in there. He said he's seen this scenario so many times, it's ridiculous. He said where the dude comes in, he's having to go do his real first bid in prison. And they come in the first time when they coming in there, they got their baby mama, their girlfriend or girlfriends who are coming in there supporting them, trying to put money on their books, trying to do this, that, and the other. But then after they get out, recidivism is very high. And a lot of these brothers end up coming back. He said after that, probably the second, the third time, you start seeing these homosexual men who come in there and putting money on the dude's books and, supporting him, trying to pay to get him out or different things of this nature. And he said that one time there was some fight or something that broke out, and he said he talked to the young lady, to the young sister, and she was pissed off because she went off, and she said she had no idea that he was doing anything like that, and she was trying to figure out who is this, basically this fag, who is this dude that's in here for you, like who the hell is this? And so I'm just giving, I know that's anecdotal evidence, I'm just giving some ideas though to show you situational homosexuality. That's not to say that every person will fall victim to that. I'm not saying that this is absolute. I typically don't really speak in absolutes about most things because there will always typically be some exception. Okay, yeah. But you don't throw away the rule for the exception. Okay, right, so it's not saying everybody, but many people do participate in situational homosexuality. I could go on forever about, here's a real good one. I really am like crazy about Lockup and Lockdown, I think it's called, but Lockup, like on MSNBC. And I used to watch that like all the time, but they have, and this was on YouTube. But, over the years, they have shown things that have gone on, sexually in prison, like talk to the prisoners about it. And I remember this couple, they were in Alabama State Prison or whatever, state penitentiary, and they were in there, and they supposed to be hardcore gangster thugs on the street or whatever, but in there, they supposed to be husband and husband or whatever. Now, they was on camera. They talked to the dudes and everything. And the one dude who was supposed to be the manly man, let me start with the other dude. The other dude was supposed to be the woman. He has 13 children. 13 children. Okay? He done sat up there since he been in there. He done arched his eyebrows and all of this stuff, y'all. And he's sitting up there acting like a woman to this other guy. Now, this guy, who again is supposed to be another hardcore thug on the street or whatever he's supposed to be, I don't know. But he says, yeah, he know I don't get down like this on the street. He know I mess with women. I deal with women. He know I don't get down like this out there. So he know this is just for in here. This is just for right now. Because I can't get to know women. So, as sick as that is, and that's not saying every man in prison. I'm not saying that. So please don't say, oh, everybody. I'm not saying everybody. But I'm saying it happens. So there is situational homosexuality.
A lot of this gay culture do stem from prison on males and females. You should see the females over there.
Oh,
females. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. So it's just as bad as the men over there. So like, yeah, a lot of this, and then they come home, they get out, they come home, they still have those same urges. You know what I'm saying? Like this is how a lot of these, this is how some people ask how this stuff happened, but this is how it happens. They get you get certain situations where motherfucker locked up for like 7 years or something. Motherfucker don't want to go 7 years without getting something. I guess it jerking off for 7 years just wasn't cutting it. So he decided he was going to do some gay stuff or whatever. Get out of prison, found out he might have liked it or whatever. Get out of prison and he still got those urges. So now he's done converted. He's done switched. He was straight, now he's gay. This is just a scenario of proving how motherfuckers just ain't born gay. They just choose to be gay. Or something happened, that made them turn gay or whatever the case may be. Like I said, stuff triggers people. Like again, child molestation. A lot of these gay people. That's this scenario. Most of these gay people were molested as kids.
Yeah,
people don't want to talk about that. People want to start, so avoid talking about the molestation that's running rampant and everything else that's converting these kids into this gay ass activity. Probably somebody who was in prison, who came home, who still had those urges and decided to mess around with some little boys or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? And then these little boys grow up thinking.
You there?
But they was not born that way. Please stop with that. It was born that way. Buying it.
Right. But you know what? Let me show you case in point, Psycho. Let me bring up 2 points that got body. So first, let me address this. He keeps saying, why are Mrs. Oh, no. Psycho did not tell you, listen, he said this. How do you explain the prisoners who do not turn gay? Did not say, I told you, what made those others susceptible? Clearly it's something neurological that makes some prone to it and others not so much. So now you're a neurologist? People kill me.
And now he's sitting up here saying anybody who feels like they could turn gay in the right situation has latent homosexuality. They are unaware of facts. Well, what about the person who's sitting up here caping for homosexuality for like 2 hours? Does that person have unaware homosexuality that they're unaware? You know what I mean? That they're unaware of? Because that little stupid ass reverse psychology that these, like, again, you pick it up to me European talking points. Because you're sitting up here trying to hit me with all this reverse psychology crap, trying to tell me if you really hate something, that means you really love it and all this whole other shit and everything else. That's the dumbest shit ever. That don't even make no fucking sense. I hate beats. I hate beats. I hate boiled eggs. Are you going to sit up here and tell me I secretly love nasty ass motherfucking boiled eggs in the morning? Like, what are you talking about?
Admit it, Psycho. You like beats now. Come on now.
I know I'm a secretly love beats, because why else would I bring that up in this hangout unless I secretly love it, right?
Right. But remember, I told you, I said somebody gonna say, well, what about, and here he did that same thing. Well, how do you explain who did not turn? I just said not everybody, dude. Everything don't gonna mean it doesn't mean it's gonna be every single last specific person who ever goes to prison. Come on, dude, stop the madness. But then he said, let me go back to this. He said, that why are we, me and you, afraid to say gay people are abnormal, subhuman, and mutation? The reason why I'm not saying that is because, as I said again, homosexuals are not born, they are created, they are made. Most often, when I did a lot of the initial research for the documentary on homosexuality and interviewing, quite a few homosexual black men and a couple of a couple of black men who are reformed homosexuals, is what they claim. And this one has a organization called No More. He has is it the Truth Project? It'll come to me in a moment. But he has an organization, and the other brother has something else that he does, but I think he's involved in the church. But the thing about it is this, um, the most consistent two things that have been found among black homosexual men specifically, the two most common things were that, number one, many did not have a father in the home and were primarily raised by a mother. But I don't think that's a predisposition. I'm just telling you two of the commonalities. The other main thing was that they had been sexually molested. Okay. I know of a personal story. I've told y'all this probably before, some people before, but I have a personal stake in this in the way of about 5 years now. 5 years ago, a good friend of mine that I grew up with, I mean, since middle school, actually since elementary school, and we lived in the same area. I went to primarily white school, so all the black people basically knew each other and hung out. So it was like a big group of us, not big in terms of the school, but you know what I mean. Anyway,
Right.
and so he passed away about 5 years ago from pneumonia complicated by HIV. Nobody knew, like none of our friends knew that he had HIV or anything. And everybody was doing their own thing, living their life and stuff. But we still check on each other from time to time. Now this dude was, I mean, when I say built, tall, six pack, all of that good stuff. A lot of times these homosexual men, they want to look good. They looking for certain things in other men. He was he ran track. He was a track star. He got a scholarship for track. So he was very fit and healthy. None of us knew him to be sick or anything like that. And we all knew that he was homosexual, for a very long time. In high school, he tried to pretend that he wasn't, and stuff. But I mean, everybody kind of like knew. But anyway, but his brother was like the thug, he was like the hardcore dude, like everybody, all the girls loved, and he was just like super popular. So a lot of people did not mess with my friend because of his brother. But he was, snappy and twisty then. Um, but yeah, so anyway, he passed away from that. And I could remember him talking about stuff. And this was probably like in my early 20s. And he was talking about how they have these gay fathers and mothers in the community, and they show people how to be gay. Basically, they groom you, basically. And they have the young kids. And this is what happens, unfortunately. A lot of times, young boys who have been molested, or they have some type of feminine, like effeminate ways or something. A lot of homosexual males who are older than them hone in on that, and they will oftentimes kind of like bring them into that lifestyle and basically groom them. And they basically show you what to do, how to really be gay. And I really mean that. They have, of course, their own terminology and lingo. You will have a gay family. So you will have a father and a mother. The mother's usually like, of course, a very flamboyant homosexual or transsexual. uh, transsexual, whatever. And then the father is the more masculine, homosexual. And you have sisters and brothers who are people, around your age group, who are also in this particular family. So they have these networks and different things that they do, and how they help to usher in these young boys into these lifestyles. So you can have some young brothers who have been kind of outcasted for one reason or the other, may have self esteem issues, may have confidence issues, may have some other things going on. And a lot of times these people will invite them in or bring them in, and they turn around and groom them. I'm not going to go super there, but let me let y'all know that he was becoming a gay father or something. He was going to become one, and he was showing these guys. Now he told us this is about me and two of my other friends. One is like my sister, one is my other good friend. And it's three females, but he's telling us some of the stuff that they do or whatever. And he talked about that he taught these guys, these younger guys, as teenagers, he was teaching them how to, let's see, how do I say this? He was teaching them how to take a large penis. Okay, I'm just, I was just saying like that, but
I
he
wasn't
was.
ready for that.
I know. I was like, damn, I can't really soften the blow. No pun intended. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? I just, yeah, that's the best way I can put it.
Oh,
So
you breaking
anyway,
up.
oh, darn it. Can you
You
hear
all right
me?
now? You okay
Okay.
now?
So yeah, my thing is just to say that a lot of times this stuff is furthered. So you have people who may have been abused, sexually molested and things of that nature, and then they're just kind of further groomed into this lifestyle. My other good friend, because I told you I had two, my other good friend was basically like my brother for real. And his sister and brother were like my sister and brother. We were super tight. His mom loved me. Like my parents liked him. We were super cool. This was one of my best friends. And I think because he's a year older than me. He was in a grade above me. So I think I was like a sophomore. He was a junior. And he had stopped coming to school. And I didn't know what was going on. And it was just some different weird things. And one day he called. He was like, I'm going to come get you. And I'm like, whose car you got? He's like, don't trip. I'm going to tell you and this and that. Long story short, okay, this guy, and this is back when people weren't really having cell phones like that, not teenagers. And so this gay dude that he was dealing with called his house, and the mom answered. And she was like, who is this? Because, she's hearing a grown man's voice. And she's like, who is this? Calling for your teenage son. And the guy basically said who he was or whatever. And he didn't go into all of that. But when she asked my friend about it, he kind of like, well, and it kind of came out, whatever. And she put him out. So dude was like, you can come stay with me. Or she was saying she was going to put him out. And dude was like, nah, you can come stay with me. This, that, and the other, blah, 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 this and that. So he left to start staying with dude. So he dropped out of school. And when he came and got me, at this time, I didn't know that that's what all had went down. Because he wasn't, quote, out. Because he was masculine, pretty masculine. And a lot of girls really liked him and everything. It was always girls asking me about trying to get with him. And so when he came and got me, he's like, I got something to tell you, and I don't know if you know or not or whatever. But he went on to tell me, he was like, I'm gay. And he was like, I'm gay. You the first person I'm telling. And blah, blah, blah. He was like, my mom basically knows, but I didn't really, he told me the situation that happened. But right then he told me, he said, because I never forget, we was on Pastel. I can see this like it happened yesterday. And he said, I never told you this, but because he said, I know you have a lot of questions. Because I was just silent, like you could hear a pin drop. He's like, I know you have a lot of questions and everything, so you can ask me anything you want to know. And I was like, why do you think you're, like that or whatever? And mind you, I kept it secret for him for like 2 years. I kept it secret for him, maybe even longer than that. But I was like, well, why do you think, And he was like, well, he started crying. He was like, well, I was molested from the age of 3 to 8. And it was by one of his uncles.
Yep.
And he said the mom found out and the grandma found out. And they did not disband the uncle from the family. He said, I have to still come around for certain holidays and stuff. And, they ended up finding out down the line. So for 5 years, he was molested by his uncle off and on.
That's what happens.
Yep. And he talked about.
They all have stories like this.
Yep. And he said that when it happened, he said he was just confused because as he started going into puberty, he was thinking, so am I supposed to like boys? And so he said
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's a mental disorder. It's a mental disorder. Something fucked their head up. They was traumatized. Right. They all have stories like this, Mr. I was born this way. And let me say this, guy, body talking this, your logic is irrational. You talking about some psychopath and this legit believe if they was around bestiality, they would turn into bestiality lovers. When did we ever say that? When did we ever say anything remotely close to that? I never said if you're around gays, you're going to automatically be gay. I never said that. When did I say that? Please rewind this, give me a timestamp and show me where I said it, and please quote me word for word. Because I never said that. I said you are liable. I said this can happen. Just because I said it can happen don't mean I said it was going to definitely happen. That don't even make any sense. If you but don't get it twisted. Because if you do be around bestiality, and especially if you're European, and and you see something you like, you might turn around and start being a bestiality lover. Who knows? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. But I'm saying it's possible. Yes. And you turn around and say, you said something else about how you choose the how can you choose to be gay if what was the other comment you left? I want to make sure I quote you word for word because I want to address that. Because your logic is flawed. You just keep hitting me with this European bullshit ass logic. And what was the other shit he said? Oh, here it go, real quick. People who say gay people are created are saying anybody can be gay. To me, that sounds rainbow friendly and blah blah blah. It's that hold up, listen. Anybody can be gay. Just like anybody can be an alcoholic. Just like anybody could be a bank robber. Just like anybody could be a drug dealer. Just like these are all choices people made in their life. What are you talking about? Are people born bank robbers? Are people born addicted to nicotine? Or was that a choice they made? Or are people born weed heads? Or was this a choice they made? What are we talking about here? Like that, your logic is flawed, bro. You need me stay out those European discussions where they talking about this crap because they got you fucked up in the brain. This shit is a mental disorder. All right. Yep. Like I said, they get traumatized. I gave you situations where people can be traumatized and something can happen to them. Right. Mentally, fuck them up. Because most of these gay people all have similar stories, like Renee just said. Most of them. Sit down, talk to them. Listen to their stories. Go watch some videos tonight. Go watch some videos tonight and listen to their stories. So you mean to tell me it took somebody's uncle to trigger something up in him? It's that third. I thought he was born that way. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we got to stop playing these little stupid games like we don't know what's going on here. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
They fucked up with it.
This is so hilarious, man. Because, like, you hit it on the head. Like, yes, anybody can, quote unquote, turn gay. Meaning that if they have the certain circumstances or trauma that may help to elicit involving in those activities and making those choices. Case in point, me just talking about my friend who was molested by his uncle from the age of 3 to 8. So that when he started going around, into puberty, he told me about when he was 11, he was in this summer camp or whatever. And he said, I was kind of starting to think about certain things and I don't know. And he said, and me and this other boy did something with each other, whatever. And so he said, basically, after that, I really knew, and he said, I honestly feel like if what happened to me would not have happened, I would not be a homosexual. He said, because I didn't know if I'm supposed to like boys or not like boys. And see, that's what happens is because with some of the children, confusion, right? Because some of the children are, they begin to associate sex and orgasm and all of these things with the same gender because that's who they had these experiences with being so young. And that then becomes normalized to them. So then it becomes
And
more
that's what
foreign
the
to
gay
them.
agenda is all about.
Exactly.
Normalizing this gay lifestyle.
Facts. So then if it becomes more normal to you of involving sexually with another male, you won't be engaging sexually with females. And so this is what happened to him. He was so programmed by that molestation that he thought that's what it is, that he was supposed to be dealing with other males when it came to sex and orgasm and whatever other things come with that. He felt like that should be with another male because this is what's happened to me and I guess this is who I am. So you think about a baby, a 3-year-old baby boy. You think about these are babies. You think about an 8-year-old. What in the hell do they know about sex? What in the hell do they know about homosexuality and perversion? What do they know about that? But when you have sick ass people who stunt a child's youth, understand that when you violate and you traumatize a child, you end their youth, you end their innocence, because now they know of something completely different that is not in line and in step with being a child. You are only a child, but for so long. You have the rest of your life to be an adult and to understand adult things. And the children do not typically go into puberty till some earliest, maybe around 11. Now with these hormones and stuff, but most people go into puberty around 12, 13 years old, 14. And so then your body, you're having certain hormones, you're starting to develop certain things in your body, you're starting to have other feelings and emotions and these sexual thoughts and things. But when you a 3-year-old, you an 8-year-old baby, you don't have no understanding of that. So for somebody to come along and totally violate you, you then can believe that this is what you are now. You then can believe that this is who you're supposed to be, is somebody who engages with other boys. So, God body, you need to really have a
God
clue.
body. Yeah, God body. Let me answer that question. You just asked the question asking me, do I have the choice of being gay right now? Yes or no? Morally, no, I don't have a choice because that goes against my morals and I'm not even interested. That's not my thing. And this, that, and the third. But you know what else I don't have the interest in doing? I don't have an interest in getting a gun, going downstairs and blowing a hole in the first person head I see walking down the street and taking their money. I don't have the urge to do that either. I don't want to do that either. But guess what? The choice is there, though. That don't mean the choice isn't there just because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but the choice is always there. But I don't want to do it. You got a choice to do a whole lot of things. You got choices. You can go out and try to assassinate the president tomorrow if you wanted to. That's a choice. You made a choice not to go out and assassinate the president. That's a choice you made. So, like, what are we talking about here? Life is nothing but choices. That's what life is, bruh. It's choices. Nah, I wouldn't choose that, but that don't mean the choices aren't there.
I mean, God, buddy, you really need to have a seat. But see, he's really a troll. Okay, this person, because they really say a lot of stuff.
He just
They
keep
don't really
repeating the
want
same
real.
thing. He's
Right. They
repeating
don't
the
really.
same talking point.
Right. They don't really want intellectual discourse. They will stay on the same talking points, even when their talking points are obliterated and disproved. They keep doing the same thing. They will never join a panel. They will never get on the panel and have a discussion. So this is what they do. You feel me? So this is why he keeps doing this little stuff that he's doing. That's what, it boggles my mind, like you were saying earlier, people who are not homosexual, but they rise so hard. And it's not like I'm saying anything to be destructive to people who are homosexual. I'm just talking about, and see, whatever, I try to only talk about things that I know, things that I'm well studied on or well read or researched on. I try to speak on those things. So what I'm speaking from are things that I actually know, things that I've researched, things that I've looked into. I'm not just speaking off the top of my head like he is, when you don't even know of any substantiated information that anyone is born gay, yet you are making an argument that people are born gay. That makes absolutely no sense. And then to say that just because it hasn't been discovered yet doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Again, that is so crazy. Like, for somebody to even say something like that, we're talking about facts here. And it is a fact that people are not born gay. It's a fact because there is no evidence or substantiated proof that people are born gay. Until you have that, you cannot make the statement that people are born gay, because when you make the statement, you're lying. And when you make that statement, you're merely doing it to troll because you have nothing that backs it up. So, just have a seat. And then he's saying the people who don't turn gay from molestation are true heterosexuals. True heterosexuals. People who turn gay from molestation were already on the bisexual spectrum. So you mean to
I
tell
don't
me
believe that.
that little babies, young children who are sexually molested by people, that does not impact their sexuality, it does not impact their life whatsoever? That this has no effect on their sexual, uh, psychological, sexual practices. It has no effect on that. And then there's all types of evidence and proof of young girls who are sexually molested tending to be more promiscuous. Like, this is crazy, dude. Like, cut the crap. Cut the
Yeah,
freaking
I'm
crap.
sorry.
Okay, so what is the
I have really
bisexual?
looked into this. I've argued with gay people. I've argued with transgenders about this. And I swear I
Thank
never get
you.
any solid evidence that they was born that way. I just never get any solid evidence that they was born that way. I just get a bunch of speculation, accusations, hypothesis, and that's it. And there's nothing really there. It really isn't. It's like, I don't understand what's this hang up and why they so caught up with trying to convince people that they was born this way. I guess because they trying to bring it closer to the black plight. They keep trying to associate, the gay plight with the black plight. I guess the same thing, which is bullshit. But they try to push this narrative saying, yeah, we're born gay and y'all was born black and we're all oppressed in this country and blah, blah, blah. Fuck out of here.
Man,
I'm not
homosexuality
listening to that crap.
homosexuality is a behavior. At the end of the
Yes.
day, it is a choice. It is something
Yes.
people choose to participate in. However, in terms of those people who are homosexuals, I do believe were molested. I do believe that there is trauma that occurs that helps to create this type of dysfunction. There again is no proof or evidence that anyone's born gay. People, nobody can show me anything. I'm asking. Even Sister Ebony, which I do agree with a couple of statements she made before, but as far as saying that some are born gay and some choose it, where is the evidence of those born gay? I'm still waiting to see.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm waiting for the evidence.
that.
Yes, please show me the evidence. I keep asking for the evidence. Nobody ever presents this. Nothing. I never get anything.
He says I'm more anti-homosexual than anyone on the panel because to say anybody can be gay is rainbow friendly. To say people can be born gay
Yeah,
means
that's the same comment he keeps posting. He
dude,
posts that comment about 8 times.
cut the damn crap. It has nothing to do with being no anti-homosexual. Again, like I said, we're talking about population control on our people, and we're talking about also molestation and the effects that it can happen on people. That's what that covers. So
They
whatever
are
else
mentally ill people. They are
they are
mentally ill
that's
people.
right.
They are
That's
not
and just
abnormal, subhuman, or mutants. They are mentally ill. That's what they are.
and just like the trans people.
In order for you to show me where's the mutation at? Where's the mutation at? Show me the mutation. If they mutated, if they mutants, they gotta have some type of mutations. Where is it? Because they don't have no mutation. They ain't nothing wrong with their body parts. They just putting it in the wrong places.
That's right.
That means they mentally fucked up. That's what it means.
Right. Why would you want a man to ram a thing up your ass? I'm just keeping it 100. Like, why? Like, what? That's not dysfunctional to you. We already know how our bodies are made. All of us got here from a man and a woman getting it in. Okay? You see the results of that. With 2 men or 2 women, there is nothing that can be produced from that but dysfunction and disease. That's it. You don't produce anything that is productive. So why should we uphold homosexuality as being productive? Yeah. I don't. Yeah, these people are just. Oh, but I want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna go, or we can.
Yeah, we need to get ready. Yeah,
I
we
gotta
did
get
a lot of overtime tonight.
I know, man, we was going in. But I just want to say too, with like this transsexual thing that's going on, we just have to be mindful of that as well because it's like that's the thing that people don't understand. For people who do support the gay whatever or I don't like saying gay because that word was stolen. Okay, gay means happy. And that was another way to socialize people into thinking of homosexuality in a positive way. Understand that these people use all types of tricks and war tactics in order to facilitate what they want. And so they want people, like you were saying, Psycho, they want it to be normalized in the society that being homosexual is normal, natural, and healthy. And it's just not. But with the transsexual thing that's going on, people were like they want to support gay people, and I'm a ally and advocate and all this stuff. Homosexuals, quote unquote, fighting for rights it's not for rights. It's not for equality. It's for control. Okay? This is why they will not stop what their movement is. So now you see the next thing is to normalize transsexuality. And in many ways, they have helped to normalize it because they want anything that's nasty and freaky and the most sexually sick shit you can think of. They want that to be okay and acceptable in society because that's how they get down. They into whips and chains and somebody being a master and beating them and tying them up in a dungeon and sticking things in their butt and all this stuff. These people, that's what they thrive on. They thrive on that type of sexual dysfunction, family. So when we're sitting here and we're making excuses for this stuff, understand that it doesn't stop. They just go on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And so you have the transsexuality, then you'll go on to the pedophilia, then you'll go on to the bestiality. And people think that it's a joke and people think that that's not a real thing. But guess what? However many years ago, people would have thought that a man and woman being legally married and equivalent to a man and a woman, a lot of people would have thought that would never happen. A lot of people wouldn't have thought this stuff would be mainstream and accepted, but it has become that. So just don't believe me, like Bruno Mars said, don't believe me, just watch, okay? Because you're going to see as this thing goes further and further. But again, Black people don't want to deal with reality, not all of us, but many of us. So therefore, we are only sitting back watching it happen and not being proactive in protecting and defending and informing our community about these things. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why Psycho, I'm sure, is doing what he's doing. That's why we're speaking out on this. Because otherwise, we just sitting there on the sidelines watching this go down as it further destroys our own people and community. And with the transsexual thing that's happening, they're trying to make you believe that being a woman is mental and being a man is mental. They're trying to make you believe that there is no real genetic connection to that, and that in fact, when people are born as a certain sex, and then like they call it, they try to make the people who are normal to be abnormal. So now they call average normal people cis female or cis male. Okay, CIS.
Oh man, I
Or
hate
cis
that.
female. And that means that your genitals match up with your sex that the doctor declared you at birth. Do y'all hear me? That means that your genitals line up with the gender that the doctor um labeled you as when you were born. So that means you have a penis and you also are a boy, you believe you're a boy or a male or man. But for those who are born with a penis and say that they are female, the problem is simply one that can easily be corrected, in their opinion, by having multiple painful, expensive surgeries, by taking hormone injections for the rest of their life, by piling on weave, makeup, and everything else they can do every day to appear to be more feminine, by even they have some types of things now to try to change your voice. They have things now where they try to change the men who are the transsexuals who have male, voices, deep voices, to try to more feminize their voice. Can y'all, I don't think people even understand. They're allowing 2 and 3-year-old children to decide what gender they are. People are now having children and considering the children to be gender neutral until the child, whether they are a boy or a girl. No matter if they are born with female or male genitalia, they're still allowing the child to choose, y'all. What's up?
And let me ask this question for all the people that think they're born this way. Why is there this biggest gay explosion all of a sudden? Then what are we putting in the water that all of a sudden all these babies are being born gay over the last 20 years?
Yeah.
Like what is this big jump in the so it has nothing to do with the correlation of this gay agenda being pushed right around the same time. It has nothing to do with that. It got to do with all of a sudden people just got more fertile to gayness when they was getting conceived. Like what's going on? Like what caused the gay uprising since they being born this way? You're gonna have to explain this. Like what's in the water?
Right.
Like what's in the food? Is it GMOs? Like what is it?
Right.
Something is turning these babies gay then, and it's doing it at a massive rate. Can we find out what that is so we can stop it there? Since we can stop it there, let me know where we can stop. Then what can we do to the womb to stop this? Since everybody knows that it was born this way.
Okay.
Like I think we're playing games right now.
And it's people talk about like the intersex. First of all, intersex people, which are people who may their gender or their sex may be questionable. Like they may present to have both traits of both sexes at birth. However, the truth is that all people are either male or female. Okay, and I'll tell you how that is. But intersex people, okay, they are literally 1%. They equate to about really, I think it's even less than 1%, but 1% of the entire human population. So 99% of humanity is male, clearly born as known as male or female by their genitalia. Clearly, okay? Now, with the intersex people, what happens is, and this is also why people should not use the term hermaphrodite. That is not an accurate term. Again, like I said, I've done well read, well researched and studied in this. Okay. So the thing about it is with intersex people, they do encourage the parents to be gender neutral as much as possible, or some choose male or female until puberty. That's when you really actually find out what the actual gender or sex of the what the actual sex of the person is. So, for instance, you may have thought that this was a boy this whole time, but then because they're intersex and they show uh, traits of both. But once they go into puberty, they begin to have a menstrual cycle, et cetera, et cetera. You may have thought it was a girl, but then when they go into puberty, their voice gets deeper. They have, testicles that descend or these different types of things. So this does happen. So again, that's a tiny,
Okay, God body.
minute amount. And they're still either male or female. Oh, let me just say this last thing. And the reason why hermaphrodite is not an accurate term, and why intersex is, because hermaphrodite implies a animal or human who has two complete sets of reproductive organs. In intersex people, there are not two complete sets of reproductive organs. You can have traits of both, but you still only have one complete set of reproductive organs, meaning that you can only still be fully female genitalia or fully male, although you can maybe even look like you have a penis. But I won't go into all that. But yeah, y'all get what I mean. But go ahead. Go ahead.
The God body, I think so. I don't know, man. Something he just ain't comprehending something. Like I don't understand. Like something's wrong there. Like because he keeps coming back with the same. Like I'm really starting to think you're a troll or something now, dog. Because you keep leaving the same comment with the same stupid logic. You're not even bringing a different argument. I done debunked your little crazy ass logic, and you still keep coming at it. The only difference is to say anybody can be gay is gay in itself. There's nothing that can happen to turn me gay, which I never said it could. Just because you got a choice don't mean you're going to do it, motherfucker. Doesn't even mean you want to do it. Doesn't even mean you want to do it. Like how many analogies do I have to give you to debunk this? Like again, I don't even know why I'm even wasting. Listen, I got a choice to break my motherfucking laptop right now, but I'm not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I don't have a choice to not break it. I can break it if I want, but I'm gonna make a choice not to do it. Why? Because I don't want to do it. So what is you talking about? What if I ever said that I want to be gay or something can turn me gay and everything else? No. If I went gay, it's because I chose to, which I won't do because that's not what I want to do. But that's what I'm saying is it wouldn't be because I was born that way, motherfucker. I wasn't born. I was born me, motherfucker. I made a choice not to go that motherfucking route. That's not the route I want to go. I was told at an early age, don't go that motherfucking route. And I listened. Some of your friends or whoever it is you caping for didn't listen. And now they stuck wherever they at. Or maybe something happened to them and traumatized them to where they turn around and now they got Stockholm syndrome or something. They just keep going back they wanting to go back to the person who's abusing them mentally. Maybe mentally, every time they having sex with somebody, they going back to that moment when they was being abused. These people have been traumatized. Ain't nothing wrong with them besides they mentals.
And let me also tell God Body, honey, I've been studying and doing shows and all kind of stuff on atrazine for years now. Okay. Now, atrazine, absolutely, I believe there is a chemical component in this. So I'm not saying, and I never said that every single homosexual person that it cannot ever have any chemical connection. The only thing with that though is there's not a lot of things that necessarily substantiate that. In my opinion, the overwhelming majority of people whom are homosexual are that by choice, simply by choice, because at the end of the day, it's still a choice to involve with someone of the same gender, even if there is a chemical component or predisposition in some type of way, form, or
I believe that's the case with the transgenders. The transgenders, I think, is more than that whole gender dysphoria shit. I think that actually exists. I think they really fucked up. I think they're more fucked up. You know, like I believe that's what you're talking about, right? Like the chemical imbalance where they actually believe they're different sex in another body, opposed to the regular old gay person that just enjoys same sex or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is with the atrazine, which is shown what happened to frogs by Dr. Tyrell Hayes, and they suppressed his studies on that for 15 years. And he had published that atrazine, which is a fertilizer that's used on 50% of the corn that's grown in America. The effect that it's had on the ecosystem, or the effect that it's had on frogs, which they use frogs because frogs' reproductive system is akin to humans' reproductive system. And so when they showed that the male frogs began to develop eggs in their testicles, they showed that the male frogs begin to have a different croak, which they use their croak as a mating call. When they showed that the male frogs begin to pursue other male frogs exclusively for sex, and these sorts of things. So, there is information on there based upon that. However, primarily, so I am not closed off at all to a chemical component, because that goes right back to what I was saying, is that we have to stop underestimating these people. We have to stop thinking that they won't do these types of things. Listen, I said it way earlier on. I talked about the Jaffe memo. I talked about the fact that the third thing on there to help population control was to encourage an increase in homosexuality. And that is by any means necessary. And within that, I also will include chemical agents. I'm not putting that past these people. However, again, it is still a choice that people make to involve with the same gender, and you still cannot get around that.
Right. And the guy body, to answer your question, how can somebody not be gay if they get aroused by the same sex, but they never made the choice to perform the gay act? That would mean they got gay tendencies. That would absolutely mean they got gay tendencies. Is that the answer you're looking for? I hope so, because that's what it means. It means they got gay tendencies. Until they actually perform the act, no, they're not gay, but they do got gay tendencies. Right. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
I would agree with you there.
God body, how would you know this about a person? How would you know that about anybody unless they told you or they acted out on it?
Right.
How would you know if somebody got aroused by the same sex? How is that something that you would be privy to? So again, we're talking about choices people make. As I said, you have to act. Homosexuality is a behavior. I said that from Jump Street. It's a behavior, because even if a person is so-called aroused or thinks about it or whatever, until they act upon it, they are not homosexual. You can have homosexual tendencies, like Psycho just said, but to me, that would not make you a homosexual, because homosexuals act on it. It's a behavior, dude.
Right.
Dang. Anyway, I'm out of here so I can lay it down.
My alarm. It's time for me to, yeah, I know it's time for me to get ready to get off.
All right.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be back on Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank everybody out there for listening. Even you, God body, you troll. I'm fucking with you. You all right. You actually made the conversation a little interesting with your craziness. Shout out to Just Two, Ebony Knowledge, Lashid, Sonia, Lila. It's a lot of y'all to shout out. Let's see. Juicy. Let's see. Shout out. Who else was up here? Just Two. Let's see. I think I see T-Duck. Everybody else that was listening earlier, it's too far to go back. Peace and black power to the family. We out.